Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1951 At a Crossroads. Part of the success of his previous commercial mechs was because Ves often identified some unmet demand. With so many different products on the market, it was hard for Ves to stand out. Yet because of his unique design philosophy, he somehow succeeded where others would have failed. Ves fully recognized that while designing a well-functioning mech with superior performance was still important, it could still be lost in the sea of product offerings if thousands of competitors already realized the same mech concept. Differentiation was vitally important. He did not wish to invest months in designing a commercial mech, only for his end product to be regarded as a generic entry into an oversaturated market category. Do you have any bright ideas, Benny? Our marketers have analyzed plenty of opportunities, but most of them are fairly localized or specific to certain states. At the scope the LMC operates, it's important to offer products that possess more universal appeal. Send me the reports. I'll go over them later, Ves told his assistant. Let's move on. Aside from the lack of new products, is there anything else I need to address? There are plenty of problems that could use your attention, boss. Most of them are fairly minor though, so you can address them at your leisure. There is one issue that is rather urgent. Do you remember the Tovars that comprise our first design team? Oh. Ves overlooked their situation. Miles Tovar, Sherry Tovar, Vela Tovar, Pactold Tovar and Gilbert Tovar were all citizens of the Bright Republic. That wasn't very special in itself. Ves was technically still a Brighter, and so were many other Larkinsons. The issue was that half of his subordinate mech designers belonged to one of the most dominant families of a state that recently stabbed the Larkinson family in the back. The identities of Miles Tovar and the rest were far more complicated than that of Joshua King or any other random Brighter citizen in his employ. They didn't just represent themselves. By virtue of their last names, they also represented the Tovar family. Have they left the company and returned home to the Bright Republic? Not exactly, Gavin trailed. Their situation is a bit more complicated. You should hear them out directly. Oh. I have some time before I'm scheduled to talk to Raymond and the other leaders of the clan. The two continued to go over some issues related to the company. Overall, Ves didn't really find them to be particularly pertinent. Leaders such as Raymond already did a great job in managing the LMC through this current crisis. It was only issues like the one concerning the Tovars that was way above Raymond's head. This was something Ves had to confront in person. Connect me to the Tovars. Where are they, by the way? All of your mech designers are aboard the Scarlet Rose. They're needed there in order to assist in performing repairs on the Bright Warriors and fabricate new ones. That made sense. The Scarlet Rose was a former CRC mobile supply frigate, and possessed one of the most impressive ship-based mech workshops of his current fleet. Only Gloriana's Scarlet Chaser offered better facilities. However, Ves was not entirely comfortable about putting too many people on his latest prize ship. The Scarlet Rose was the source of all of the Briar alloy that now comprised much of the metallic content of his Bright Warrior mechs. The ultimate source of this strategically important material had to be kept secret at all costs. I need to talk to the Tovars right away. It didn't take long for Gavin to pull the Tovars off their current duties. Because the fleet was currently traveling through FTL, they could only meet each other through projections. Ves wanted to face his first design team in person. He'd be able to use his spiritual senses to glean some hints of their emotions and be able to influence them in turn. Mr. Larkinson. Miles Tovar's projection bowed and greeted him respectfully. The others soon followed suit. Their behavior was very peculiar. As the descendants of a powerful political family, Ves did not believe that Miles and the rest were nerds who were completely oblivious on how to conduct themselves. From all of the time he spent with them, he discovered that they were always deliberate in their conduct. Right now, the Tovar family's ties with Ves were very problematic. The Friday Coalition probably took a very dim view on Senator Tovar's strategy to hedge his bets and foster relations with both sides. Under these conditions, the Tovar mech designers still chose to greet Ves with respect. In fact, they displayed even more reverence towards him than before. In fact, if the Tovars wanted to leave, they could have just tendered their resignations and departed home in the last month. No one would blame them for returning to their family instead of continuing to consort with the enemy. Ves crossed his arms. Benny has already brought me up to speed on what is going on between the Bright Republic and the Friday Coalition. What I want to know is your stance on the matter. The Tovars each glanced at each other before their leader spoke on their behalf. We want to stay. Ves blinked. Pardon? We want to continue to work for the LMC. Miles expanded. My fellow cousins and I have been thinking long and hard on what we want. We kind of like it here. While we no longer enjoy as much regard or privilege as before, there is something very satisfying about being a part of your team. The situation back home is much more complicated. We are often forced to work for our family as opposed to our vocation. I feel I have made a lot more progress in a single year of working under you as opposed to 5 years of trying to run my own company. The other Tovars expressed similar sentiments, or simply nodded in agreement. While Ves knew that every Tovar was also a politician, he could hear nothing but honesty in their words. Mech designers always understood each other the best. He readily believed that they truly wished to continue their current arrangement. However, the current situation made that very difficult. As much as Ves wanted to keep them, their divided loyalties made it very difficult for him to continue to extend his trust to them. Who could say they wouldn't become the next Dr. Guernica someday? What about the Tovar family? Ves directly addressed the elephant in the room. The Friday Coalition no longer allows the Bright Republic to remain uninvolved. The government has chosen a side. It's not as bad as you think, Mr. Larkinson. While our Tovar family is still a part of the ruling class of the Bright Republic, we have continued to support you and the Larkinsons as we have promised. While the current political climate has made it difficult for our family, we possess a very deep foundation in the fabric of our state. We are confident that our family will be able to weather the storm. We have even undertaken many risky measures to help your Larkinson family in various ways. That was true. Calabas did mention that the Tovar family and a bunch of other supporters assisted the Larkinson family in the dark. They dared to defy the prevailing trend and incurred a considerable amount of risk in doing so. Their decision to march out of lockstep with their peers was either very shrewd or very stupid. Ves couldn't ignore the goodwill offered by the Tovar family. His opinion of them improved considerably. Unlike last time, the Tovars had firmly stuck to his side. Naturally, they weren't doing it out of the good of their heart. Senator Tovar clearly wanted to form a backup plan in the event the Hexadric hegemony won the Komodo War. I acknowledge the help your family has provided. However, that makes your continued presence in my employ even more sensitive. We know, Miles responded. We still want to continue to work for you. If you will have us, Senator Tovar is prepared to make the situation less awkward for us by exiling us from the family. What? Are you serious? None of the Tovars showed any doubt. We are. Our relatives have already given us their blessings to part ways with the family in order to offer our primary loyalty to you and the LMC. To be honest, we don't miss the Tovar family very much. Ever since we started traveling with you, we are looking forward to seeing the galaxy and beyond. If we chose to leave the LMC and go back to the Bright Republic, then chances are we'll never be able to amount to anything more than a handful of forgettable apprentice mech designers. Miles Tovar certainly didn't mince any words when it came to his own future prospect. Working under superstars like Ves and Gloriana made it very difficult for them to hold on to any self-esteem. While Ves was a little disappointed in their lack of confidence in themselves, he applauded their willingness to confront reality without resorting to excuses. It was easy to resort to lies and rationalizations in order to avoid hurting their precious egos. He actually expected the Tovars to possess an inflated sense of confidence, but it appeared the Tovars were more astute than he credited them for. Ves felt as if he reached a crossroads. The decision he made here would be indicative of how he treated his other workers. In the context of Calabas's proposal, this decision took on additional significance because Ves was in effect contemplating whether the Tovar mech designers should be allowed to join the Larkinson clan. On the surface, he wasn't a fan of divided loyalties. He wanted to trust his fellow clansmen to put the interests of the clan before the interests of another faction. Ves doubted whether Miles Tovar would be able to act against the interests of the Tovar family in order to advance the interests of the Larkinson clan. Then again, such a situation was unlikely to occur for the time being. The Tovars still sided with the Larkinsons. As long as this was the case, Ves might be able to accept the Tovar mech designers as clansmen. The only issue was how he could be sure that Miles, Sherry, and the rest were truly invested in the Larkinson clan. If they lacked sincerity, then Ves would only be inviting disaster. As Ves thought about this implacable problem, he suddenly turned his gaze away from the projection and towards Nita. He held out his hand. "Can you pass me the Larkinson mandate?" Though his silent bodyguard didn't understand why he made this random request, she dutifully handed over the book that had been braced onto her armor. As soon as Ves held the book, he basked in its glow. Goldie's strong and lively presence greeted Ves with a cute yawn. "Nya." Ves spiritually issued a request. "Can you check these people out and see whether they would make for good additions to the clan?" "Nya?" "Just check whether they are sincere. Can you do that from this distance?" "Nya." Goldie seemed to be more versatile than he thought. The fact that they were on different ships traveling through FTL didn't seem to stop her from inspecting the Tovars. After a dozen seconds, the golden cat turned away from the projection. "Nya." "Really?" "Nya nya." "Okay. Thank you, Goldie. I'll play with you later." "Nya." The answer she provided was simple, but carried immense implications. According to the golden cat, the Tovar mech designers were truly willing to dedicate themselves to their current jobs. Even though they were still Tovars and would always remember their roots, they primarily saw themselves as mech designers. The Tovar family, for all of their support they provided to Miles, Sherry, Vela, Pactold, and Gilbert, none of them had been able to achieve genuine success in their careers. A rich and powerful family could only provide them with some conveniences. The Tovars didn't possess a notable mech designer tradition, so they were pretty much clueless when it came to raising mech designers. Only a mech designer could guide other mech designers. This was true since the beginning of the Age of Mechs, where the nascent Mech Trade Association already established a strong tradition of compelling established mech designers to teach the next generation of professionals. In that context, the willingness of the Tovar mech designers to part ways with their own family made sense. The question was whether Ves should accept them at all. While he appreciated the help they offered, they weren't particularly talented or notable. Only Miles possessed spiritual potential, and he still had a long way to go before he was worthy enough to become a journeyman. "This is a complicated issue," Ves eventually said. "Let me think about it. Don't be in a hurry to decide." Though they looked a little disappointed, the Tovars tried to maintain their smiles. We shall await your decision. Chapter 1952 Spiritual Monitoring System. After Ves ended his call with the Tovar mech designers, he fell into thought while Gavin dutifully remained silent. His earlier discussion might have been simpler if Ves didn't talk with Calabas beforehand. Her proposal continued to dominate his thoughts. It even started to color his judgment, which was very precarious because he himself didn't know his own stance on the matter. Ves looked down on the Larkinson mandate. The ancestral heirloom's glow had grown even stronger despite the loss of a number of connections. He expected the golden cat to grow weaker or become downcast after the deaths of dozens mech pilots, but instead she looked as upbeat as ever. Nya. Ves caressed her intangible body with a spiritual projection. The cat squinted and enjoyed his touch. Though they didn't share any words, they conveyed their feelings and emotions in a different way. He felt a lot less confused now that he sampled Goldie's opinion. As the spirit that represented the Larkinson clan, Ves only had to gauge her reaction in order to determine what the clan wanted. Of course, just because Goldie approved of a decision didn't mean it was the best choice to make. Right now, Goldie didn't show much aversion towards the idea of adding a lot of outsiders to the clan. In fact, she even showed some eagerness at the thought of welcoming so many Larkinsons to the fold. The crucial difference why Goldie was a lot more optimistic than Ves was because she was a spiritual entity by nature. Due to her central position in the Larkinson clan, she was able to peer through the heart of every clansman. She didn't fear adopting potential traitors into the clan because Goldie would instantly be able to detect them as long as they pledged an oath in her presence. Once she formed a connection with the new clansmen, she would continue to keep an eye on them without their knowledge. It was as if Ves had inadvertently designed a spiritual monitoring system when he conceived of an ancestral spirit for the clan. Unlike electronic monitoring systems, it was a lot harder to jam or tamper with spiritual monitoring systems. The permanent spiritual connections that Goldie maintained with every member of the clan would continue to stay in effect regardless of how much his clansmen tried to isolate themselves. This was a unique and exceptionally useful tool to ensure the loyalty of the new Larkinsons. However, the story wasn't so simple. Just as the Golden Cat affected the Larkinsons also shaped the Golden Cat. While this interaction was a lot stronger in the early days, Ves ultimately designed the Golden Cat to pose as a collective representation of the Larkinsons. For example, if the Larkinsons all lost their morals and turned into pirates, then Goldie would eventually be tainted by their poison and become a cruel and degenerate spirit. While Ves designed some safeguards in the Golden Cat by putting more weight in the values she adopted early on as opposed to the ones she assimilated later, he could not go too far in sticking to the past. The Larkinson clan needed to be flexible enough to adapt to changing circumstances, and Goldie had to be open-minded enough to accept new ideas. As a result, introducing a lot of new outsiders into the clan risked warping Goldie into a direction that Ves wasn't fully comfortable with. Just thinking about how thousands of Ilvanans would flood the Golden Cat with veneration towards Prophet Ilvain frightened him beyond his wits. Ves could not stand by and let Goldie transform into becoming Ilvain's greatest fan. If he decided to accept Calabas's proposal, he had to find a way to integrate all of that diversity, while maintaining the essence of the Larkinson clan. As he continued to mull over this issue, his meeting with the Larkinsons soon began. A bunch of elders from the clan, ranging from Raymond Billingsley Larkinson to Clinton Larkinson, joined the conference call from various ships. The conference room lit up with various projections. Everyone looked at Ves. You're awake. I am. Good to have you back, Patriarch. Thank you, After they were done exchanging small talk, they immediately proceeded to discuss the most critical issue. I'm not sure if Gavin or your girlfriend has informed you, but there are a number of clansmen who have applied to leave our clan. They want to depart as soon as we meet with Ark and the members of the old family that escaped the Republic. Raymond gently started. Everyone was watching V's reaction like a hawk. They wanted to see how the patriarch reacted to such an egregious development. Someone with very little control and quick to anger would definitely blow his top. Ves did not do so. Not only did he have prior warning, he didn't really care about the departure of weak-minded rabble who possessed no stomach for hardship. We have never prohibited Larkinson clansmen from leaving the clan. Ves eventually spoke. I would like our clan to hold the same stance as the original Larkinson family. If at any point a Larkinson believes they no longer have a future in the clan, they should be free to part ways without any fuss or punishment. His calm cadence quietly reassured the most influential elders, many of whom were members of the Executive Council and Larkinson Assembly. Yet just because Ves was okay with it didn't mean that the other Larkinsons were as accepting. 200 of our clansmen are leaving, Ves. Their selfishness will weaken us in a time where we can least afford it. They should at least offer some compensation for the harm they cause with their departure. The words of one of the members of the council provoked a brief but seemingly familiar argument. Ves heard both sides but did not sway from his decision. I agree that leaving the clan while it is in the middle of a battle or a very precarious situation is no different from betrayal. That is clearly not allowed. However, I think it is detrimental to act as strict as the Mech Corps with regards to leaving. The 200 clansmen who want to leave at least have the decency to wait until we reach the Sentinel Kingdom before they depart. That's only because they want to keep riding our ships while enjoying our protection against any potential Friday man ambush. That was true, but Ves didn't really care. Look, it seems their departure is pretty much set in stone. What do you want? We want you to talk to them and persuade them to reconsider, Raymond answered. We tried to convince the Larkinsons who intend to leave to change their minds, but we aren't as persuasive as you. They are too taken in by the new vision that Ark Larkinson has set for the Larkinson family. Only you have the clout to compete against an expert pilot. Ves frowned. What does Uncle Ark want to do? Venerable Ark wants to attach the Larkinson family to another state. I heard that the members of the old family are considering whether to dedicate themselves to the Sentinel Kingdom. With their recent troubles, they could use the help. I even heard a rumor that Sentinel offered to elevate the old family into a noble house in return for their military service. What? That's a very big offer. Kingdoms generally weren't keen on inviting foreigners. The Sentinel Kingdom already possessed enough noble houses, and all of them had already carved out every piece of territory. The old family simply wasn't set up as a noble house. They possessed no governance experience, and they weren't very adept in the ruthless politics that was essential to keep a noble house in power. Speaker Overin Larkinson shook his head. That rumor isn't very credible. Ark would never in a million years allow the formation of House Larkinson. We have fought the Vesians long enough to know how aristocracy corrupts. I think that Ark is more likely to decide to leave the Komodo Star sector entirely and find a more decent state to offer the family's services. As someone who intended to leave the Komodo Star sector himself, Ves didn't blame Ark for leaving. Half of the Star sector turned into hostile territory, and the other half was aligned to a state that elevated females over males. There was nowhere in the current Star sector that the Larkinson family could settle and still retain their old values and way of life. Yet Ves believed that Ark and the old family would have to travel very far in order to find a state that was worthy enough to meet their demands. The vicious Mountain Star sector worshipped mech pilots, and especially expert pilots like Venerable Arkansas. Yet its warlords also engaged in frequent scuffles and destructive conflicts just to earn more glory. Their interpretation of honor was a lot less about sacrifice and a lot more about padding their battle records. As for the majestic Teal Star sector, political intrigue was rife there. Even though full-blown wars were rather rare there, its decadent rulers engaged in constant backstabbing and proxy wars while shifting alliances as frequently as they changed their clothes. From the stories Ves heard about Majestic Teal, honor was just an empty word there. A lot of people from Majestic Teal liked to boast about their honor and valor in battle, but it was really just a tool to raise their reputation. Whether their honor was authentic or not was no concern as long as no one exposed the truth. In short, the Larkinson family would have to travel very far away to find a compatible state to offer its services. Ves wasn't the only one to recognize this problem. Clinton Larkinson sighed. If there aren't any good options available, then Ark might turn the Larkinsons into mercenaries, at least for a time. They can work and keep their skills sharp as they move further and further away from our home. Eventually, they'll find a good state or star sector to settle in if they don't get ambushed or robbed along the way. Every Larkinson in the conference room displayed some concern to their fellow Larkinsons. No one suggested that they should absorb the old family into the clan. There was no way to persuade these Larkinsons to get over their hard feelings when they were targeted by these enemies. Even his famous Devil Tongue was probably unable to convince his own uncle to take part in his risky venture. The discussion proceeded onwards. However, Ves continually showed very little interest in speaking with the Leavers. I don't want to waste my energy on those who don't abide by our clan's motto. Ves firmly set his foot down. Even if 90% of the clan wants to leave, I will still answer the same way because I only want comrades at my side who I can trust in battle. While a lot of Larkinson elders looked disappointed, they grudgingly accepted his argument. Ves wasn't wrong by any means, but the departure of so many Larkinsons hurt the clan immensely. Did Calabast come to you with her proposal? Groans immediately sounded across the conference room as at least half of the elders showed some sort of reaction. Who is Calabast? What is her proposal all about? A clueless assembly member asked. It appeared that Calabast only approached the most senior Larkinsons with her radical proposal. This was helpful in maintaining stability. With all of the setbacks it suffered, the clan could hardly endure another shock. However, Ves saw little point in secrecy. Besides, enough time had passed that his clansmen should be able to discuss this idea without losing their temper. He quickly introduced Calabast's suggestion. It didn't take long for the recently enlightened Larkinson's elders to react. Impossible! Becoming a Larkinson is not a matter of changing your last name. There are too many Ovanans. Their religious expression is cute, but it's all superstition. We can't allow our descendants to turn into cultists. A lot of mech pilots who risked their lives during the battle for Kesseling 8 deserve to be honored. However, what have the civilians done for us to warrant the same treatment? Inducting them in the clan will only weaken our martial tradition. From the founding of the Bright Republic, our heritage has always revolved around mechs and mech pilots. We should keep our focus pure and avoid any distractions. Most of the sentiments sounded negative towards Calabast's proposal. Ves didn't expect anything different. Since Ves wasn't sure about his stance on the matter, he didn't bother to support or reject the proposal. Please discuss this suggestion at the Larkinson Assembly and the Executive Council, he requested. Don't discard it right away. No matter what decision you end up with, I hope you'll back it up with serious arguments. Rather than continue to wrestle over this decision, Ves just decided to wash his hands off it and let the rest of the clan decide. In the meantime, Ves could start a new design project. Chapter 1953 Spirit and Body. A few days went by as Ves continued to meet with different people. He discussed the sprawling disposition of vessels with Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin. "We have accumulated a lot of carriers and other vessels, but by and large they are quite vulnerable against enemy attacks," she told him through a projection. "While we have an adequate amount of mechs to protect our fleet, there are various problems related to coordination. Some vessels belong to the Larkinson clan, some vessels follow the lead of the avatars of myth, while many other vessels follow the direction of the living sentinels. This isn't necessarily a problem," Ves responded as he scratched Lucky's chin. "Our combat vessels have to cover for our civilian vessels." "That's true, but our biggest problem is that we lack fully fledged combat vessels. Compared to the Mech Corps or the Cronin dynasty, we are sorely lacking in armored vessels that can withstand a blow and possibly withstand incoming fire. In many naval battles in space, combat carriers and other armored ships are often needed to cover our most vulnerable vessels." Ves grimaced. "We tried to obtain combat carriers, but with the huge demand for starships, we still haven't been able to secure an order." Both of them knew that obtaining combat vessels just wasn't in the cards right now. The declining financial situation of the LMC also didn't help any matters. Even if Ves offered 3 times as much money, the shipyard still wouldn't supply him with a combat vessel. Even though the Sand War was already nearing its end, the Komodo War continued to grow hotter. The fighting at the border between the second-rate states continued to spread like wildfire, while the rest of the Stars sector increasingly began to feel the heat. "We will have to intercept any enemies before they are in range to threaten our ships," Ophelia declared. "While we tentatively have the mechs to fulfill this function, our reserves are distressingly low." "How many spaceborne mechs do we have in total?" "After repairing our damaged mechs, restoring some of the salvaged machines and transferring some land-bound mech pilots to spaceborne mechs, we can muster up around 500 mechs. Manpower is a great bottleneck, but we have picked up a lot of Cronin defectors during our flight from the Ovane Protectorate. As we work them into our hierarchy, we can probably expand our numbers even further." While the amount of mechs didn't sound so bad, the haphazard fleet centered around the Larkinson clan amounted to a lot of ships, all of which were vulnerable to attacks. "We don't have many options available," Ves murmured as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. "Hardly any of the states along our route are great recruitment sites. States such as the Renault Republic and the Council Stars of Lys are either devastated by the Sandmen or already strained for manpower." As for mechs, that was a bit easier. While their fleet didn't possess any strong fabrication capabilities due to the absence of a factory ship, they did pick up a considerable amount of salvage. The CRC mechs they managed to defeat at Kesseling 8 were all worth a considerable amount of money. While it was too difficult to restore them to functionality considering the vast tech disparity, they could still be traded for mechs or recycled in order to utilize their excellent materials elsewhere. After discussing all of these issues, the fleet coordinator bid goodbye while Ves met with various other people. He cautiously sounded out James. The living prophet seemed as obnoxiously friendly as ever, but Ves didn't believe he was as simple as he appeared. "I heard from Calabas that you wanted to join the Larkinson clan. Do you even know what you are asking? While we respect your faith, my relatives and I are highly opposed to religion." James smiled as if there wasn't any problem. "I am sure that you and your fellow Larkinsons are able to tolerate us. We have never compelled others to accept our beliefs. Besides, your Larkinsons and my true believers share a lot more in common than you think. We too cherish fellowship, duty and bravery, especially when it comes to our Cronins." While he was technically right, their fellowship and duty mainly applied to their fellow Ilvanans. "If your true believers ever have to choose between obeying you or me, who will they listen to? Can you guarantee that the Ilvanans working for me will recognize my leadership?" That is all the more reason to merge my followers with your clan. James smiled wider. As long as a separation exists between your Larkin sons and the rest of us, tension will always exist. In contrast, absorbing us into your Larkinson clan will truly unite us all. There will never be an instance where divided loyalties will pose a problem because both believers and non-believers are aligned. As long as your Larkin sons accept my followers in earnest, our differences will diminish. It was impressive how James managed to turn his argument around. Ves had a feeling that there was no point in debating the living prophet because he was so good at it. As the clone of the original prophet, James inherited his gene donator's skilled oratory and exceptional persuasiveness. Along with the illusion that he was able to see the future, Ves constantly felt as if James already foresaw this conversation. Ves felt frustrated the longer he talked to James. As the living prophet provided a lot of reassurances that his believers would earnestly try to integrate with the Larkin sons, he eventually waved his hand. Enough! I'm not the main decision maker. Before you try to obtain my approval, you'll have to convince my secularist relatives why they should embrace your fanatics into the clan. They will come around to our viewpoint, the religious leader immediately declared. While you and your Larkin sons are focusing too much on our differences, in time you will come to appreciate what we share in common. Whatever you say, prophet. Ves ended the conversation as fast as possible. There was just something unsettling about talking to the clone. His apprehension increased when he realized that James was channeling Ylvain's spiritual fragment. The two are in cahoots. This was an incredibly disturbing conclusion. In his perspective, the two shouldn't be intersecting with each other. Ves originally created Ylvain's spiritual fragment out of a minuscule spiritual remnant he lifted from a nutrient-packed wrapper. The spiritual fragment was never meant to be a complete spiritual entity. Yet, as it assumed its position as design spirit, it connected with an increasing number of Ylvainian mech pilots, each of whom developed their own impression of the great prophet. The design spirit began to turn more human. All of those devout Ylvainian mech pilots inadvertently filled the holes in the design spirit's personality, essentially recreating a version of the great prophet in spiritual form. That wasn't necessarily bad. Ves never wanted to restrict his design spirits. He treated them like living beings, and always benefited when they grew stronger and more sophisticated. The problem was that the spiritual fragment was somehow colluding with the clone of the prophet. A clone who only spewed nonsense wasn't very scary. A clone who somehow gained the assistance of a highly compatible design spirit was something else. He shook his head. As much as he wanted to prevent Ylvain's spiritual fragment from getting influenced by the clone, he wasn't sure if it was possible to undo their alliance. One of them was derived from the spirit of Prophet Ylvain, while the other was derived from his body. A very frightening realization suddenly struck him like a lightning bolt. Did I inadvertently resurrect the great prophet? The implications of these words were simply too much for Ves to cope. He didn't believe he brought the original prophet back to life. At most, the design spirit and the clone were merely derivations of a common source. These pale and incomplete copies could never match the original. However, that didn't mean that these incomplete copies would be able to turn into something greater than the original prophet, especially when they pooled their strengths. What Ves didn't understand was why James wanted to become a part of the Larkinson clan. Even if he was just half as capable as the original prophet, then he was definitely capable of branching out on his own. Ves didn't want to devote any more processing power to this issue. Regardless what he thought, the Ylvainians comprised at least half of his workforce, if not more. They crewed his ships, piloted his mechs, and then more. If Ves or the Larkinson clan had a falling out with the true Ylvain dynasty, their fleet would instantly become a shadow of its former self. This was not a time to provoke a schism. As long as his fleet was still traveling through coalition-aligned space, there was always a chance the CRC would strike them again. For better or worse, VS needed the true believers. Tolerating James' nonsense was a small price to pay in exchange for the protection of his loyal followers. As for adopting them into the Larkinson clan, VS did not believe that the future was set in stone. Even prophets were wrong sometimes. After conducting various meetings, VS finally cleared up his agenda. While many issues still needed to be addressed, he merely had to provide direction to his deputies. After Ophelia, Raymond, Melker, and other senior leaders understood his priorities, they dutifully followed his intentions. This finally freed up time for VS to contemplate his next design projects. VS gathered with Gloriana at the Stellar Chasers Mech Workshop. While their cats were nuzzling their noses at each other, both of them sat in front of a terminal. His girlfriend clapped her hand and grinned with excitement. Hi! We're finally designing a mech again! I miss this so much! Their Bright Warrior was their last project. So far, the design proved to be a massive success. Not only did their Bright Warrior model single-handedly beat the CRC in space, it also enabled them to create their first officially recognized masterwork mech. It was very difficult to top that kind of success. VS was still determined to try. Now that he activated Archimedes' Rebel implant, he looked forward to testing how much it boosted his design work. I'm not sure what mech concept we should tackle next, he admitted. I'm a bit short on ideas right now. Well, you already stated that you wanted to design a commercial mech model in order to invigorate the LMC. I take it that you want to present a third-class mech, correct? He nodded. While I'm confident that I'm ready to design a second-class mech, there isn't a viable market in this star sector. The Friday Coalition obviously won't accept my mechs, and the hexadric hegemony is too hung up on my gender to do the same. His girlfriend grinned wider. I wouldn't be so sure about the last one. While Calabast is still finalizing the details with Diva, there may be a possibility for you to design a mech for the hegemony. It'll be fairly special, though. How so? After hearing Calabast and I out, Diva is interested in your glows. The agency is curious whether your design philosophy can be leveraged at the main front of the Komodo War. We made a very persuasive case that we can tilt the balance of all of those pitched battles in our favor due to the proven effects that your glows can affect the morale of thousands of mech pilots. VS looked surprised. Even if that is so, aren't you hexers biased against male mech designers like me? I won't agree to working under another hexer mech designer. I also don't want anyone else to steal my credit for my work. This is non-negotiable, Gloriana. Now that he gained a lot of recognition, he felt more confident about putting down his foot. Even if the hexers were a bunch of female supremacists, it was impossible for them to ignore his value. That won't be a problem, VS. Gloriana reassured him. There is a very elegant solution to your concerns. Diva wants to test the water by allowing you to design a mech. The only condition is that it should exclusively be targeted towards males rather than females. What? Chapter 1954 Condescending Mech Design. Mechs didn't possess genders. Hardly anyone even thought about it. Regardless of whether a mech pilot was male or female, they piloted a machine whether its dimensions resembled a male or female form. Most mech designers defaulted to a male form when they designed a humanoid mech because that was the optimal standard in most cases. Of course, some mechs designed to be slim occasionally looked feminine, but that was ordinarily not a major issue to male mech pilots. These users cared a lot more about the condition and performance of their mechs rather than their gender. Masculine mechs were generally beefier and tougher while feminine mechs were often slammer and faster. This was not a hard rule, though. Plenty of mech designers developed female night mechs, and a lot of light mechs strictly adhered to the masculine form. In short, hardly anyone in the mech industry cared about the gender of a mech. Only a society obsessed with gender differences made this arbitrary distinction. Ves knew that the Hexers didn't forbid their males from piloting mechs. That was simply too stupid considering how they would instantly halve their manpower pool. Otherwise, Venerable Brutus Woden wouldn't be allowed to pilot the Star Dancer in the first place. With a rival as formidable as the Friday Coalition, the Hexers would be fools to cripple their own fighting strength. However, even if the Hexers allowed males to pilot mechs and serve in the Hex army, they predominantly comprise of the lower ranks. There was not a single boy in the senior ranks of the Hex army. It was impossible for boys to be promoted to the rank of mech captain or mech lieutenant. Both male and female Hexers agreed that putting any boy in a leadership position should never be allowed. Therefore, males predominantly comprised the lower ranks of every mech force. The discrimination didn't end there. Aside from blocking the promotion opportunities of the lesser gender, the female Hexers also hogged all of the better mechs to themselves. Gloriana tapped the terminal and projected 2 different mechs. "Here are 2 typical mechs of the Hex army," she began. "One is reserved for boys and the other is reserved for women." There was no question which belonged to which. The mech for boys consisted of a large but fairly low-quality night mech. Even though it was sizable and incorporated a lot of advanced technology, it was hardly the best representation of the strength of the Hex army. It was basically a budget model in second-class terms. The night mech was still a lot more formidable than any third-class equivalent, but it was very much a mech designed to be cheap and economic. What grated Ves the most about this mech design was how it implicitly denigrated its intended users. "This male mech is probably designed by a female Hexer," Ves remarked. There was no doubt in his tone. Gloriana sighed. "That's true. In the hegemony, regardless if a mech is meant to be piloted by boys or women, a female mech designer should always be in charge of the design project. In the history of the hegemony, I'm not sure if the hegemony approved of any mechs designed by a boy. You have to know that even Brutus will never pilot an expert mech designed by a fellow male. It's simply unthinkable." That shouldn't necessarily be an issue. Plenty of female mech designers were able to design excellent mechs for males. However, with the mindset the Hexer females adopted, their condescension and disregard for boys was subtly evident in the design choices they made. The night mech design that Gloriana used as an example was designed to act as cannon fodder. It combined mediocre exotics and materials into an economically efficient package that was meant to offer as much protection as possible. This wasn't necessarily bad, but the defensive mech was significantly poorer in preserving the life of the mech pilot. First, its armor layout and its internal architecture was meant to make the mech as durable as possible. The degree of compartmentalization was very high. Even if an enemy finally breached its armor and felled the mech, enough of the wreck should be able to survive to make it possible to restore it back to functionality after performing restoration work. However, the degree of redundancy was rather low, and Ves noticed a distinct priority in protecting the power reactor and mech engine over the cockpit. The meaning of this mech was very clear to Ves. Its designer valued the internal components of the mech design over its intended mech pilots. This was a very unusual design priority. In other mech markets, preserving the life of the mech pilot was one of the top 3 priorities of a mech. No one wanted to pilot a death trap. Any mech that didn't prioritize the lives of its mech pilots would never be liked by its intended customers. Only stupid customers purchased these kinds of mechs. If boys actually had a say in the hegemony, then a knight mech like this would never be allowed into the mech lineup of the Hex army. The female-shaped swordsman mech was obviously better. It was a premier mech that was at least 8 times more expensive than the previous mech. Despite its smaller dimensions, its high-quality armor system made it even more resilient than the knight mech. Its lower mass and stronger locomotion made the swordsman mech a lot more mobile. If that wasn't enough, it came with integrated flight modules that allowed the mechs to hop rapidly across the battlefield or fly in the air or space with reasonable effectiveness. Naturally, the feminine mech design also provided a lot of protection to the mech pilot. Its cockpit was clad with a hefty layer of armor. In the event of ejection, its formidable thrusters ensured that it would rapidly be able to flee to the rear intact. All in all, the mindsets of the mech designers of the two mechs couldn't be more different. Ves grimaced and crossed his arms. "What is the point of showing me this insulting comparison?" His girlfriend shouldn't be blind to the differences either. "I know how bad it looks, but this is what Hexer mech pilots and mech designers are accustomed to. Male mechs are designed to fulfill supportive roles in the battlefield, while female mechs are meant to achieve victory. Any mechs designed for Hexers have to fit this paradigm." She elaborated on what she meant by displaying other male and female Hexer mech designs. Male mech designs generally consisted of relatively lower-end support mechs. That translated to defensive mechs and ranged mechs that were very necessary in any force makeup but rarely stole the show in a battle. The knight mechs were meant to anchor the enemy, while the ranged mechs were meant to provide ranged support. Both mech types had the potential to be more than a generic presence on the battlefield. His old Black Beak and Crystal Lord designs were excellent examples. The Black Beak was an offensive knight rather than a defensive knight. While its defensive capabilities weren't as formidable, its mobility more than made up for it, allowing its mech pilot to take the fight to the enemy or perform various complicated maneuvers. The Crystal Lord was not only fast, but also resilient. This allowed its mech pilot to deploy it closer to the enemy and enable it to duel opponents with the confidence that its armor would always hold up against opposing range mechs. In both cases, Ves designed the mechs to empower the mech pilot. During his various mastery experiences, Ves learned how much mech pilots valued agency. Mech pilots always sought to do something, but they weren't always able to follow through because their mechs limited their options. Ves had encountered plenty of mech models where their mech designers deliberately lowered the agency of the mech pilots. Frontline mechs were pretty much centered around this premise. His own Desolate Soldier model also adopted it to some degree. However, the intentions of their mech designers were always benign. Ves designed the Desolate Soldier to be simple in order to accommodate a very wide variety of skill levels. Those good intentions were absent in Hexer mech designs targeted to males. To Ves, it seemed that their female lead designers deliberately infantilized their target audience, expecting them to screw up if they piloted anything more powerful or complicated. This meant that regardless of the skill level of male Hexer mech pilots, their performance on the battlefield wouldn't differ that much because the good ones weren't able to surpass the limitations of their mechs. When Ves described his observations to Gloriana, she at least looked ashamed. "To be honest, I agree with you," she said. "I used to design exclusively for women, but once I took part in the development of Brutus Star Dancer, I learned that boys can be just as impressive as women on the battlefield. Women are better leaders, of course, but when it comes to pure fighting, boys inherently possess a greater propensity for violence." That sounded both right and wrong. Ves was glad that she acknowledged that male mech pilots were just as good as female mech pilots, but what was that about propensity for violence? "Designing a Hexer mech is becoming even less and less attractive to me," Ves scowled. "If I have to design a mech, I want to do it on my terms." His girlfriend did her best to reassure him. I didn't show you these examples in order to force you to adhere to them. I'm aware your design style doesn't agree with our style of mech design. Calabast and I communicated that to Diva, and the agency altered its demands as a response. What does Diva want? I already told you, VS. They want you to design a male mech that is oriented around support. The key is the glow of the mech. It should support the Hex army and suppress the Friday Man combatants on the battlefield. The details are mostly up to us, but Diva did attach some additional conditions to this commission. She sent him a list of requirements and specifications. Overall, VS didn't have to worry about licensing any components, because Diva would be extending its proprietary component licenses to VS for the project. That said, the budget of the project was fairly strict. Male mech designs were not allowed to be better than their female equivalents. Perhaps the only upside to the project was that VS and Gloriano were able to choose the mech type of their next project themselves. Whether they wanted to design a ranged mech, melee mech, space-borne mech, or land-bound mech was fully up to them. The only caveat was that their choice should fully conform to a supportive function, so VS wasn't allowed to pick a swift light skirmisher or a flashy lancer mech. The restrictions grated on VS. Can I refuse? He asked. Gloriana shook her head and smirked. Not this time. Remember that Diva is almost about to rescue your captured relatives. The amount of effort they put in this operation is significant. They expect something in return, and designing a mech that can embolden Hexers and strike fear in the hearts of the Friday Men is the best way to pay back your debt. Obviously, his girlfriend was very eager to accept this commission. She knew how much potential his design philosophy possessed, and she wanted VS to demonstrate his strength in order to earn even more appreciation from her fellow Hexers. For his part, VS may not like the Hexer approach to mech design, but it seemed this was the only acceptable way for a boy like him to offer a mech to the Hexers. VS hadn't forgotten about his determination to take revenge on the Friday Men. Killing his relatives and ruining their lives had to be paid back 1,000-fold. Therefore, even if it was an insult to his dignity, VS was more than willing to grit his teeth and accept Diva's conditions if it meant he could exact his revenge. Chapter 1955 Anti-Crowd. Let's put Diva's commission aside for the moment, VS suggested. All of this is a bit new to me. I think I need to study Hexer mech designs more extensively in order to develop a vision that conforms to your people's demands. The rebellious part of him wanted to subvert the commission in some way. He wanted to sneak a design past the Hexers that secretly empowered male mech pilots. VS immediately thought of the Adonis Colossus. Of all of his mech designs, this custom mech was the epitome of an alpha male design. His first idea was to reuse Bravo, its design spirit, into his Hexer mech design. Perhaps he could slowly insert some much-needed backbone in the spine of those repressed male mech pilots. It was a stupid idea. The Hexers probably watched their boys like a hawk. Any adverse change would doubtlessly be investigated. If it turned out that all they shared in common was the mech they piloted, then VS would get into a lot of trouble. As much as he wanted to give those poor men a much-needed boost, the price was too much. He would get into so much trouble with the Hexers that he might ruin all of the goodwill he earned so far. Gloriano would be displeased as well, which was an even greater reason for him to refrain from messing around. Besides, as a matter of principle, VS despised duplicity when it came to commissions. As a mech designer, he had to be professional and design a mech that best fit the demands of his client. Perhaps he broke or bent these principles sometimes, but generally VS truly valued honesty in mech design. People may lie, but mechs were always honest. VS didn't want to stoop to sabotaging or subverting the intentions of his clients just because he was in a bad mood. That was unprofessional and would certainly harm his reputation if his shenanigans became known. He glanced towards his girlfriend, who offered him a brilliant smile. He doubted that Gloriana would let him get away with any of his vile plots. While she deviated from the mold of a stereotypical hexer, she still cared a lot about her home state. She would never do anything that harmed the hegemony. She stretched out her finger. I will transfer a selection of iconic hexer designs as well as my personal notes to you. Would you like me to pass it to your cranial implant? No. Ahem, just send it to my comm as usual. I'll peruse it in my own time. While his Archimedes Rebal could fit an enormous amount of data, VS was not about to fill it up with junk. How will his implant shape his thoughts when it was filled with mech designs that denigrated their male mech pilots and nonsensical propaganda of how boys shouldn't be entrusted with responsibilities? Although the implant was typically designed to prevent this kind of bleed-through, VS was not going to take any risks on this matter. After Gloriana transferred the files to his comm, they went back to the original topic. We can tackle multiple projects at the same time, he said. We can work on Diva's commission at the same time as designing the LMC's next commercial mech. Let's exchange some ideas on the latter. Do you have any suggestions? You want to design a third-class mech, right? Then perhaps you can design something with an eye towards our own needs. We already have the Bright Warrior, Gloriana. It's not just a single mech design, but a platform that encompasses 4 different configurations. In fact, we can even design additional configurations as long as it's not too extreme. Gloriana shook her head. I know, but the Bright Warrior platform isn't a solution to everything. First, demand for it heavily outstrips supply. The availability of Briar alloys still remained very limited, and the entire fleet only offered 2 advanced workshops that were capable of fabricating Bright Warrior mechs. Second, not all of our mech pilots are able to promote to second-class mech pilots within a year. She continued. Some people are simply less talented or need more time to learn how to handle a higher class of mechs. In the interim, they need a serviceable mech design to perform their duties. While your avatars and sentinels are fine with piloting third-party mechs, I think they probably prefer to pilot mechs with glows. He agreed with her. As a mech designer, how could he continue to rely so heavily on the products of other mech designers? Certainly, there were cases where it was acceptable for mech designers to rely on other people's products. Someone who specialized in a specific type or category of mechs like Keddy's wouldn't be able to design her own range mechs. Lack of familiarity or expertise was another reason for VS to rely on third-party mechs. While he considered himself to be rather versatile, he possessed enough self-knowledge to know that he wouldn't be able to design a fantastic heavy mech. Considering that his slower mech pilots wouldn't be able to turn into second-class mech pilots anytime soon, it was not a waste of time to design a third-class mech that fit their needs. VS came up with a set of requirements. Since my Larkinson clan will be roving in space, we'll have to design a space-borne mech. It has to be able to fill a niche in our mech roster, but also be commercially viable. I'm not giving up on designing a mech that appeals to the market. What will be the price tier of your mech? Premium, he decided. Not too extravagant, but not cheap by any means. It has to be a mech that shouldn't be difficult to field en masse, but it has to be more than cannon fodder. Our mech pilots deserve better than being treated as disposable meat shields. He implicitly criticized the hexer approach to mech design with that remark, and Gloriana knew it. She winced at his acid tone. You're in charge when it comes to mass-market mechs. I'm in charge when we design a custom mech. We agreed on that at the start of our collaboration. He was being a bit too harsh on her. Normally, she often adjusted to his preferences in their collaborations. He was being a bit more catty than usual after Gloriana revealed another ugly aspect about hexer society. Let's list out some mech types, he suggested. Okay. Gloriana pressed her finger against her lips. Our bright warriors already fulfill the basic functions, but the Battle of Kesseling 8 showed that we are still short on a couple of aspects. Such as? Well, we could use a better solution against a flood of low-quality mechs. In both the space battle and the land battle, the CRC attacked us in tandem with foreign mercenaries. Since they can do so once, they can do it again. Besides, not all of our enemies are powerful state actors. What if we cross horns with a major pirate syndicate? What if we enter into a vendetta with a powerful mercenary organization? The Bright Warriors' configurations are quite good at confronting powerful mechs, but they don't possess an inherent advantage against massed attacks. Her words had merit. While Ves didn't have the time to study the Battle of Kesseling 8 in detail yet, from what he had seen, quantity could be just as scary as quality when the numbers were great enough. However, providing a solution was easier said than done. In the same class, no mech could mow down dozens of enemy mechs with a couple of attacks. The only exception was expert mechs, but they were not in his consideration right now. Some mechs offered better options than others against massed attacks. What about artillery mechs? Ves proposed. Medium artillery mechs or heavy artillery mechs? Medium, of course. Heavy mechs are generally reserved to state actors and mech militaries. It's too cumbersome for us to field heavy mechs. They require specialized knowledge to design, fabricate, and maintain. She nodded in agreement. You aren't wrong, but third-class artillery mechs are rather limited. The reason why most third-class artillery mechs fall under the heavyweight class is because they are very demanding mechs. All of their might and firepower requires lots of capacity. Most of our battles are fairly short, though, Ves retorted. We aren't invading a fortification or anything. We can make do with less capacity as long as the battle doesn't last long enough to require a resupply. Even if our medium artillery mechs are forced to return to their carriers, it shouldn't take too long to replenish their magazines and energy cells. I still think they are too limited. While they are reasonably effective at a distance, they aren't necessarily good against a group of mechs, especially in a space environment. I was thinking about designing a striker mech. A striker mech? Yes, a striker mech. You never designed a striker mech before, right? He nodded. Striker mechs are on my list. I always wanted to design one. I'm not so sure that this is the right time. Striker mechs armed with flamethrowers can be an effective deterrent against massed attacks. I don't entirely agree, Gloriana. They're less effective in this role in space. The distances are greater and the formations are more dispersed. While striker mechs can still be useful in fending of light skirmishers and other thinly armored mechs, their armaments are notoriously poor at piercing armor. That's not important. The Bright Warriors are already capable of defeating tough opponents. What we need is a mech that can wipe out the riffraff in the most efficient way possible. A striker mech is the obvious answer. While Ves didn't fully buy in her argument, he couldn't provide any alternatives. It was different for higher classes of mechs. Second-class mech design opened up a lot of options. For example, an energy rifleman mech could put its weapon in a wide-area scatter mode. However, at the bottom class, Ves was mainly confined to specialized mechs with hardly any room for gimmicks and gadgets. After a bit more discussion, they decided to settle on a space-borne medium striker mech. To be honest, due to his recent mastery experience, Ves wanted to design a light skirmisher. While he hadn't learned as much about light skirmishers than he expected, he did pick up a handful of insights that he wanted to test in a mech design. A new light skirmisher model wasn't as needed as a striker mech, though. The avatars and sentinels already fielded decent commercial light skirmishers. They also fielded a handful of striker mechs, but they weren't as suited to counter massed attacks as they wanted. Gloriana doodled a very rough sketch in the air. The projected lines came together to form a mech that resembled a knight mech without a shield. Since this mech is meant to counter massed enemies, it's mainly reactive rather than proactive. Mobility isn't as important. Instead, we should make it as tough as our budget allows. She added a crude representation of a flamethrower a moment later. Cheap mechs usually skimp out on heat management. Their maximum heat tolerance is very limited, and it's very easy to overwhelm them with heat. Even if the enemy avoids the flames, they can still act as a deterrent and keep them at bay. Ves studied the sketch and tried to extrapolate its performance if they fleshed it out. With our budget, it's difficult to make the flamethrower potent enough. The armor system of a defensive mech already demands a lot of money. There is hardly any money left to improve the weapon. That's not necessarily the case, at least when it comes to us. She grinned. As long as the LMC gets back on track, our financial situation will improve. We can outfit our striker mechs with sturdier flamethrowers and more potent propellants. If we have to go back to saving money, then we can just switch to cheaper propellants for a time. That actually sounded reasonable. Chapter 1956 Limited Capacity. Striker mechs predominantly served a defensive role in combat. They stacked up almost as much armor as knight mechs. Sometimes they carried a shield, but usually they didn't bother with one in favor of carrying a large and powerful area of effect weapon. Shotguns and flamethrowers were the most basic and iconic weapons associated with striker mechs. Higher classes of striker mechs even wielded more advanced weapons such as gravity manipulators or high-powered heat projectors. Though their mobility was almost as bad as knight mechs, as long as the enemy had to come to them, these mechs formed an effective deterrent against any melee mech. Compared to more traditional ranged mechs, striker mechs were much more proficient in close-ranged combat. They traded punch and penetration for wide-area denial. While they were fairly decent at attacking offensive melee mechs such as swordsman mechs or spearman mechs, they were far more suited at countering light mechs. Compared to medium mechs, light mechs possessed much less armor. Compared to other mechs, their armor might as well be as fragile as skin. In compensation, their mobility was the highest out of all of the weight classes. They survived on the battlefield despite their paper-thin armor by evading attacks and using their superior mobility to maneuver in complex environments. Yet for all of their fancy flight maneuvers or footwork, if their opponent was able to blast an entire area with weapons fire, how could they possibly dodge? Tougher mechs may be able to withstand the flames or shotgun pellets for a time, but light mechs didn't have that luxury most of the time. Ves knew that striker mechs performed differently in space than on land. On the ground, distances were much smaller. It was much easier for striker mechs to make an impact on the battlefield as light mechs didn't have as much room for maneuver. However, Ves and Gloriana considered designing a striker mech for space combat. This was a lot more difficult as the larger distances and additional degrees of freedom made it much more harder to deny an area. Once light mechs got close, they could approach an enemy from the front, left, right, rear, top or bottom. Still, any melee mech still had to get close in order to make good on their threat. The closer they got, the easier it was to narrow down their angle of approach. Even though striker mechs were too slow to chase after light mechs, that wasn't necessarily important. As long as they deterred a melee mech from moving close, they wouldn't be able to inflict any meaningful damage. If this lasted long enough, then the defending side would surely be able to gain an advantage because their enemies were unable to leverage all of their mechs. The mech concept that Gloriana proposed had to do all of this, and more. Right now, Ves agreed with Gloriana that they needed to have a solution ready to resist masses of low-quality mechs. Even if it wasn't possible to destroy them en masse right away, Just pressuring them and blunting their momentum was enough to give his mech forces a much-needed reprieve. For this reason, they started sketching a striker mech that started off with a flamethrower as its primary armament. "We need to reserve plenty of capacity," Gloriana explained as she sketched out a large and armored tank on the rear of their draft design. "Land-bound striker mechs usually operate in standard atmospheric conditions, so their flamethrowers can draw on plenty of oxygen in the air to feed their combustion reactions." There was no air in space. That meant there wasn't any oxygen in space. Under these conditions, how could someone start a fire in space? The simplest answer was to bring your own oxidizing agent. It didn't necessarily have to be oxygen. While oxygen was rather cheap, there were denser and more efficient substances available. The same went for the propellant. When they were laced with potent exotics, the energy they unleashed in the form of heat could reach extreme levels. The only issue was that more effective substances cost a lot more money. Operating a striker mech could get very expensive as their propellants and oxidizing agents quickly ate in someone's budget. However, this also gave their owners a lot of choice. If an outfit had to tighten their belts, then they could settle for cheap fuel and oxygen. If the avatars added a striker mech to their roster, then Commander Melker would definitely invest millions of hex credits in enhancing its firepower. Ves never designed a striker mech before. He had seen plenty of them in action, both on land and in space, and understood how they worked and how they were put together in theory. It turned out that they were a lot more complex to design in practice. It wasn't a matter of complexity. Striker mechs were very simple by nature. Just like knight mechs, they weren't required to perform any fancy moves. Third-class mechs also didn't contain a lot of extra functions. The only problem was capacity. "There's too little room," Ves complained as he petted Lucky's back. "Meow." He looked down at the cat lounging on his lap. "No matter how many exotics you eat, it all seems to disappear in your stomach. I can't say the same for our draft design." Even if the propellant and oxidizing agent came in a compressed and compact state, striker mechs could go through their reserves at a frightening rate. Compounding the capacity problem was the need to manage their heat. The flamethrowers and striker mechs themselves had to channel and contain an immense amount of heat. Even if most of the energy was projected outwards, plenty of it still washed over the mech itself. As mechs were unable to shunt away as much heat in space than on land, this could pose a very serious problem if the design of the mech did not sufficiently cope with its own heat. Perhaps the only mitigating factor was that the mechs usually ran out of propellant before their heat reached critical levels. Meow. While Lucky was taking a break, Clixie was cheerfully eating a bowl of freshly prepared cat food. Gloriana's chefs weren't just good at cooking human food, but they were also proficient in satisfying the taste palates of cats. "Hee!" Gloriana smiled and rubbed Clixie's belly. "Meow!" "Oh, sorry!" While playing with their cats cheered them up, neither Ves nor Gloriana felt very good about their draft design. No matter how ingenious they tried to be, striker mechs were brutally straight and simple from a design perspective. They needed to fit in too much stuff. It was already bad enough when it came to land-bound mechs, but the space-borne versions were much more burdened in this aspect. A lot of capacity had to be reserved for armor. As high-priority targets, striker mechs often attracted a lot of firepower. Unlike rifleman mechs, mobility warfare was not an option due to all of the propellant, oxidizing agents, heat sinks they carried. On top of that, their flight system also took up a substantial amount of capacity. Flight systems took up a lot of space, demanded a lot of energy, and generated a considerable amount of heat. From a technical standpoint, these weren't very complex elements. They just took up a lot of space, and there were very limited ways to mitigate this issue. Gloriana furrowed her brows as she studied their current draft design. Since Ves gained a bioimplant, he was finally able to keep up with Gloriana's mental calculations. Even though the projected design was just a draft, its technical precision and accuracy already reached a very advanced level. Yet despite its beauty, the draft design didn't convey any notable advantages compared to comparable products on the market. Third-class space-borne striker mechs are much more limited than I anticipated. His girlfriend pressed her fingers against her head. No matter how much we adjust its configuration, we can't gain any additional advantages. More propellant and oxidizing agents resulted in less armor and heat sinks. More heat sinks resulted in less propellant, oxidizers, and armor. More armor resulted in less propellant, oxidizers, and heat sinks. Such trade-offs were ubiquitous in mech design, but the problem was that no amount of ingenuity could offer a better trade-off. Gloriana was particularly annoyed with the limited tech base and material availability. She didn't shy away from the challenge, though. She knew she had to utilize her recently improved mech affinity and the countless insights she gained from the Bright Warrior and Quint to design her most efficient third-class mech to date. As for Ves, he was already starting to think how he could increase the value proposition of a commercial space-borne striker mech when he couldn't rely on superior technology, expensive materials, or design ingenuity. "How good are the second-class versions of this mech type?" he asked. "They're totally better. Everything takes up less capacity as their degree of miniaturization is much higher. They can also use more effective means of area denial, such as creating localized gravity wells that don't rely on ammunition or propellants. Even if they utilize a classic flamethrower, the quality of propellants and oxidizing agents are so powerful that they can pose a threat against any melee mech, not just lightly armored ones." The more advanced striker mechs even made use of dimensional storage, allowing them to carry a lot more charges than their frames allowed. In other words, they were just like Lucky and his bottomless stomach. Ves sighed. After designing something as fantastic as the Bright Warrior, he felt incredibly constrained now that he was back to his old haunt. It was as if he returned from living in Gloriana's opulent mansion to his rickety wooden shack with a leaky roof. If Ves designed this striker mech for his mech forces, then he wouldn't care that much about the budget of the mech. Any insurmountable problem could easily be solved as long as he threw enough money at it. This was exactly why the Bright Warrior performed so well during the Battle of Kesseling 8. Yet who could spend as much money as Ves? Not many. Mechs sold on the market had to perform their functions as efficiently as possible. A mech that could do the same job as a competing mech but at half the cost would certainly take the crown. When was the last time he designed a true commercial mech? Too long, it seemed, because Ves didn't feel very willing to abide by these restrictions. He knew that this was not a good development. Third-class mech designs was his route. For years he tried to work around their many limitations. The more he felt constrained, the more he felt pressured to innovate and develop brilliant design solutions. If he continued to come up with expensive designs such as the Bright Warrior, Ves feared losing his efficiency edge. In the mech market, mech designs had to be cost-effective. Ves wouldn't be able to compete as effectively if he forgot how to design an inferior mech with superior value. As long as he regained and maintained this edge, he could carry it over to second-class mech design and gain a lot more advantages over the competition. Gloriana herself already recognized how useful it was to practice with designing these kinds of limiting mechs. How could Ves possibly fall behind his own girlfriend? As a bona fide man, he refused to be worse than her in designing the mechs that formed his design roots. "I don't want our upcoming product to become a forgettable addition to the mech market," Ves declared. The LMC needs a bestseller in order to invigorate its brand, and I need to prove that my previous commercial mech designs aren't outliers. I think we should increase the value of our Striker mech design in two ways. First, we need to develop a good mech concept that synergizes with its glow. Second, we need some way to make its technical performance stand out. One of the two is not enough. We need both to deliver a product that can sell throughout the entire star sector, no star cluster. His ambition wasn't limited to the Komodo star sector anymore. Chapter 1957 Deterrence. While Gloriana started to explore how they could give their Striker mech design a performance edge, Ves began to explore its mech concept. He wanted to develop a compelling vision for his mech. Its design and features had to harmonize with each other in a way that made sense. In order to come up with a good idea, Ves began to doodle with the appearance of the mech. Approaching the Striker mech from an artistic direction rather than a technical direction was a lot more comfortable to him. His stress noticeably decreased as Ves temporarily put aside the headache-inducing capacity issues. As a mech designed to fight against a horde of enemy mechs, the mech needed to project a very strong image. If the enemy mech pilots believed his Striker mech was a pushover, then they were much more likely to brave the flames. This was not an outcome that Ves wanted to see. After examining the draft design from every direction, he decided to gain some inspiration from the battle footage taken from the Battle of Kesseling 8. He loaded up the recordings and silently observed the brief but very intense battle in space from multiple angles. He witnessed many heroic sights. The handful of deliverers put heavy pressure on the mercenary commanders. Ayman Ingvar recklessly dove into the enemy ranks. Ves Larkinson's Shield of Samar came to his rescue. The Solar Warriors held off the powerful second-class CRC mechs. The Nova Warriors whittle away the mercenary mechs. The Quint single-handedly destroyed several CRC mechs in its Lancer mech configuration. All in all, his Bright Warrior mechs did a marvelous job in foiling the CRC's attempt to cut off the Larkinson clan's escape route. Naturally, Ves also saw how many Avatar and Sentinel mechs succumbed to the flood of enemies. If they weren't being taken out by a single attack from a CRC mech, they faltered as soon as they were being mobbed by several mercenary mechs. It didn't matter if the enemy machines were cheaper and not as well maintained. Aside from the Bright Warriors and the Shield of Samar, every other mech in the Avatar and Sentinel space-borne contingent were unable to contend against this aggression. If the Bright Warriors hadn't whittled down the CRC mechs and leveraged their superior defensive powers to sweep away the mercenaries, the battle in space might have been lost. Could the battle have turned out better if his mech forces fielded more Striker mechs? Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. He could see Gloriana's point. While the CRC mechs wouldn't be deterred at all, the mercenary mechs would have never made so many aggressive and unbridled attack passes if they had to brave a lot of flames. Some of the mercenary corps that took part in the attack were obviously not as diligent in servicing their mechs than other outfits. He paused the footage and zoomed in on a number of enemy mechs. On certain mechs, he spotted numerous signs of botched repairs, lack of maintenance, and a lot of cut corners. What was particularly egregious was that the armor coverage of some of the mechs was not complete. Against a fully armored target, flamethrowers weren't particularly deadly. The flames mostly melted the surface layers while increasing the heat level of the target. However, the damage was countless times worse if the armor of the target contained vulnerabilities. Striker mechs were able to inflict a lot of damage to the internals of a mech. The extreme application of heat and energy ruined lots of delicate components and machinery at a time. A Striker mech was a damaged mech's worst nightmare. We could have used more Striker mechs, Ves concluded. A lot more Avatar and Sentinel mechs would have still been up if his mech forces possessed an effective solution against massed attacks. While a striker mech was only effective against melee mechs, freeing up pressure up close was vital in allowing friendly ranged mechs to fire at their targets without getting chased. He shut down the projector. Despite the large amount of mechs, the battle didn't last very long. VS had already seen what he needed to see, and he could always recall footage because he uploaded the files in his Archimedes Rebel implant. His implant was supercharging his thinking speed and efficiency. Even if he didn't project the draft design, he could precisely envision it with his partially digitized mind. In fact, if they wanted to, VS and Gloriana were fully capable of designing their mech in their minds. He was a bit uncomfortable with this method, though. Visualizing his mech with his eyes was just a bit more real and substantial to him. It was hard to take a mech design seriously if it only existed in his mind. Besides, VS also needed to cooperate and coordinate with other mech designers. While it was no problem for him to exchange data with Gloriana, they also had to share their work with two design teams. The Bright Warriors failed to scare the mercenaries until my mechs finally crushed the CRC mechs. The bridge mechs weren't as overwhelming as second-class mechs, but they were definitely superior to third-class mechs. Sadly, his opponents didn't always possess a good discernment for mechs. If his enemies didn't study his mech lineup beforehand, then they could easily mistake the Bright Warriors as bog-stand third-class mechs. Being underestimated was usually an advantage. However, the lack of deterrence value also meant that his forces would probably get into fights that could have been avoided if his enemies properly recognized their strength. What VS found notable about the mercenaries was that their morale at the start was very high. Likely buoyed by the rich rewards promised by the CRC, the mercenaries fought as if they would be set for life as long as they did their part. The greedier the mercenaries, the harder they fought. And mercenaries are always greedy for money. Money translated into luxury. Money could be spent on training or augmentations. Money allowed mech pilots to buy their own personally owned mechs, thereby freeing them from depending on their employers. In short, as long as someone waved enough money in front of their faces, the mercenaries were more than willing to disregard a portion of their fear of death and take some risks. His thoughts grew more focused towards manipulating morale. This happened to be an area his design philosophy excelled in. He learned the importance of maintaining the confidence of his own men from watching how Major Vero motivated the hearts of the flagrant vandals. He incorporated these lessons in his own design approach. His desolate soldiers and his bright warriors were already doing a great job in boosting the confidence of his mech pilots. While their glows were also capable of pressuring enemy mech pilots, they didn't particularly excel in this aspect. VS didn't prioritize the deterrence of his previous mech designs. It had never been a major problem up until now. What tools do I have to enhance the deterrence value of my striker mech? He turned his gaze back towards the projected draft design and tried to come up ways to spice up its functional appearance. VS came up with two immediate answers. First, he could shape the appearance of the mech in order to induce fear. The more intimidating it looked, the more its opponents faltered in their charge. Second, he could complement the mech's fearsome appearance with an equally fearsome glow. To generate such a glow, VS had to empower his striker mech design with a suitable design spirit. Should I reuse one of my existing ones or create a new one? Right now, VS wasn't in a good position to harvest one from an exhibeast. His fleet was constantly fleeing in the direction of hegemony-aligned space, and all of the star systems they passed through were completely ravaged by the Sandmen. His second option was to create a new spiritual product. However, that was a fairly substantial effort, and expended resources that Ves wanted to use as sparingly as possible. His most preferred method was to see if he could reuse an existing design spirit. After a bit of thought, two answers came in mind. The milder option was to make use of Zygra, the deceased crowned cat of Felixia. Despite Zygra's irreconcilable hatred against Ves, that didn't stop him from using the feline spirit to empower the devil tiger and the prideful soldier designs. The more extreme option was to draw upon Nixie, the ancient spiritual entity held captive in the ancient sarcophagus. While Ves had already made use of several spiritual fragments harvested from the tyrannical spirit, he usually processed and sanitized them until they turned into strong and pliable spiritual ingredients. What if Ves held back on removing their negative traits? What if he preserved much of what made Nixie so unsettlingly scary and intimidating? The ancient sarcophagus was safely stowed aboard the Scarlet Rose along with the rest of the contents of his vault, so he wasn't able to visit it immediately. Still, in his memory, the ancient sarcophagus once exerted a very subtle but unavoidable pressure on Ves until it finally came to head. Nixie could also drive anyone in the vicinity to madness as long as they were trapped in the same chamber as the Red Coffin. Ves had already tested it out by using the cowardly William Urbish as a test subject. In short, incorporating Nixie or some of the ancient alien's aspects was a good way to pump up the fear factor of his mech. Yet, Ves began to frown. It was far too dangerous to make use of Nixie in this fashion. Just like Cassandra Breyer, Nixie was a hostile existence who possessed overwhelming strength but were constrained by their respective cages. By allowing Nixie to extend his influence outside his cage was incredibly dangerous. Ves had already suffered several times from Cassandra Breyer's interference. Adding another threat in the form of Nixie would probably drive him crazy. Ves always had to be careful in deciding which entities he chose to become his design spirits. Every design spirit earned spiritual feedback. They drew from the spiritual strength of every mech pilot and increased their strength as a result. This interaction wasn't very apparent if only a couple of mechs had been produced. Yet Ves didn't intend to design a custom mech or a low-production commission mech. He wanted to design a striker mech that had the potential to dominate the market for its product category. His ambition was to match and surpass the success he enjoyed when he published his Desolate Soldier design. If Ves was able to achieve this ambition, then he might be able to sell millions of copies of his striker mech throughout the Komodo star sector, and possibly other star sectors. With millions of mech pilots providing active feedback to Nixie, Ves feared that he would not be able to stop him from gaining enough strength to break out of his prison. Nixie is not a good choice. His emotions became a lot more stable when he turned his attention to Zygra. While the crowned cat was just as hostile as Nixie, he wasn't nearly as strong or sophisticated. Nixie likely used to be an alien tyrant and leader who dominated an empire in ancient times. Zygra was just a genetically engineered cat who ruled an artificial jungle until Lady Miralix of House Laterna successfully hunted it down in a fair and officially recognized crown hunt. There was no comparison. While Zygra was clearly the weaker entity, Ves was fully confident he could keep it under control even if his striker mech became popular. Unlike Nixie, who possesses an intelligent mentality, Zygra is as stupid as a cat. He's only capable of displaying primal aggression and instinctual behavior. Meow! Lucky looked at Ves in anger. What did he say about cats? Ves looked down at his gem cat. I'm not wrong. I doubt you're smarter than a crowned cat. Meow. Chapter 1958 Fearpulse. After settling for Zygra as his striker mech's design spirit, Ves obtained a lot more direction for his mech design. He let his imagination run wild. As he faced the projection of the draft design, he began to alter its appearance to align with its design spirit. He didn't transform his striker mech into a tiger mech or anything as radical. He wanted to theme his striker mech design in the same way his Aurora Titan design was themed around Kalangso. The humanoid mech form was still the most versatile mech type, especially in space. There was also an inherent advantage in keeping the flamethrower weapon system separate from the frame of the mech. Due to all of the heat and energy the weapon channeled, they degraded incredibly fast. Unless mech technicians performed top-notch maintenance on the weapons, it was inevitable for them to malfunction or break down in battle. If the flamethrower weapon system was attached to the mech, then it was pretty much impossible to repair it in battle. If the mech merely carried a flamethrower, then it shouldn't be a problem for it to discard the broken weapon and pick up a spare one as soon as it returned to its mothership. Besides, while striker mechs were often known for wielding shotguns or flamethrowers, they were also able to stow away their primary armaments and pull out a sword in order to fend off enemies up close. This was an important feature of striker mechs. Since they always fought against mechs at a close distance, they inevitably had to fight off mechs that succeeded in getting close. Ves left all of these details for later. For now, he continued to make the draft more distinct. It was a lot like drawing concept art. It didn't matter if the exact proportions and outer components were subject to change. What Ves mainly sought was to create a powerful impression of his next mech design. Just like the Devil Tiger, Ves coated the mech in a rust-brown shade. He took pains to make sure its shade wasn't identical to the Devil Tiger's shade. There was no need for him to draw trouble to himself. He played with the contours of the striker mech and turned it a bit more angular. He made sure to add his signature look to the head before surrounding it with Gloriana's hexagon. The striker mech immediately took on a very different character with the addition of the signature looks. Just like with his Deliverer and Bright Warriors, the third eye and the hexagon added a mysterious quality to their designs. Normally, Ves appreciated this change, but now it looked rather incongruent with the intimidating theme of his striker mech. Maybe I should vary their appearances for this design. He lifted his fingers and modified the projected appearance of the head. Instead of keeping its third eye white, he transformed it into an ominous red and black cat eye. He also changed its glow from white to red. To make Gloriana's hexagon fit, he experimented with various tones until he settled for a brighter shade of red. Once he stepped back and studied his alterations, he became a lot more satisfied with its appearance. The mech looked like it dipped out of hell in order to exact judgment on the living. Its reddish coating and its intimidating red third eye conveyed a very aggressive impression. When Ves imagined the mech wielding a flamethrower that spewed out a copious amount of flames, he believed the combination already achieved a substantial amount of deterrence solely due to its appearance. Once he imparted it with a glow based on Zygra's aggression and intimidation factor, the striker mech would definitely strike fear in the hearts of its enemies. What about the mech pilot? Ves remembered that he had gone rather crazy when he designed the Devil Tiger. He incorporated it with an illegally modified neural interface that came with very loose safety restrictions. The purpose of this design choice was to give the design spirit an opportunity to mess with the mech pilot of the Devil Tiger. Obviously, he couldn't do that again for his upcoming mech design. His commercial products not only needed to be safe, but also had to earn the MTA's approval. The most Ves could do was to make use of the new high-capacity neural interface model he incorporated in his Bright Warrior design. Even then, he still doubted whether it was a good idea to deepen the connection between the mech pilot and the design spirit. This might be a case where it's better to keep them at a distance, he murmured. He added a note to the draft to make sure it incorporated a more standard neural interface model in its cockpit. Unlike his other mechs, the glow of his striker mech shouldn't contain any friendly elements. It was only meant to be directed towards the enemy. If the glow intimidated its own side, then the mech was a liability instead of an asset on the battlefield. I should make sure that the glow affects the mech pilot and any friendlies as little as possible. This required some spiritual tinkering, but Ves was confident he was able to keep its glow directed against the enemy. Ves didn't mind that the striker mech did not possess any uplifting aspects. The desolate soldiers and the bright warriors already specialized in this role. By imposing a lower limit on the immersion of the striker mech, there wasn't as much room for a skilled mech pilot to excel in piloting the mech. That was fine to Ves. Striker mechs didn't possess much skill expression to begin with. As long as the enemy stayed out of melee range, the mech pilot only had to aim the flamethrower in a vague direction in order to fulfill the mech's primary function. Striker mechs were deliberately designed to be easy to pilot. Its weapon was easy to use, and while there were a lot of advanced nuances, it was completely possible for someone unused to piloting this mech type to make effective use of it. Whether they were melee specialists or ranged mechs, anyone could point a flamethrower in the right direction. Their low skill floor was already accompanied by a relatively low skill ceiling. This basically meant that a great mech pilot didn't perform much differently from a bad mech pilot in a striker mech. Certainly, there were many ways to express their skill. Striker mech specialists were intimately familiar with the limitations of their mechs and weapons. They efficiently regulated their firing patterns and skillfully managed their energy and heat levels. When an enemy arrived at point-blank range, the striker mech pilot should be able to exchange the flamethrower for a sword and neutralize the threat. Still, compared to other mech types, striker mechs were not expected to play a starring role in battle. Sometimes, outfits assigned random mech pilots to these mechs if other mechs weren't available. This is a good way to give my land-bound mech pilots something to do, Ves realized. Since I'm spending lots of time in space, it would be a shame to let all of those mech pilots fiddle their thumbs while their colleagues are doing the heavy lifting. He already provided his land-bound specialists the option to contribute to a battle in space with his desolate soldiers. The problem was that while his desolate soldiers performed decently against the Sandmen, they were very inadequate against human opponents. Their Sandbreaker rifles exhibited a very low muzzle velocity compared to railguns and laser weapons. This shortcoming hampered their long and medium-ranged accuracy. Therefore, their effective range was a lot lower, especially in the hands of a mech pilot who didn't excel in marksmanship. This problem isn't nearly as bad with striker mechs, Ves predicted. The avatars of Myth and Living Sentinels still separated their mech pilots by environment. Ves wanted to transition away from this division, but in order to accomplish that he needed to provide his mech pilots with much better learning facilities. Just like second-class mech pilots, they not only had to receive excellent tutelage, but also required several augmentations that enhanced their intelligence and combat instincts. All of this meant that Ves became more determined than ever to realize this mech design. His desire fueled his passion. As his passion burned brighter, Ves felt the need to be more inventive with regards to his vision for his mech. What else could he do to spice up the rust-red striker mech? Maybe I can add some special features. His deliverer achieved fame through its guided aim ability. His bright warriors possessed the very valuable ancestral possession ability. Though his bright warriors didn't have an opportunity to display the latter, Ves had high hopes for it in the future. His striker mech should come with a special ability as well in order to keep up with the standard of his latest mech designs. It shouldn't be too powerful. It wasn't appropriate to make his commercial mechs too exceptional. He should reserve his big guns for his custom mechs and commissioned mechs. Besides, with a design spirit as hostile as Zygra, it was a very bad idea to give him too much agency. Ves thought for a moment before settling on a possible answer. Since my mech is all about intimidation, why not find a way to turn it up? A spike of intimidation can be very useful in the right circumstances. He called it the fear pulse. As long as the mech pilot timed the activation of this ability correctly, it was very much possible for a single striker mech to stall the charge of an entire squad of incoming enemy mechs. Of course, Ves wasn't sure right now how he could incorporate this ability into his mech design and how to regulate it so that it only affected enemies. Still, as long as Ves figured out the spiritual mechanics and made sure that it was powerful enough, it could definitely achieve a very significant effect on the battlefield. This is brilliant! Ves grinned. After he added this feature to his list, he tried to see whether he could add something else to his mech. He thought back on his intentions to experiment with imaginary mechs and spiritual networks. Both possessed a lot of potential, but Ves didn't see how he could make them relevant with his current mech design. Maybe I have better luck applying them to my upcoming second-class mech design. He grimaced for a moment. He felt rather mixed about fulfilling Diva's commission. He didn't look forward to abiding by all of the restrictions that constrained Hexer mech designs. In any case, considering how distinctive his vision had already become, he was already satisfied with what he came up with. As long as he realized all of its features, it would definitely sell as much if not more than his desolate soldier model. When Ves returned to Gloriana and explained his vision, he received a positive reaction. I love it! She smiled. You really turned our mech into something special. What do you think about the modifications to our signature looks? Turning them red was an impulsive decision on my part. Is there anything significant about turning the hexagon red? She shook her head. It's fine. While the hexagon carries a different meaning, I don't think it's bad. This rendition of the third eye looks very intimidating. Combined with the rest of your visual design, there is a lot of harmony between the intent, the performance, and the appearance of the design. It felt good to receive her appreciation. He might lose out to her in terms of technical design, but when it came to the creative side of mech design, Ves refused to relinquish his throne. What did you come up with while I was working on the vision of our mech? Well, I was trying to see how we can give our mechs a technical edge. It's very hard to find a way to do so without exceeding the budget of our mech design, but I think I found a way to give our striker mech an advantage. Do tell. Chapter 1959 Trapped in Bentheim. An enormous number of ships and mechs had gathered at the Bentheim system. With the sudden withdrawal of the Sandman fleets from occupied human space, many people believed the war had ended. They came up with several reasons why the Sand War took such a sudden turn when states like the Bright Republic had been pushed to the brink. The Sandman race returned to sanity. Killing the Sandman Emperor caused the aliens to lose confidence. The invasion achieved its purpose. Whatever the case, many of the states involved in the Sand War hoped that the ordeal was over. Sadly, the Sandmen weren't done yet. With their original territories ravaged by the CFA, the invasion forces were the only Sandmen left in the galaxy. Instead of running back into the deep frontier with their tails tucked between their legs, the Sandmen initiated one more suicidal attack. They concentrated all of their Sandman fleets and merged them into one humongous sand planet. The size of this planet reached an immense proportion. Not only that, but the scout ships also discovered that the Sandman forces brought a lot of valuable exotics and materials harvested from their conquests. With the reinforcement of a considerable amount of material wealth from thousands of planets, no one had a good idea of what the Sandman planet could do. Was it stronger than the capital planet of the Sandman Empire? Was this the final attack run of the Sandman race? Whatever the case, the entire Bright Republic ready for the final confrontation. An enormous amount of mech regiments and mech divisions gathered at Bentheim. A lot of star systems along the suspected route of the Sandman planet had been evacuated. Various scout ships had been posted in every single star system in the vicinity of the route. If the planet ever veered away from Bentheim, the defenders would know as soon as possible. When the Sandman planet finally finished its accumulation and set off in the direction of the center of the galaxy, every Brighter held their breaths. The Mech Corps and the Starfighter Corps in the Bentheim system both increased their readiness and prepared to fight what might arguably be the most important battle in the history of the Bright Republic. Due to the enormous scope and the historical significance of impending battle, a lot of foreign glory hounds had gathered in the Bentheim system as well. Vesians, Reinaldans, Friday men and many other foreign outfits sought to land at least one blow on the planet-sized alien threat. Even if their contribution in the battle was negligible, they would still be able to brag about participating in this epic battle. While the foreigners looked forward to the upcoming clash between the Sandman planet and the MTA war fleet, the Brighters were less than enthused. The foreigners didn't have a stake in the battle. Whether Bentheim got wrecked by the Sandman was none of their business. In contrast, the Brighters all knew that the Bright Republic would only become a shadow of its former self if it lost its economic heart. The sheer amount of commerce, industry, and R/U00260 that took place on the main planet was immense. For many centuries, the Bright Republic benefited enormously from this concentration. It had become one of the main trade destinations in this region of space. While the star system was often crowded with traffic, the vast amount of goods flowing in and out provided lots of opportunities for businessmen across the star sector. Yet now, the state finally paid the price for putting most of its eggs in a single basket. Against a foe that was so overwhelming that dozens of border states succumbed to their might, the Sandmen had proven to be too powerful to resist by third-rate states. While the soldiers of the Bright Republic prepared for battle, their morale had fallen into a ditch. It couldn't be helped. In a time where the citizens and servants of the Bright Republic had to lean together to resist the alien onslaught, their own higher-ups suddenly decided to stab one of the most storied military families in the back. Almost every Brighter disapproved of this decision. Considering the Larkinson family's considerable prestige and honor, they deserved better. The Brighters weren't shy in expressing what they thought. Why are we letting the Friday men run our state? Do our voices even matter? The Bright president has turned into a puppet. What has the Friday coalition ever done for us? We're already being treated like pawns. If our own government is shameless enough to betray the Larkinson family, none of us are safe. Mark my words, soon it will be our turn. The disappearance of so many Larkinsons across the ranks of the Mech Corps hit the soldiers particularly hard. The reputation of the Bright Republic tanked, and with it the Mech Corps for acquiescing to their tyrannical decisions. How could the Mech Corps retain any honor when it repaid its heroes with a stab in the back? Colonel Ark Larkinson didn't deserve to be chased away from his own comrades. Benjamin Larkinson made too many contributions in the previous war to be dragged away from Rittersburg in chains. Melinda Larkinson defended Bentheim for months, yet her own surface took her into custody. All of these Larkinsons and more set an example to the Brighters. A lot of average citizens aspired to become like them. For their heroes to be torn down like this was an immense blow to everyone's impression of their own government. This led to a slight depression and sense of cynicism among the mech pilots and starfighter pilots, which was very dangerous when the survival of the Bright Republic was at stake. As the Sandmen planet was scheduled to arrive in the Bentheim in the next couple of weeks, almost every brighter in the Bentheim system prepared for the inevitable clash in their own way. Among the brighters called to action, a young but promising mech designer aboard a military combat carrier regarded the upcoming battle with dread. Carlos Shaw adjusted his Mech Corps-issued Mech Designer uniform with a sigh. He'd been pulled away from his comfortable assignment in the rear in order to bolster the mech technicians servicing all of the mechs gathered at Bentheim. After taking part in the last Bright Visual War, Carlos had enough of war. After he left the LMC, he tried to set out on his own. With his bright intellect and valuable experiences, he was confident he'd be able to carve a spot in the market. It turned out that starting his own mech company was far more challenging than he thought. He didn't have the capital to start his own mech company. He spent more than a year trying to attract investment. He failed. A flood of talented novices entered the mech industry every year. Even more novices and apprentices constantly knocked on the doors of investors every day. The people with money were spoiled for choice. These savvy and discerning investors never wasted their money on a mech designer with low potential. Each of them sought out the next Ves Larkinson. To Carlos, it seemed as if they treated it as a game. Every investor sought to outdo their rivals by picking out the most promising diamonds in the rough. Compared to the prodigies and the ones with proven track records, a recently elevated apprentice like Carlos with hardly any mech designs under his name fell completely under the radar. Carlos clenched his fists. "It's not fair! I'm smarter than them! My designs are better than other apprentices!" Yet regardless of his efforts, he just wasn't exceptional enough to stand out from the crowd. Without money, how could he afford the money to purchase a production license? How could he fund the construction of a mech workshop? How could he market his obscure mech designs? How did Ves do it? He wasn't much better off than me at the start. Though Carlos knew it wasn't healthy, he couldn't help but compare himself to his former friend all the time. While Ves and his rich and powerful girlfriend recently earned acclaim for becoming the youngest masterwork mech designers of the Yena star cluster, Carlos had been forced to re-enlist in the Mech Corps and become one of its many unremarkable careerist mech designers. Though the Mech Corps treated him well, Carlos hardly gained any opportunities to excel in his job. His junior status meant that the military would never entrust him with any actual responsibility. Why should his superiors put him in charge when there were thousands of eager journeymen and numerous willing seniors to develop the best mechs of the Bright Republic? As hard as it was for him to admit it, Carlos threw away his opportunities when he impulsively resigned from the LMC. The most infuriating aspect about his departure was that he did it for one of the most banal reasons of all. He left because he was jealous of V's success. "I was stupid back then," Carlos plainly admitted. He wasn't in the best state of mind back then. His recent war experiences still haunted him in many ways. Yet that was no excuse for his selfish decision to leave his friend. He assumed that he could equal V's accomplishments if he had a chance to start his own mech business. How naive he was back then. If he could travel back in time, he would beat his younger self up before he could make such a stupid decision. He shook his head in regret. Time travel is just a fantasy. There was no way for him to turn back the clock. Even though Ves and the Larkinson family seemed to have attracted a lot of trouble, Carlos still believed that they were in a better spot than him. He had full confidence that his former employer would be able to overcome this crisis. Ves wouldn't be the man he is today if he can't succeed. After inspecting his appearance, he left his room to start his shift. The mech technicians needed a lot of direction to service the more sophisticated mechs of the Mech Corps. Elsewhere in the Bentheim system, Vincent Ricklin leaned against the bulkhead of his carrier as his Adonis Colossus underwent its daily cleaning cycle. Various bots and mech technicians meticulously dusted off every bit of space dust from its surface. Any cracks, pits, and marks of imperfection had to be fixed as soon as possible. His mech had to look as impeccable as possible in order to maintain his public image. Yet, lately Vincent started to question his purpose. What was the point of boosting his fame and dancing to the tune of the government when the Bright Republic was in decline? Regardless of the outcome of the upcoming battle, Vincent didn't think his home state possessed a promising future. As a former rebel of the Bentheim Liberation Movement, Vincent was privy to some of the darker secrets of the Bright Republic. He also knew the state was weaker than it tried to portray in public. When he chatted with his former rebel contacts, he learned he wasn't the only one who held this sentiment. "There is no future in the Bright Republic," Vincent frowned. A part of him missed Ves Larkinson. Though they only shared a casual relationship, Riala was a lot spicier than any other babe he dated. Hardly any babe left in the Bright Republic could bring that excitement. A part of him wanted to chase after her. From what he heard, Riala joined up with other Larkinsons on their way to the Sentinel Kingdom. Vincent never left the Bright Republic. Yet for the first time in his life, he started to set his sights away from his home state. What would it be like to travel to the Sentinel Kingdom? How would Riala respond if he managed to meet her again? Would she be pleased or annoyed? Probably both. He smirked. Chapter 1960 Hexer Fashion. After the Larkinson clan fleet transitioned out of FTL, the ships cycled their FTL drives at various rates. It would be half a day before the fleet was ready to resume its journey. A lot of shuttles and transports ferried goods and personnel between various vessels. A sturdy shuttle surrounded by numerous Avatar and Glory Warrior mechs departed from the Stellar Chaser. After a brief journey, the shuttle effortlessly landed in the hangar bay of the Scarlet Rose. Ves, Gloriana, their cats, their assistants, their bodyguards, and other personnel emerged from the shuttle. As much as Gloriana wanted to stay aboard her own ship, Ves detested the Stellar Chaser. The ship was a fine vessel marred by hexer touches. Almost everything on the ship was hexagon-shaped. The hexagon-shaped datapads, hexagon-shaped tables, and hexagon-shaped corridors quickly started to grate on his sanity. The way the ship crew were being treated also rankled him. Ves couldn't stand the sight of women bossing around the humble boys who were stuck with doing most of the grunt work. Though he knew it was unfair to blame it all on Gloriana, he still wanted a change of scenery. Fortunately, his girlfriend didn't object to transferring to another ship, though she was slightly annoyed that he decided to settle on his new flagship. "The Stellar Chaser is better than the Scarlet Rose," she petulantly complained as they departed the hangar bay. "Friday Men engineering is worse than Hexer engineering, you know. Besides, I'm not entirely comfortable that your ship's recent overhaul fully wrested away all of the controls and backdoors the Friday Men snuck into her systems." Ves smiled confidently. Calabast herself directed our overhaul. This particular ship class is hardly a secret to her and her associates. We even ripped out the original quantum entanglement node and replaced it with a different one to ensure it wouldn't siphon any data to the CRC. I'm still not satisfied. Too bad. Ves wasn't about to change his mind. His girlfriend could nag him all she wanted, but his feelings mattered as well. He wasn't about to let Gloriana dictate all of his decisions. Meow. Meow. See? Even our cats agree. Meow. Meow. Both Lucky and Clixie hissed at Ves. Gloriana looked amused as she picked up her furry friend. "It looks like you aren't being truthful, Ves. Don't doubt my impeccable communication skills. I'm called Devil Tongue for a reason?" I think the reason for that is different from the reason you are implying. Jokes aside, both of them enjoyed their brief tour through V's latest conquest. The extensive overhaul transformed the former CRC ship in many ways. On the surface, every symbol or marking related to the Friday Coalition and Coalition Reserve Corps had been removed. Instead, the Larkinson clan's interior decorators reformed the entire interior in a pleasant bright palette livened up with plenty of markings that reflected his prestige. The golden cat head emblem was the most prominent symbol of all. It was present in every corridor and every compartment. Ves and Gloriana couldn't help but smile as they encountered the logo of the clan. Every ship under my command will adopt this scheme in time, Ves revealed. We need to impose some uniformity in our sprawling fleet. I'm not sure if we'll be able to keep everything together if we continue to grow without direction. Gloriana glanced at him. You know, you'd have an easier time trying to unite all of the groups together by adopting everyone in the Larkinson clan. Huh! Ves briefly halted in these steps. Since when did you support Calabas's proposal? I've discussed this topic with her several times. She made a very good case for her suggestion. As it is, our circumstances are already different from the circumstances that shaped the original Larkinson family. Back when you Larkinsons served as cogs in the machine of the Bright Republic, you never had to worry about anything except feeding as many mech pilots to the mech corps as possible. Now that your Larkinson clan set off on its own, your relatives are visibly overwhelmed. Her explanation didn't sound very flattering. Ves couldn't help but frown. We don't need to adopt outsiders into our clan in order to secure their services, Gloriana. Not everything revolves around family identity. So far, I'd say we are managing pretty well at the moment. That's only on the surface, she retorted. Just look at the people around you. They are very attached to your organizations. Calabas described all of them as de facto Larkinsons. You only need to take the final step in order to recognize what has already become the truth. Her words caused Ves to look around. The workers aboard the Scarlet Rose consisted of his most loyal kinners and avatars. As his new primary vessel, Ves did not allow anyone untrustworthy to step aboard. Ves didn't look at the crew members with his eyes. Instead, he sounded them out with his spiritual senses. Though he wasn't the best at discerning people's inner emotions, he didn't sense anything of concern from them. In fact, it was the opposite. The people around him were true comrades who he could trust to have his back. Even so, the Larkinson identity possessed a very special meaning to him. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry ought to be able to join his clan as a fully fledged member. That was still a step too far for his stodgy self. He directed a suspicious glance towards his girlfriend. I thought you hated Calabas. Why are you carrying her water all of a sudden? Accepting her proposal means adopting her into the clan. She shrugged. She's already a part of your circle, so nothing will actually change. She's a deceitful spy, but I don't think she'll betray us. She knows that you and I are her tickets to success. Turning her into a Larkinson allows us to exert more control over her actions. I think you are a bit too optimistic in your estimate how much control I can exert over Calabas. He hardly had any leverage over her considering all of the blackmail materials she held in reserve. Leaking naked pictures of him doing his business in the bathroom was the least of his concerns. They reached his stateroom. It did not look as he expected. Instead of entering a chamber similar to the one he was familiar with before the refit, his stateroom had suddenly doubled in size. Ves noted that the extra room came from the adjacent compartment. Two staterooms had been merged together to form a single, roomy compartment that offered far more space than Ves actually required. Hi! This will be our new home for the time being, Gloriana cheered. She skipped forward and quickly arrived at the sumptuously large bed placed in the center. Meow! Clixie jumped out of her arms and landed on the soft and comfy surface bed in order to luxuriate in its softness. Meow. Lucky floated down and landed next to her to see what all of the fuss was all about. Look! Even our cats like the bed I've picked out for you. Ah. I see who's responsible. Ves did not look amused. He distinctly remembered that he never instructed his subordinates to expand his stateroom. It seemed that Gloriana had taken liberal advantage of his month-long coma. Expanding the compartment and replacing their bed with an admittedly superior one wasn't the only change that Gloriana pushed through. His entire wardrobe consisted of smart clothing cut in the best fashion of Hexer high society. The moment Ves shifted through the outfits, his face grew uglier. Different from the sober business outfits that he preferred to wear on a day-to-day basis, his girlfriend filled his closet with colorful and excessively frilly ensembles designed to dandify their wearers. This was the kind of clothing that Hexer women foisted upon their boy toys. Gloriana, Ves said with gritted teeth. Yes, honey? I appreciate your desire to improve my wardrobe, but I prefer to take care of my own clothing. Unless you can unlock the settings of these smart clothes, you can send them back to Brutus or something. How did you know I borrowed them from Brutus? Gloriana looked shocked. The quality of these smart clothes is too high. The hegemony was still too far away to ship any goods to their location. There's no other source you could have obtained them from except for your brother. What's wrong with them? I think they will look quite dashing on you. I should know, because I tried them out on your body when you were in a coma. Let me show you the images I've recorded. No thanks. After a bit of arguing, Ves finally managed to throw all of the flamboyant clothing out of his closet. Ves resolved to fill his wardrobe with clothes that conveyed dignity rather than ineptness. Gloriana pouted at Ves as a bot took away the piles of smart clothing. I thought you liked a bit of color. You didn't say no to wearing cat ears. That's because I wanted to convey levity. The point of wearing them was to decrease our threat level by coming across as eccentric. That does not mean I want to turn into a full-blown clown. She didn't understand his objections. To her, all of the males she cared about in her life wore these kinds of outfits. Back in the hegemony, women were fully in control of what their boys were allowed to wear. This led to a tendency where the stronger gender treated boys as dress-up dolls. She always wanted to join this friendly competition. Dressing up a boy with the clothes a woman picked out for him was one of the most cherished pastimes for Hexers. Ves knew that as well, so he didn't hesitate to shoot her down before she got going. I'll let Benny pick out a new wardrobe for me, he decided. Your assistant's fashion sense doesn't measure up. He's just a yokel from Cloudy Curtain. You need a professional, Ves. No thanks. She soon conceded the argument once Ves made it clear that he wouldn't budge. They both sat down on their bed and played with their cats for a few minutes. About our next mech design project, Gloriana spoke up. How much time do you want to spend on this project? It took 3 months to design the Bright Warrior. While our striker mech design offers plenty of technical conundrums, it shouldn't take more time than that to present a decent product. The Bright Warrior lacked a considerable amount of optimization before you passed the design on to Mr. S, you know. Can we rely on Mr. S, again? She looked almost hopeful at Ves. Sadly, the super publish function couldn't be used so soon again. No. Then we should reserve a bit more time to be certain. How about 4 months? That gives us plenty of time to iterate on the design and give us time to test the prototypes. It's crucially important that we allocate enough time to testing and optimization when it comes to commercial mechs. The market doesn't like to buy a mech that comes across as rough and incomplete. She had a point. Besides, they might be working on another design project as well, so giving them some extra leeway in the form of an extra month was extremely helpful. A month longer doesn't make much difference, Ves observed. It's not like we are operating under someone else's deadline. 4 months it is, then. Hopefully, I can get a lot more work done now that I have my implant. He didn't plan to spend all of his time on designing his striker mech, though. Aside from leading the Larkinson clan, he also wanted to start making some actual headway into creating an imaginary mech. He had waited so long to design a mech made out of spiritual energy, but he had always been hampered by his imperfect memory and mental visualization abilities. Now that he installed a literal storage device in his brain, those problems no longer hampered his imagination. Chapter 1961 Lack of Progress. After Ves and Gloriana moved to the Scarlet Rose, they were eager to commence their new project. The next day, they moved down to the mech workshop compartment, which had undergone a lot of changes. Aside from blocking off compartment G13, the compartment also featured an expanded design lab with several more amenities that were useful in the mech design process. Their 2 design teams awaited the arrival of the lead designers with deference. As soon as Ves and Gloriana entered the workshop, their subordinate mech designers bowed. "Welcome back, Mr. Larkinson." Ves smiled and gestured them upwards. "Rise. You don't need to perform these kinds of rituals for me. As long as you perform your duties earnestly, that's all I ask of you. As mech designers, it's our work that proves our sincerity." Once his subordinates rose, Ves observed them very carefully. A month had passed since he last interacted with them. A lot had happened during this period, and Ves was curious whether his mech designers were still as eager to work for the LMC as before. He already got a read of the Tovar mech designers. Because he hadn't told them whether they were allowed to remain in the company, the Tovars looked eager but nervous. Unless they were very good actors, Miles Tovar and the rest actually looked afraid of getting dismissed. Though Ves wasn't sure whether he should trust his judgment, the sight nonetheless pleased him. He became a bit more inclined to retain them. While they weren't the best subordinates he could obtain these days, he was very satisfied with their foundation and work ethic. He directed his attention to the second design team. As expected, all 4 Ilvanan mech designers decided to stay. Oscar, Renee, Erica and Pascal were all sincere believers in the Bright Martyr. However, considering how extensively the true Ilvain dynasty infiltrated his ranks, Ves wasn't sure of their loyalties. "Are any of you true believers?" "No," Oscar D. Martin answered. "None of us worship the living prophet. We don't think he represents the founder of our faith." The other 3 Ilvanans shook their heads as well. "Are you telling the truth?" "We would never lie to the Bright Martyr." Ves could buy that. With his near-deified status among the Ilvanans, they shouldn't be able to lie in his face. After asking a few more questions to the Ilvanans, he turned his attention to the last 2 oddballs. Mayor Torto and Merrill O'Brien no longer stood out from the Ilvanans anymore. They used to regard Ves as a very good but very human mech designer. Now, their expressions were hardly different from that of the worshipful Ilvanans. "I'm sorry for all of the dangers you've endured," he said. Merrill smiled. "You don't have to apologize, sir. I've experienced worse in my old job. It's a given that the Friday Coalition wants to target the 2 of you after you received your masterwork certificates." Mayer added his own voice. The Sentinel mech designer was honest, at least. Mayer mainly stuck around because he wanted to work under bona fide masterwork mech designers. Ves appreciated his frank reasoning. It allowed him to tailor his expectations to Mayer and avoid any unfortunate misunderstandings with regards to his willingness to remain under his employ. Overall, he was pretty happy with his design teams. While he wouldn't shed a tear if any of them decided to quit, he would certainly miss their contributions. Before we announce our latest mech design project, I would like to talk to each of you in private. As Gloriana kept everyone occupied, Ves invited the mech designers to a private office one by one. He wanted to hear how they were faring and what they thought of recent events. He started with Miles Tovar. The apprentice mech designer fidgeted in his seat once they entered the office. Seeing him so tormented by uncertainty prompted Ves to soften his expression. "Let me be honest," he began. "I still haven't decided whether I should retain you and your fellow Tovars. I'm aware that our political situation isn't very convenient," Miles meekly responded. The disparity in status between them had grown significantly. Ves was not just an ordinary journeyman anymore. Despite his age, he achieved something that evoked envy in almost every professional in the mech industry. "The good news is that I don't really care about the opinion of the Bright Republic these days. I'm concerned what the government will do to your Tovar family, though. I don't want to be the cause of the downfall of another family of our state." Miles offered a reassuring smile to Ves. "There is absolutely no need for concern. My fellow Tovars and I are already exiled from the family." That didn't stop the Friday Coalition from coming after my unconnected relatives in the Bright Republic. "To be honest, Mr. Larkinson, that won't happen. Our Tovar family is too intertwined with the institutions of the Bright Republic. Unlike your Larkinson family, our removal will instantly throw the Bright Republic into chaos. The CRC can hardly provoke another mass uprising like the one that rose up in the Ilvain Protectorate. The Friday men have already attracted a lot of alarm due to their recent actions. They can hardly afford to provoke more trouble for fear of getting admonished by the MTA." Ves didn't fully comprehend how the Tovar family would be able to avoid getting Larkinsoned. Still, Miles sounded so confident in his family that Ves might be engaging in needless worry. "If that is what you claim, then I don't have many more objections to keeping you in my employ. Just remember that as long as you are on the LMC payroll, your primary loyalty belongs to me and my mech company. The Tovar family's interests come afterwards, especially now that you're exiled. Have I made myself clear?" "Crystal, sir. While I can't promise you that I will always be comfortable with that, I will make sure to bring any potential issues to your attention before they turn serious." "That sounds good. I would rather prefer you to be honest to me up front. Do you know what I hate the most?" "No." Ves leaned forward and displayed an ominous grin. "The people I hate the most are traitors. It's unfortunate that I didn't have the chance to take care of the last person who betrayed me. He took his own life before my guards could restrain him. If not for that, I would have probably turned him into my test subject." Though Miles was obviously confused why a mech designer of all people required a test subject, he was astute enough to refrain from asking further. After Ves made it clear how generously he intended to treat traitors, he lightened up and directed his attention to Miles' professional development. "I haven't been able to tutor you and instruct you as much as I wanted to in recent times," he said. "That said, you should have still been able to manage your development on your own. How much progress have you made?" "I study every day," he said. "While I don't have Miss Woden's high-quality augmentations, my learning ability is well above average, or I wouldn't have graduated from the DCTI with my grades. While I'm not as fast as some, I'm very happy with how much I've been able to improve. I've even started to tackle some of the unlocked Clarion University books you've added to the library. While much of their material is too advanced to me, I'm a lot more confident in my foundation these days. My colleagues are just as happy." Ves nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. Graduation doesn't mean your learning comes to an end. You are still close to the bottom of the mech industry totem pole. In order to make something of yourself in this business, you need to advance to journeyman, and to do so you absolutely have to develop a certain level of mastery over the skills required to design a mech. I have done that, Mr. Larkinson. While I'm happy with how much knowledge I've gained, I'm still uncertain whether I have come closer to advancing to journeyman. I could use your advice. Instead of answering immediately, Ves quickly studied Miles with his spiritual vision. While Miles was the only Tovar mech designer who possessed spiritual potential, it didn't seem to have developed since the last time he checked it out. This signified that Miles hadn't fully developed or committed to a design philosophy. Take it from me, Miles. Learning alone is not enough to elevate you to my rank. Even if your knowledge is rather lacking, you can still utilize what little you know to design a decent mech. The key is to develop your own style and figure out what exactly you wish to specialize in. Developing a design philosophy is not merely about picking your favorite flavor. You need to flesh out the reasons why you want to design a certain style of mechs. I did that, sir. For almost 10 years, I dedicated myself to designing aerial mechs. I even narrowed the scope of my design philosophy even further upon the advice of a mentor, but I still haven't made any progress. Ves could sympathize with Miles. Despite his rich family background, mech designers mostly had to rely on themselves to become a journeyman. It was impossible for someone incompetent to become a journeyman. If he was wrong, he would let Gloriana dress him up. From my own understanding of the promotion process, apprentices like you need to develop a strong conviction for your design philosophies. It's not just about knowing that your design philosophy has promise. You need to believe in it. You need to believe in your ambition. Miles frowned. I don't entirely understand. It's simple. Ves lifted his hand and tapped his temple. It's not just about your head. He tapped his chest. It's also about your heart. You need to devote yourself to your design philosophy as if it's your girlfriend. Love your design philosophy. Date your design philosophy. Marry your design philosophy. Sometimes, thinking too much is detrimental to this process. You need to offload some of the processes from your mind to your heart. It doesn't matter if your design philosophy sounds daunting or that it is almost inconceivable to realize it. As long as you believe in your design philosophy, you will be in the best state to break through your current bottleneck. Though his advice sounded earnest, Miles still began to frown. Respectfully, Mr. Larkinson, that sounds awfully close to religion. You are essentially asking me to treat my design philosophy as superstition. Ves blinked. I can see how you can develop such a misunderstanding. It's not as bad as it sounds. There is much more to mech design than is apparent on the surface. Part of the reason why high-ranking mech designers are so revered in the mech community is because their design work transcends what is strictly possible in reality. As long as you open your mind to the possibilities, I think you'll find it easier to find your heart in mech design. Do you know Kedis? I'm familiar with her. Miles nodded. I occasionally get in touch with her in order to talk shop. I guided her along this method. While I didn't explain my theory to her so straightforwardly, I believe she can become a promising journeyman mech designer in time. Both of you are apprentices, but I'm much more optimistic about her chances than yours. Unlike you, Kedis genuinely possesses a heart for swordsman mechs. Unless you can develop a similar degree of obsession for aerial mechs, I'm not sure you'll be able to remain ahead despite your age. Kedis was almost a decade younger than Miles. By all rights, Miles should be able to advance to journeyman sooner than the former pirate designer, but right now Ves was not very optimistic. Chapter 1962 The Meaning of Creation. After talking to each of his subordinate mech designers, Ves gained a good sense of their individual progress. He also sounded out their willingness to remain a part of his team even if Ves attracted trouble. He underestimated their resolve. Most of the mech designers he hired weren't set up for success. The Tovar mech designers had money, power, and connections, but failed to translate these advantages effectively. The Alvanan mech designers mostly consisted of a mixed bunch. They were incredibly devoted to their faith, but couldn't channel that into their work. Mayer was very bright, but he was so calm that his passion levels were muted. Meryl possessed the most interacting background and experiences of all. Despite her many ordeals with pirates, she appeared to be a bona fide rational mech designer. The last two mech designers gave Ves a bit of a headache in terms of their future development. The truth was that Ves did not like rational mech designers. Though Master Olsen was rather decent, after encountering people like Patricia and Master Willix, he completely detested these kinds of mech designers. Rational mech designers treated passion and emotions as liabilities rather than assets. Though they needed at least a little bit of passion and emotion in order to maintain their motivation in their profession, they treated them as if they were dangerous exhibists that had to be stuffed in the deepest, darkest cage in their minds. Ves thought that was unnatural. Everything about rational mech designers came across as artificial. He much preferred to work with the likes of Gloriana, who was fully invested in her design philosophy to the point she was always honest when it came to her specialty. At work, Ves never needed to think too much or doubt Gloriana's honesty. Both of them possessed different views towards mech designers, but because they knew each other's preferences so well, they often managed to achieve synergies in their collaboration works. With rational mech designers, Ves wasn't sure he'd be able to accomplish the same degree of synergy. While they were very adaptable, there was something very slimy and disingenuous about them. By emulating other specialties with their minds, they pushed their primary specializations to the side. Regardless, Ves was stuck with Mayer and Merrill. Though he supposed he could give them the boot, that was too petty for him. It wasn't Meyer's fault that he was inclined towards rationality. He was still young and Ves had plenty of time to guide him to the right path. As for Merrill, she was too useful to the LMC due to her abundant amount of practical experience. With his current level of fame and prestige in the mech industry, Ves could easily hire scores of talented subordinates, as long as they didn't mind some excitement in their lives. However, it was a lot harder to find someone who was smart, decent, and versatile as Merrill. Ves liked her a lot, and considered her just as promising as Keddy's. After sorting out his impressions, Ves realized that all of them had stagnated in their growth. While they were benefiting a lot from his expansive library, there was more to designing mechs than expanding their knowledge. Ves knew firsthand that while piling up on various skills increased a mech designer's options, it did not automatically result in better mech designs. "I haven't guided my subordinates sufficiently," he admitted to himself. "I only focused on their immediate concerns rather than their greater needs." Meow. Lucky floated alongside his head before landing on the Larkinson mandate floating on his other side. "Thank you for your help, Goldie. I'm pretty sure of my judgment, but it helps to have a second opinion." Naya. As a spiritual entity, the Golden Cat possessed a natural advantage in reading the true intentions of people, especially if they hadn't been trained to guard against this kind of observation. His hand reached out to pet Lucky while a spiritual projection tickled Goldie's chin. Meow. Naya. Once he had his fill of cats, Ves rose up and left the office. He entered the design lab and faced his design teams while nodding at Gloriana. He clapped. "All right. I'm glad I talked with all of you on an individual basis. It has become apparent that all of you share a common shortcoming." Everyone paid careful attention to him. They were all curious what Ves thought they lacked. Even Gloriana sat up straighter from her seat. I already told Miles why he isn't able to progress his design philosophy, he revealed. What do you think a mech designer represents? What do we actually do for a living? We design mechs, Merrill plainly answered. That's correct, but what does that actually entail? We utilize our science and engineering skills to develop large war machines. That's better, but not quite enough. Are we scientists? Are we engineers? Most of the mech designers except Gloriana nodded as if this was true. Wrong! Ves slammed the surface of the closest workstation. While it is true that we can perform the same functions as scientists and engineers, that is not the extent of our jobs. Have you forgotten the artistic side of mech design? Mech designers have to apply their knowledge in a creative and ingenious manner in order to achieve success, Mayer noted. Good! Those are the words I've been waiting to hear. Creativity and ingenuity are both vital traits to mech designers. I suspect the main reason why none of you manage to progress too much is because you are focusing too much on one side of mech design at the cost of the other on the other side of your profession. The realization stunned them. Even though they were aware of the duality of mech design, they hadn't focused too much on the creative side of their profession. Ves didn't blame them. It was very hard to develop one's creativity and ingenuity. To most people, they were born with these traits. There wasn't really a solid way to measure their strengths, and that made it difficult to come up with methods to improve them. They were too vague. Normally, mech designers passively exercise their creativity and ingenuity by designing mechs. The more aspects of a mech they contributed to, the greater the stress on their ability to innovate. While this solution worked decently for independent mech designers such as Ves and Gloriana, it was different for dependent mech designers who worked in a design team. Dependent mech designers were only responsible for a portion of a mech design. Usually, their contributions were limited in scope and trivial in importance. In a design team, the lead designers made all of the most important design decisions. This allowed Ves and Gloriana to exercise their creativity and ingenuity to the maximum. Their assistants didn't share this luxury. They had to make do with the mech design profession's equivalent of janitorial work and perform all of the menial jobs to ease the efforts of the more important mech designers. This was the most standard model of a design team. Ves had no desire to change it because he truly needed the help to increase his productivity. However, he was not blind to its exploitative nature. If the assistant mech designers continued to perform odd jobs, they might eventually lose the ability to design a mech by themselves. This was not what Ves wanted to see. Since his mech designers each pledged their loyalties to him, it was his duty as a league to reciprocate their trust. Even though there are times when our projects need all hands on deck, you still have plenty of time to spend on your progression. Rather than continue to hit the books, I'd like to see you spend your time on more fruitful pursuits. Such as? Most of you chose to increase your competences by expanding your knowledge base, but starting from today, I want to see you devote your time on applying your gains by designing your own mechs. His subordinates reacted with surprise. Are we allowed to design our own mechs? You are. I'm not the kind of boss who disapproves of your efforts. Just make sure you do your design work after you have completed your tasks for the day. As long as they are decent enough, we can discuss later whether we adapt your work and prep it for the market. You'll actually allow us to sell our own mechs through the LMC, sir? Oscar asked with shock. Yes. That said, if the mech isn't too good, I'll probably sell it under a different brand. I've already extended the same offer to Keddies. He explained some of his conditions. All of them understood the opportunity that Ves provided. Not every employer was willing to publish the designs of assistant mech designers. Even if their own work didn't measure up against their bosses, the option to design a mech for the market was incredibly valuable to their development. Ves visibly saw his approval rating rise among his design teams. The Ilvanans looked at him with even more devotion than before, while the Tovars all felt vindicated by their choice to stick to their current jobs. He smiled. While I would like you to have fun, don't forget what mech design is truly about. It's not only your head that matters, but also your heart. One of the keys to progressing your design philosophies is to fall in love with it, for a lack of a better description. If you are just going through the motions, then you can forget about advancing any further than apprentice mech designer. Not everyone was as confident in advancing as others. Most of his assistants ranged from 25 to 40 years old. Plenty of them were older than 30, which meant they possessed a decent amount of work experience. It was easy to dream big when they were studying mech design at school. Yet once they entered the job market, the reality for mech designers turned out to be a lot more cutthroat than they thought. It's not enough to be a good learner, Ves emphasized. Technically, we can call ourselves engineers. However, I think it's a mistake to adopt this mentality. Mech design is more than just an engineering profession. Mech design is art. Mech design is about pushing your own vision. Mech design is about proving the entire mech industry wrong by turning the impossible into the possible. That is what a mech designer truly means to me. If you aren't committed to your design philosophy, you're just an engineer. His lecture made a significant impact on his subordinates. Though Ves presented a rather binary argument that wasn't fully accurate, he did so in order to drive a point. He needed to shake the complacent mindsets of his subordinates and encourage them to see their profession in a different light. Mayer raised his arm. I have a question, sir. Ask. I think I understand what you are trying to tell us, but how exactly do you develop a heart for mech design? Ves looked at him as if he was an idiot. Find your passion. Follow what you like the most about mechs. Perhaps it might be useful to think back on how you regarded mechs in your youth. That childlike wonder and fascination of mechs that drove you to study mech design is not something you should put aside now that you have realized your ambition to become a mech designer. Ask yourselves these questions. Why do you love mechs? What do you want to add mechs? How hard are you willing to work to realize your ambitions? Every subordinate mech designer looked thoughtful. In contrast, Gloriana smiled and nodded throughout his lecture. She agreed with all of his points. My boyfriend is teaching you a very valuable lesson, she added. We both encountered plenty of mech designers who are similar to you. They think that designing mechs is all about crunching numbers or drawing the most optimal mech schematic possible. That's not really mech design. The only way to become a true mech designer is to find the meaning of creation and apply it to your mechs. Chapter 1963 Virtual Library. Ves felt a lot better after he lectured his subordinate mech designers. He imparted some very important insights to them. To their credit, none of them dismissed his advice. It would not be easy to develop and exercise their creativity and ingenuity. It would be even harder to develop their heart for mech design. Spiritual potential or not, Ves believed that every mech designer benefited if they approached their work with the mindset of an innovator rather than a problem solver. A mech designer and an engineer possessed the same tools. Yet to Ves, the former distinguished himself from the latter by focusing on creation. To create a new product, a mech designer possessed an unlimited amount of options. Each mech designer developed a unique pattern of design choices which formed their design style. This was the mech designer's way of making sense out of the limitless possibilities. Those who failed to develop a design style or commit to a design philosophy risked getting lost in this vast and endless forest. In mech design, obtaining more choices wasn't always better. This was what his subordinates were doing by spending all of their free time on studying textbooks. This was what VS had done in the past when he prioritized earning DP in order to exchange for valuable skills. Yet all of that distracted from the fun side of mech design. How many kids had dreamt of designing their own mechs? How many of them were able to turn this childhood dream into a reality? VS observed something very interesting about mech designers. As the dreamers grew older, they became more mature. They became more focused on grown-up concerns such as making a living or pleasing their bosses. It was easy for them to set aside their silly childhood wonder and fascination. Yet to someone like VS, this pure and innocent adoration towards mech was one of the strongest sources of strength for passionate mech designers like himself. To him, successful mech designers didn't necessarily have to think all the time. It was fine if they turned off their brains. As long as their hearts were strong enough to cover for their minds, they all had the potential to create novel new mech designs that broke existing boundaries. VS took a brief break after lecturing his subordinates. As Gloriana began to unveil their new design project, he began to reflect on his own lesson. Even though VS was the one who came up with these insights, he felt as if he gained a deeper understanding of his own teachings. He was always confident about his heart for mech design. He considered it a strength derived from himself rather than the system. While the assistance he derived from the system granted him the luxury of exploring this aspect of mech design, it was something that he could continue to improve without depending on others. Though VS was aware that his views on mech designers wasn't the only interpretation available, he was sure that there were plenty of other schools of thought who vehemently disagreed with his emphasis on the heart of a mech designer. Rational mech designers are probably disgusted with my views, he muttered under his breath. When VS finished his self-reflection, his girlfriend had just finished her own presentation. Don't forget the central premise of this project. Our primary goal is to design a space-borne striker mech that is able to deter incoming enemies through intimidation. It is a mech designed for mass battles and intense engagement. It also has to be commercially viable, so we need to pay close attention to our budget. Any questions? What kind of glow will you put in this mech design? Mayer asked. VS? He answered the question. You've met me in my Pride of Dusk outfit a few times. The glow of our upcoming mech will largely resemble the glow from my Pride of Dusk. I'll bring it to the design lab next time so you can familiarize yourself with the glow, and so you can acquire the right mood to design this specific mech. Any other questions? Is this a niche product or a mass market product? That's a very important question. Right now, I'm not sure yet, VS admitted. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin in thought. I'm inclined towards both directions. While I would like to make my product universally appealing, it is very hard to accomplish such a level of success. The Desolate Soldier succeeded because there was a very desperate need for this kind of product. Different from then, the various crises and wars in the Komodo Star sector did not result in a surge in demand for striker mechs. There isn't an obvious hole for striker mechs either, though I believe the value proposition of our upcoming design is enough to generate its own demand. We just have to make sure our product is reasonably well-rounded. There were two general strategies towards mech design. They could try to make their product as well-rounded as possible while still retaining its distinctive strengths. VS adopted this approach to varying degrees to most of his commercial mechs. He needed to accommodate a very wide diversity of customers. While it was impossible to please everybody, he still sought to enhance the sales potential of his products as much as possible by increasing their applicability. In contrast, a mech designer could also take the opposite approach and forget about checking as many boxes as possible. Instead of focusing on elevating as many performance parameters as possible, VS had also designed mechs where he focused on a couple of critical parameters and tried to raise them as much as possible. Extreme mech designs such as the Aurora Titan and the Deliverer, which focused mostly on a single aspect to the detriment of everything else, were not very good sellers. Though the Deliverer came paired with fantastic special features, there was no question the mech was a niche product. Though VS had a lot of fun in designing these weird mechs, he recognized the importance of keeping his market instincts sharp. He still needed to earn a lot of money. While his recent circumstances allowed him to pursue other priorities, he hadn't forgotten about his enormous wish list of goodies he wanted to procure. Obtaining a fully fledged second-class factory ship was just the start. Right now, VS recognized he was in an enviable position compared to other mech designers. After receiving his masterwork certificate, a lot of industry insiders started to pay more attention to him. While it was hard to notice all of the regard he received due to spending all of his time on a ship, he knew his presence would probably ignite a storm among the local mech community if he landed on any occupied planet. With all of this publicity and fame, VS did not have to work too hard to market his next product. As long as it was noteworthy enough, the free publicity would likely be considerable. Naturally, he also needed to publish his mech design before the mech community forgot about his recent accomplishment. That was why he set a deadline of 4 months for this project, despite how little time it afforded for optimization. Everyone soon began to work. VS and Gloriana tasked all of their subordinates to browse the MTA's component library and select the most fitting publicly available parts to license. VS sat down behind a terminal and performed his own search. This time, he didn't log into the MTA's virtual portal the normal way. Instead, he pressed his finger on a port, thereby forming a hardline connection between the terminal and the implant in his mind. His entire senses changed. In one moment, VS was sitting in the design lab of the Scarlet Rose. In the next moment, he entered a vast and ancient library that was filled with an enormous amount of traditional hardcover books. While his sense of smell and taste weren't working right, his sense of sight and sense of hearing had fully immersed themselves in this virtual illusion. Interesting. He smiled. In this endless library of wooden shelves and wooden interior, thousands of mech designers quietly browsed its contents through various means, and those were just the people within the vicinity. Some of them looked up the location of a physical book and walked all the way in order to pull it out of the shelf. Others just sat down at one of the many traditional wooden desks and summoned the book by manipulating a projected interface. Most mech designers didn't bother this charade at all. They eschewed the archaic tradition of reading actual books in favor of reading their contents directly through the projected interface. After studying the other mech designers, he felt the latter two groups were missing out on the ritual the MTA presented. Why did the MTA set up their virtual portal in this fashion? Were they trying to go back to the past? Were they encouraging mech designers to waste valuable time by looking up a specific book among the seemingly endless shelves? VS didn't think those arguments were true. He developed several interpretations on the meaning of this ritual. The one he was the most sure of was that the MTA tried to make its knowledge a bit more troublesome to reach in order to drive an important point. Knowledge wasn't free. Knowledge didn't come from nowhere. Knowledge needed to be valued. As VS determined the location of a specific catalog of component licenses from a nearby interface, he began to walk through the long and broad halls flanked by rows and rows of impressively tall bookcases. Occasionally, VS encountered a crossroads, and sometimes he turned left or right. He encountered plenty of mech designers along the way. These mech designers occasionally approached random colleagues and started up a spontaneous exchange. The interior design library fostered a sense of knowledge sharing. Everyone who entered the library in this manner wanted to learn something new. This put the visiting mech designers in a generous mood. In some cases, their moods encouraged them to share some of the knowledge and insights that they ordinarily kept close to their chests. Due to the unique virtual setting of the library, the mech designers had the option to pull their conversation partners into a private communication channel. Even though they stood in the middle of a hall, to outsiders no sound escaped from their mouths. Their faces turned fuzzy as if they were swept up by static in order to prevent any bystanders from reading their facial expressions. Of course, there were also those who didn't bother with hiding what they shared. "Light mechs are worse than heavy mechs," an old man shouted to a younger woman. "Your statement is factually wrong. Larger is better. Heavy mechs are so loaded with features that they always have a solution for every problem. As for light mechs, their capacity is so small that I can't even fit a pocket knife in their puny frames." The young woman smirked at the old codge. "I have one word for you. Mobility." "So what? Do you think all heavy mechs are slow to move? As long as you strap a powerful enough engine or flight system to a heavy mech, they can move just as fast as their lighter counterparts. What's the point of a heavy mech if 3/4 of its available capacity is occupied by a supersized mech engine or flight system? That's a huge waste of exotic materials to me. Mobility is the one area which always redeems light mechs and dooms heavy mechs." Preposterous! As Ves walked past the quarreling mech designers, he shook his head. Their arguments sounded completely silly to him. There were advantages and disadvantages to both weight classes. Of course, there was no way to sink this conclusion in their thick skulls. Ves didn't have to study their records to realize that they were specialists in light mechs and heavy mechs respectively. When mech designers believed their design philosophy was right, no one would be able to convince them that they were wrong. Fortunately, the audio of their conversation automatically cut off once Ves took a few more steps. He smirked. "What a nefarious library!" He suddenly realized the true goal of the virtual library. The MTA just wanted to foster as many exchanges as possible. As long as these conversations took place in this setting, the association would be able to record all of their valuable insights. Chapter 1964 Oriental Fashion. Ves sat down at one of the half-walled wooden desks with a book in his hand. It was interesting to perceive a virtual setting through this fashion. The partial digitization of his mind allowed him to perceive virtual environments with much more fidelity than he thought. It wasn't perfect, though. Although the MTA did an excellent job, the virtual immersion still lacked some very subtle details that he couldn't quite describe. At some points, Ves had an uncanny feeling that he was trapped in a false setting. This kind of discomfort didn't go away. He always found at least one reason to feel disturbed. It spoiled the novelty of his first virtual immersion experience. Ves wasn't sure whether he wanted to enter the virtual library through this method again. It was a lot more straightforward to browse the portal through a traditional projection. He looked down and opened the book. He flipped through the pages and ignored his slightly off sense of touch. Since the flamethrower was critical to his striker mech, Ves decided to start his search by looking through various models of flame-spewing projectors. In general, the fundamental mechanisms of flamethrowers weren't complicated. Each and every flamethrower model that Ves encountered in the book shared the same delivery methods. The ingenuity in them came from how the weapon designers tried their best to make their weapons as robust and controlled as possible. Flamethrowers had to contain a lot of potentially volatile substances. Their ability to contain the propellant and oxidizing agent, the amount of heat they were able to bear, and how well they prevented the heat from leaking to the mech all distinguished one model from another model. Certain flamethrower models specialized in channeling the fiery output as far as possible. Others attempted to widen the flames so that the striker mech could block every approach from the front in an instant. All of these aspects and more provided VS with an endless amount of choice. After browsing a few dozen different models, he gained a very good sense on what he could choose from. Aside from the weirder flamethrowers that tried to achieve something exceptional, VS still had a lot to choose from. Many of them delivered identical performances, so he was free to choose according to his preferences. He eventually settled on a flamethrower configured for more close-ranged action. By default, the 34F Enizen spreader featured a wide but short-range delivery method that was quite good at occupying a broad front with burning substances. While the flamethrower could be set to narrow its cone of flames, it wasn't as good as increasing the range. More specialized flamethrowers were able to reach double or triple the range, but in exchange they made a lot of punishing trade-offs. VS couldn't get everything. Considering the main purpose of his striker mech as a defensive mech, he figured that range wasn't an exceptionally high priority to the mech. His striker mech didn't necessarily have to defeat a mech in order to fulfill its purpose. As long as the enemy stopped advancing forward, that was already enough to justify its addition to a mech roster. The large but fairly dispersed spraying pattern of the Enizen spreader might not concentrate a lot of thermal energy in a narrow area. Still, as VS watched the footage of the weapon in action, it looked incredibly impressive, especially to enemy mech pilots who were expected to pass through the flames. The Enizen spreader was a fairly hefty flamethrower. It was also a sizable one. Wielding it properly required a striker mech to hold it with both hands. All of these materials added to the cost of the weapon. In exchange, the flamethrower not only possessed a high heat capacity, but could also resist a few hits without falling apart or exploding in the striker mech's face. As an extra, while the maximum range of the flamethrower wasn't very great, concentrating the outward spray into a narrow beam still increased its lethality to an incredible degree. All in all, the Enizen spreader checked all of his essential boxes and a couple of the less important boxes as well. The only caveat was that it was a fairly expensive addition to his mech design. "Gloriana probably won't like how I've taken such a considerable chunk out of our budget," he muttered. He believed it was worth it. While a striker mech had to be fitted with plenty of armor due to its role and its place on the battlefield, VS didn't feel it had to be as tough as a knight mech. Neglecting the striker mech's offensive power in favor of increasing its defensive power was the wrong approach. That said, armor still mattered a lot as striker mechs simply didn't possess the mobility to rely on evasion to negate incoming attacks. Their heavy reliance on capacity and their defensive-minded roles called for them to stand their ground and take the hits on behalf of more vulnerable mechs. "Well, I can't have everything," he shrugged. Striker mechs weren't supposed to be punching bags, but they could take a few hits. It didn't matter if they weren't as tough as knight mechs because they never acted by themselves. One of the underlying reasons why he wanted to design this mech was because his forces needed to address a shortcoming that their current mech rosters weren't up to the task. In many other areas, mechs like the Bright Warrior already fulfilled the necessary functions. Adding his striker mech model to the mix would round out the Larkinson clan's capabilities a bit further. It was vitally important to patch one of the holes in the mech rosters in order to prevent needless deaths from occurring again. Once VS settled on his choice, he recorded the component license in order to discuss its merits with Gloriana. He stretched his body, only realizing a second later that the sensations of his body were fake. He looked down at the book. He could return it to its shelf by activating a command, but he figured he might as well see this ritual to the end. He sought out and retrieved the book the old-fashioned way, so he rose from his chair, picked up the book and walked the short distance to the right shelf in order to put it back. "Hello?" VS turned around to see a well-dressed woman in foreign fashion. It resembled a robe in the so-called Oriental style, but with a lot of decorative elements that spoke of class and wealth. This was not an average mech designer. In fact, those who were able to access the MTA's virtual library in this fashion were never mediocre. "Hello?" Ves answered back while studying the blonde woman. "Why did you approach me, miss?" The woman smiled. "Are you Ves Larkinson?" "I am. Do you know me? I don't recall meeting you. How do you know my name?" "Do you really have to ask? I watched your interview with the Rimward Star Herald. It is incredibly impressive that you've managed to obtain a masterwork certificate." Ah. His fame had already spread to the point where a random mech designer recognized him in a crowd. He couldn't help but feel a little flattered. He smiled back. "I didn't do it by myself. I had my girlfriend to lean on, and an unnamed benefactor did most of the heavy lifting." The other woman chuckled. "You don't have to be modest, Mr. Larkinson. If mech designers could coast on the accomplishments of a senior or master, they wouldn't have gotten a masterwork certificate. Only when your involvement is an essential component in the creation of a masterwork will the MTA grant you credit. I'm sure you would have been able to produce a masterwork mech by yourself sooner than later." Ves nodded. "I don't like to boast too much, but you're right. Anyway, I haven't caught your name." "You may call me Angelique Harcourt. As you may have surmised, I'm not a native to your star sector. I hail from the Heaven's Word Association, which is one of several second-rate states of majestic teal." So his initial guesses were true. The woman came from a neighboring star sector, and a very specific one at that. This was his first time he talked to a native of majestic teal in person, just like how William Urbish was his first acquaintance from Vicious Mountain. The star sector she called her home was rather odd in many ways. Its second-rate states were rather odd in that they seemed to change their territories quite very often without waging any full-blown wars. The customs there were so strange that everyone in the Komodo star sector simply didn't see any logic in their neighbors' territorial conflicts. Though Ves wasn't looking for conversation, his first meeting with someone from majestic teal was enough to arouse his curiosity. "Miss Harcourt, since you are here, I suppose you are a mech designer. What's your specialization?" "I am a journeyman like you, though my accomplishments aren't as illustrious as yours," she admitted with a soft expression. "I specialize in designing swordsman mechs. In particular, I excel at designing the fencer subtype of swordsman mechs. Rather than rely on momentum and brute force to hack an opponent, my mechs utilize a combination of speed and finesse to inflict targeted attacks onto the enemy weak points while evading as many attacks as possible." "Ah. So you're designing something similar to light skirmishers." Fencer mechs were usually light mechs that performed a similar role to their more ubiquitous dagger-wielding counterparts. Angelique briefly frowned. "Mr. Larkinson, please do not equate fencer mechs to light skirmishers. The Heaven's Word Association would never tolerate your ignorance. Be careful in what you say. Fencer mechs are completely different from light skirmishers." The way she emphasized her last sentence hinted to Ves that he had touched a very sensitive nerve. Ves wanted to scratch his head. Fencer mechs were identical to light skirmishers. They were fast, light, melee-oriented and fought their enemies by poking at their weak points. The only meaningful difference was that light skirmishers often wielded dual daggers while fencer mechs made do with a single sword. "Please forgive my ignorance, Miss Harcourt. Could you enlighten me what makes fencer mechs different?" "Certainly, Mr. Larkinson. Would you like to sit down at one of the tables?" "Sure." It didn't really matter if they stood or sat down since their physical bodies weren't there, but they sat down anyway. Harcourt stretched a delicate finger and projected one of her mech designs. "I believe you are very familiar with light skirmishers. Please compare what you know of this mech type with the fencer mech I've projected. This is one of my latest works, and I'm particularly proud of it. I'm curious to hear what an exalted masterwork mech designer has to say about my efforts. Harcourt's fencer mech design certainly looked impressive. The second-class mech was largely a landbound mech, though it featured a light application of internal flight modules that allowed it to make large leaps or hops or fly in the air at a lower speed. It could also fly fairly proficiently in space. Still, it was obvious that the mech's main focus was to fight an opponent on solid ground. The machine immediately screamed dueling mech to Ves due to its focus on peak performance over endurance. Even though the mech only possessed a limited uptime, it was able to outshine other comparable light mechs. Its speed, strength, and most of all precision were unparalleled compared to the likes of the Fliskin, though the comparison wasn't entirely fair since latter had to carry a flight system. Even so, Ves envisioned the fencer mech as a terror in the mech arenas. As long as the mech pilot was skilled enough to dance around his opponent, he could strike when the probability of suffering a counterattack was low. Still, Ves didn't see why this mech was any different from a light skirmisher aside from its weapon. He didn't want to reveal his ignorance, though. "This is a very well put together mech," he said. "Though I'm able to envision how it performs in battle, won't you mind sharing some footage with me? Seeing it in battle will help me in evaluating your work." "Certainly. While I've only released my product a short time ago, it has already attracted a following. Let me browse my database to find the most representative battle footage." Chapter 1965 Skill vs. Technology. "Fencer mechs are capable of outdueling any melee mechs by themselves," she said. "As you can imagine, my Heaven's Word Association is incredibly obsessed with swordsmanship. We have developed millions of styles, and many of them revolve around defeating a superior mech with an inferior mech. True glory isn't earned by bullying weaker opponents. It is only attainable to duelists if they can vanquish against a mech that is twice as expensive as theirs." Angelique Harcourt conveyed her true feelings on the matter. Her design philosophy centered entirely on fencer mechs, with a particular focus on empowering finesse-based fighting styles. Ves heard this kind of argument many times. In particular, swordsman mech specialists and mech designers who specialized in designing offensive melee mechs always liked to harp on the merits of centering mech designs around facilitating the skill expression of the mech pilot. Personally, he possessed a more neutral stance on the matter. While he agreed that it was often best if the mech did not constrain the skill expression of the mech pilot, there were many instances where individual skill just didn't matter. The hierarchy of mech pilots was shaped like a very broad pyramid. Only a handful of truly skilled mech pilots sat at the top. The majority consisted of a very fat portion of mediocre mech pilots, and an even greater number comprised an extremely broad base. What this effectively meant was that designing mechs around enabling skilled mech pilots to perform their fancy tracks was all well and good, but this market only consisted of 1% or less of the entire mech market. Most general-purpose mechs focused much more on winning the battle through their base performance parameters and individual strengths imparted by their designs. This was the orthodox approach to mech design. Even in a second-rate state like the Friday Coalition or the Hexadric Hegemony, plenty of mediocre mech pilots existed who, despite all of their advanced education and augmentations, were still barely good enough to pilot a basic mech. Therefore, to most people in the mech community, they had to base their decisions around average mech pilots who always needed help from their mechs in order to increase their effectiveness in battle. As Ves faced the passionate mech designer from the Heaven's Word Association, he refrained from voicing his true opinion. From what she said so far, he would only get sucked in a pointless argument against someone who would never change her mind on a matter he held close to her heart. He returned a strained smile at Harcourt. "I understand. Fencer mechs are completely designed to outduel any enemy swordsman mech, spearman mech, or other melee mech up front. Different from light skirmishers, they possess enough strength to deflect and redirect incoming blows. Considering how much less strength fencer mechs possess compared to medium mechs, that must be pretty difficult to pull off. One misstep is enough to result in defeat. That's why my customers are all sword masters. Miss Harcourt grinned in satisfaction. It's not easy to satisfy the needs of these exalted mech pilots. Admittedly, I have no chance of offering my products to the established sword masters of my association, but the younger ones are hungry to prove their skill. Forgive my ignorance, miss. From the inflection of your words, I take it that sword masters are special in your association. Am I correct? The female mech designer beamed with pride. Our Heaven's Word Association produces the best swordsman mech pilots of our star sector. In fact, some of our sword masters aren't inferior to the best swordsman mech specialists of the Winged Serenade star sector. It takes lifelong learning and dedication to become a recognized sword master. Even before they start learning how to pilot any swordsman mech, they begin swinging their swords and practicing the fundamentals of their sword styles when they are old enough to hold a stick. The woman blabbered on about the constant and extreme training that sword masters had to endure in order to become a master of the sword. Whether in person or in the cockpit of a mech, sword masters were expected to deliver a brilliant display of swordsmanship. The strongest and most skilled sword master of our time is always crowned as the Heaven's Word Saint. As the mech pilot who is the closest to wielding the legendary Heaven's Word, we believe he is worthy enough to lead our association. The more Ves heard about the Heaven's Word Association, the less he wanted to hear. The citizens of the Heaven's Word Association even called themselves sword servants, implying that everyone who wasn't a sword master solely existed to serve this warrior class. Ves pretended to notice the time. I'd love to exchange my views on swordsman mechs and fencer mechs with you, but I have just begun to embark on a new design project. The deadline for it is rather tight, and the rest of my design team is awaiting the results of my selection. Oh? May I ask what mech you are planning to design? A space-borne striker mech. I see. That's a shame. Angelique's face fell. If you were designing a swordsman mech, I would have been able to offer some advice to you. Striker mechs are rather detestable mechs in my opinion. They require no skill at all to pilot. It is a travesty every time a no-skill mech is capable of defeating a proper swordsman mech. That was the entire point. Striker mechs were explicitly designed to counter tricky and maneuverable melee mechs. They offered a solution to mech forces that didn't possess too many high-skilled mech pilots. Without striker mechs, any formidable opponent would be able to wreak havoc in their midst. While it sounded dishonorable to rely on technology to neutralize the advantages of skill, the history of war throughout human civilization always revolved around this dynamic. In ancient human civilization, armies started slinging stones or shooting arrows at their opponents. Regardless of how a king or noble spent a significant amount of money and effort to train a skilled knight or man-at-arms who were deadly at close combat, a single arrow penetrating a weak point in their armor was enough to make all of that investment go to waste. As millennia passed and humanity ascended to the stars, humanity still leaned heavily on technology to vanquish its opponents. Relying on skill was important, but, aside from prodigies, many mech pilots focused on deepening their skill because they didn't have enough faith in the battle prowess of their mechs. If their machines weren't good enough because their employers were too cheap or refused to assign them something better, then honing their skills was the only way for these mech pilots to increase their chances of success in battle. Maybe I'll design a swordsman mech in the future. It's on my to-do list, Ves casually remarked. Please consider getting in touch with me if you do. Whether you just want some advice from someone who has designed mechs that excel in bringing out the strengths of different sword styles, or are in need of a very knowledgeable collaborator, I'm open to any offer. Ves smiled. I appreciate your generous offer. For the time being, I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Larkinson. He pulled his digitized mind out of the MTA's virtual portal shortly afterwards. Returning his perspective to his real body momentarily disoriented him. The transition happened suddenly without any adjustment time. However, he soon familiarized himself with his own eyes and ears again. Gloriana was watching him carefully from his side. How was your first virtual immersion? It's disturbing how closely it mimics reality yet exhibits subtle signs of imperfection that constantly reminds me that it's just a false reality. The MTA probably has technology that can present an even more realistic experience, she claimed. Back when I was residing at Centerpoint, I heard rumors that the MTA has long mastered how to make virtual immersion so realistic that no one is able to distinguish between true and false reality. They mostly keep it to themselves in order to give their own personnel an edge in training and prevent trillions of average people from losing touch with reality. That sounded like something the MTA would do. Human civilization may be ascendant in the Milky Way galaxy and beyond, but their race could easily lose its dominant position if its people grew complacent. Getting lost in entertainment and ignoring actual concerns in life for the endless pleasures of virtual reality was a common fear to many leaders. Humans needed to maintain their edge. Growing soft led to weakness. Weakness led to disaster. No matter what, humans needed to remember that life was hard, but necessary. This reminds me that I still need to visit the Rim Exchange, Ves suddenly said. I refrained from visiting its virtual portal because I still had to complete the Bright Warrior design and didn't want to become distracted. But now that I'm not as busy, perhaps I can see what this exclusive club is all about. Go ahead, Ves. I'm curious to see what the Rim Exchange has to offer as well. It's a shame I didn't receive an invitation. She didn't show much remorse, though. Hexers generally preferred to keep a distance from the MTA and its organizations because they had too many males and power. I'll be on the lookout for any easy opportunities to earn a lot of merits, though I don't expect to find anything promising. MTA merits shouldn't be so easy to come by, considering they are the primary necessities to extend our lives. Before you dive in again, please tell me which flamethrower model you've selected. He briefly did so, and she accepted his choice, though with obvious reluctance. Our budget will strain even further with this choice, Ves. We can invest as much in the armor system of our striker mech design. Offense is more important than defense when it comes to striker mechs. If I want a defensive mech, I would have designed a mech that is specialized in taking a beating. She couldn't argue with that simple logic, though she didn't feel so good. Second-class striker mechs were much better protected in proportion to all of its other features, but that was an entirely different game. Once Ves finished his discussion with his girlfriend, he settled on his seat and prepared to enter another virtual immersion. He browsed the interface of his comm until he came across the exclusive virtual entrance of the marketplace of the Rim Guardian fraternity. Mech designers and other mech insiders all across the entire galactic rim dreamt of becoming an associate of the Rim Guardians. Chief among their reasons was obtaining access to their exclusive Rim Exchange. Though it offered many of the same goods and services of the MTA, associates received varying levels of preferential treatment that allowed them to get more out of their precious merits. Now, Ves would be entering it for the very first time. Though he wasn't sure what to expect, he hoped to find something that would make it easier to fulfill his ambition to become a galactic pioneer. As his partially digitized mind entered the Rim Exchange's virtual portal, his senses blanked out once again before depositing him at a brilliant star escape. Stars surrounded him from every direction as his disembodied eyes floated in the middle of interstellar space. A symbol of the Rim Guardians slowly lit up in front of his view. A starry chakram with the silhouette of a man at the side looking upwards with hope conveyed a lot of symbolism. Once it disappeared, an android similar to Delta Gina appeared into view. Welcome to the Rim Exchange, Mr. Larkinson," the butler-like android with a metallic mustache greeted. "I am Gamma Gamma Hogan, your virtual concierge at our illustrious exchange. Whether you visit our virtual portal or one of our physical branches, I shall always be present to accompany you through our exchange and assist you in your tasks. You may dismiss me whenever you wish if you do not desire my company." If Ves still possessed a body, he would have twitched his mouth. It figured that the Rim Guardians wouldn't do things the normal way. "Your name is kind of a mouthful. Can I call you Hogan?" "You have full prerogative to call me anything you wish." A thought came to mind. "I'm curious. What are the most common names that virtual concierges like you are called?" "The top names are Bot, Stupid Bot, Dummy, $$U0026 $Y $U0026 at $U0026 $U0026 servant AI and $$ at Would you like to refer to me in one of these popular names instead?" "No thanks. Hogan will do." Chapter 1966 Rim Avatar. "So Hogan, as much as I'd like to float around in a fake galaxy a little longer, I was expecting a little more from the Rim Exchange. Could you lead me to the Merit Hall and other places on the platform?" "You are not ready to enter our platform in your current state, Mr. Larkinson." The servo-virtual android spoke. "As this is the first time you are entering our virtual portal, you must design your humanoid avatar which you will be using to interact with fellow associates and representatives of the Rim Guardians." Ves felt puzzled. "So I'm not going to be visiting the exchange in a copy of my own body?" "Correct. Here at the Rim Exchange, billions of associates come together in one of our instance virtual realities. Mech designers, mech pilots, industrialists, and many other noteworthy people from across the galaxy are able to socialize and exchange with each other." "So I'll be able to encounter someone who is separated 100,000 light-years away from the Komodo star sector?" Hogan nodded his robotic head. "Technically that is correct, though by default you will enter an instance that is mostly visited by your fellow associates in your star cluster. You have the option to transfer to a more cosmopolitan instance, but that is not recommended for journeymen. It might be fun to talk to someone who lived on the other end of the galaxy, but the novelty quickly wore off after a time. Aside from conducting a shallow exchange, there was no point in collaborating with someone who was so physically distant." "Tell me more about these so-called avatars, Hogan. Could you show me some examples as well?" "Why certainly, Mr. Larkinson. Here is a random selection of Rim avatars designed by your fellow associates." The android waved a hand, causing a carousel of a diverse selection of robotic, human-sized avatars to rotate past his view. Many of them resembled androids like Delta Gina and Gamma Gamma Hogan, but with much more sophistication in their designs. Most of them were unclothed, preferring to bear their full technical brilliance to others. Some of them adhered closely to the human form. Whether they were male or female, they looked human enough to pass off as one if not for their obvious technological appearances. Others were a bit more creative. One looked like a robotic bear that learned how to walk upright, while another resembled a floating octopus that hovered above the ground using anti-grav modules rather than its tentacles. A substantial minority of avatars even took on the form of mechs on a smaller scale. These human-sized mechs were completely viable in reality. Aside from the lack of mech pilots, these mech-like Rim avatars were obviously derived from the mech designed by their owners. What impressed Ves the most about these avatars was that many owners used them as a canvas to express their creativity or send a message. Some Rim avatars resembled ancient, corroded relics that one might find in a centuries-old ruin. Another brilliant avatar even seemed to have been designed according to steampunk principles, operating completely on steam rather than conventional electricity. VS didn't need to ask why the RIM exchange enforced the use of these RIM avatars. At least in the case of mech designers, the names and appearances of their fellow colleagues weren't as important as their ability in mech design. Showcasing their design style and design skill in the form of a personally designed RIM avatar provided much more information to others with just a single glance. The avatar bodies that Hogan showed off all provided VS with a wealth of information about their owners just by reading their designs. Some owners were eager to advertise their full abilities. Others were more circumspect and deliberately designed RIM avatars that revealed as little information about their identities, design styles, and skill as possible. He even encountered a few sloppy, low-effort RIM avatars that were barely better than cleaning bots in terms of sophistication. All in all, VS understood that he could pick any form of RIM avatar he wished, within certain limits. Rather than a straightforward demonstration of design prowess, the avatars also functioned as a way to shape to other people's impression of himself. Whether he wanted to attract attention from others or avoid it like the plague, his unique RIM avatar would be able to facilitate either desires depending on his design choices. What a fun game! VS curled his non-existent lips into a smile. It's fitting that a platform that is mostly frequented by mech designers to adopt such a novel custom. After VS expressed a desire to design his own RIM avatar, Hogan waved his robotic hand once again, transferring him to a virtual design studio. As a convenience, you do not need to fabricate the components of your RIM avatar. Merely design your avatar and its virtual incarnation will immediately appear in front of you. As a Level 2 external associate of the RIM Guardian fraternity, you have access to a slightly wider selection of materials and advanced components. I'm not Level 1. Is that normal? What is this level structure? External associates rank from Level 1 to Level 10. Each new associate starts at Level 1, which is the most basic level. It provides no discount on official goods and services offered by the RIM Guardians, and your access to various facilities and amenities are subject to many restrictions. At Level 2, you receive a 5% discount and gain various privileges. This pattern continues at higher levels until you reach Level 10, which affords associates with a 45% discount on official goods and services as well as many other privileges. 45%. That was a massive discount, especially if that applied to Fleet Beyonder tickets and life-prolonging treatments. However, VS knew that the RIM Guardians weren't generous for nothing. Just like the MTA they hailed from, mech designers probably had to toil for centuries to reach the highest level. How can mech designers reach a higher level of associate status? Certain critical missions offer a promotion in rank as an optional or base reward. You can also reach a higher level by advancing to senior or master or by making certain important achievements. The reason why you have been promoted to Level 2 is because you have received a Masterwork certificate. This is an achievement worthy of recognition. So that explained it. That was a pretty nice extra, since a 5% discount already shaved off 5 million MTA merits off the hefty price of a Fleet Beyonder ticket. Well, let's start. The design interface was virtually identical to that of a mech design software suite, though with various extra tools designed to cope with the smaller scale of the robotic avatars. VS had access to the public library of the MTA if he needed to look up on how to build a robot, and he even had the option of contacting some people if he needed advice or assistance. He was too proud and confident to rely on others to design his RIM avatar. He wanted it to become an expression of himself. He saw no need to play any games and hide his identity behind a deceptive RIM avatar. Instead, he wanted to translate his design style, his design philosophy, and his other design-related traits in the form he chose to represent himself among the associates of the RIM Guardians. Naturally, he would hold some characteristics back, but he was not afraid of showing other mech designers his distinctive design style. Besides, anyone who looked up his mech designs would be able to view what he could do anyway. Though Hogan mentioned that VS had the option of hiding his identity, he didn't see the point in that. The Rim Exchange was a virtual reality that was fully under the control of the Rim Guardians. Privacy was an illusion and everything happened under the purview of the powerful organization. As he directed his thoughts to his Rim avatar, VS briefly considered his options. He didn't feel the need to be adventurous and designed something that deviated from the human form. He first started drawing a line schematic that largely resembled his actual contours. Now that he defined the shape and volume of his Rim avatar, he began to design its internals. A humanoid robot was incredibly simple to make. However, it took a lot of skill and sophistication to design a robot that moved as cleverly as a human and functioned just as well in diverse environments. VS considered it a test of some sorts. Fortunately, with his knowledge and skill, developing a robot from the ground up was not a difficult task at all, especially now that he augmented his cognitive functions with his Archimedes Rebel implant. He quickly designed the internals of his Rim avatar in a matter of hours. VS did the best he could in this span of time. Due to the smaller size and scope of his design, VS didn't have to spend nearly as much time as he would on a mech design. While he hadn't made any adventurous design choices with regards to the internals, he made sure to design the inner structure in a way that was robust and reliable even if VS hadn't subjected it to a lot of optimization. With regards to testing and optimization, the virtual workshop offered many advanced features that quickly analyzed and tested the Rim avatar's performance in an enormous range of conditions. VS saved a lot of days of tinkering with this service. How powerful! This kind of assistance is invaluable in mech design. Once he finished the internals, he devoted a lot of time to the externals, because that was the most obvious portion that others would judge his avatar. He decided to unleash a bit of his creativity and go a little wild with regards to its external appearance. He adopted a bronze-like appearance that resembled Lucky's original metallic look. He spiced it up by adding some white and golden accents to the mech. The Rim avatar's appearance went past functional and started to adopt an artistic slant. VS spent hours on fine-tuning the visual design of his Rim avatar. At the same time, he also concentrated his mind and tried to realize the vision he constructed in his mind. As an extra element to his Rim avatar, VS wanted to convey a bit of his specialty in it by imparting it with a glow. VS didn't put his full effort into it, as he was well aware that the Rim Guardians were recording all of his actions as he worked. He merely fell back to creating an image of himself and infused it with his own spiritual energy, making extra effort to emphasize his spiritual domain. The glow that slowly formed inside his metallic bronze avatar began to radiate a subtle aura. VS deliberately toned it down in order to avoid stirring up a huge amount of people. Nonetheless, anyone who got close to him or caught his attention would definitely be able to feel that they were in the presence of someone remarkable. The unique blend of life and mechs that came from his spiritual attributes permeated his increasingly more impressive Rim avatar like a scent that never went away. Though an artificial life form like Gamma Gamma Hogan probably felt nothing from his bronze Rim avatar, other people would definitely be able to sense its glow. This avatar is missing something. How could I forget? VS quickly modified the bald and shiny head structure in order to incorporate a soft glowing third eye. Different from the third eye of his mech designs, he decided to keep it oval in order to resemble a human eye shape. Gloriana didn't have any involvement in designing this Rim avatar, so VS had no right to add her signature look to his creation. Besides, VS was afraid that he would be mistaken for an oppressed male hexer if his Rim avatar paraded a hexagon-shaped eye. Hogan had already mentioned to him that the default instance he was about to enter was frequented by many associates from the Komodo Star sector. After fine-tuning the visual glow of the third eye, Ves finally completed his work. It took a few hours, but Ves was pretty proud of what he came up with. The design tools provided by the Rim Guardians certainly compensated for many of its shortcomings resulting from his haste. Have you completed your Rim avatar, Mr. Larkinson? I have. Does my work meet the Rim Exchange's approval? It does. You may use it as your primary form when you enter one of our venues. Please keep in mind that you may also take control of a physical copy of your Rim avatar when you visit one of our physical sites. Of course, they would do something like that. The Rim Guardians could easily materialize his work in a second and deconstruct afterwards when Ves was done his business. Alright, let's go! Before you enter the exchange, you must bestow your work with a name. This will also be your public pseudonym in the Rim exchange. Ves was too impatient to think up something clever. He had enough with these diversions. Just call it Life Giver. No, wait, call it Apollo. Now let me enter. A pseudonym like Life Giver veered uncomfortably close to the Five Scrolls compact. It was better to pick something more bland like the name of a god. Unfortunately, he hit a snag that was common to many people who wanted to register a name. That particular pseudonym is already taken by a fellow associate. Apollon? That particular pseudonym is already taken by a fellow associate. God damn it! That particular pseudonym is already taken by a fellow associate. You stupid bot! Call it Apollo Radiant. I'm sure that's not taken yet. Now let me in already! Your Rim avatar is officially registered as Apollo Radiant. Please stand by for transfer. Chapter 1967 Rim Tour. Ves entered one of the main instances of the Rim exchange for the very first time. He emerged in the middle of a plaza. Once the bronze-like robotic form of his Apollo Radiant finished its entry into this virtual setting, he looked around in wonder through his simulated artificial sensors. Impressive. The Rim exchange simulated a city from a first-rate state. The hypermodern architecture vaguely resembled the sights he had seen when he entered the mind of Axlar Strion during a past mastery experience. Perhaps this cityscape wasn't anything special to the Terrans or the Rebarthans, but to the Hicks from the Galactic Rim, this was more than enough to steal anyone's breath away at first sight. As Ves admired the vista, he eventually noted some incongruities. Certain floating structures or structures on land looked out of place from the rest of the city. Their appearances exhibited a different style and different construction. They ranged from ancient wooden temples, starships, alien forests, and other settings. When he concentrated on what looked like a church, a pop-up box appeared in his view. New Apostolic Church of Granada Prime. Total value, 64,035,245 MTA merits. Accessibility, open to the public at all times. Message: Christ is a mech designer. Find out why by stepping inside. Ves had to make sure his optical sensors were working correctly. A church was allowed to exist in the Rim exchange. It seemed as if anyone could buy some real estate in this instance, as long as they had enough merits on hands. After he was done admiring the virtual setting, he directed to himself. Unlike his previous visit to the MTA's public library, he didn't appear in his own body this time. Instead, his current body comprised of his Rim avatar. They experimentally flexed his fingers and moved his robotic limbs. His bronze-like shell held up well as he had leveraged most of his mech design expertise into fashioning himself a good artificial body. More importantly than that, his Apollo Radiant avatar also exuded a glow that was already turning the heads of nearby Rim avatars. One avatar shaped like a fat, robotic walrus in a formal suit was openly gawking at V's much slimmer form like he was the only alien among a crowd of humans. In fact, dozens of others who had just beamed into the same plaza were attracted to his glow as well. Apollo Radiant, how come you're only level 2? V's robotic face scrunched in a frown. How do you know that? You don't know? I'm new here. This is my first time entering the Rim Exchange. That's impossible, the walrus bellowed. You're level 2. I don't need to explain myself to you. How do you know I'm a level 2 associate? The walrus finally started to look unsure of his guess. You're really new? Yes, Ves said with an exasperated sigh. Oh. Well, you can study our details by activating one of the settings of this virtual immersion. How can I access the settings? Your virtual concierge should tell you this, but he is probably waiting outside. Just call up an interface from your comm. Ves did so, and saw that he had access to a lot of functions. Once he browsed the settings, he activated an overlay option. Pseudonyms instantly appeared above everyone's head. Like a game, Ves started seeing names like Brozard Lakeman or Master of Spears. In addition, as long as Ves concentrated a little, he could call up the level of the associate, and depending on the privacy setting of the Rim avatar, the name of the associate, their location, their mech designer rank if applicable, and a brief summary of their record. Ves quickly browsed his own privacy settings and saw that it was set to the highest privacy setting by default. Though he wasn't afraid of announcing his identity and showing off his impressive accomplishments for a journeyman, he decided to be a bit more reserved than planned and left his privacy settings alone. After he became more accustomed to moving his Apollo Radiant avatar, Ves began to head to the exit of the plaza. A large amount of virtual concierges awaited outside. Gamma Hogan soon walked up to him. Apollo Radiant, please accompany me so that I introduce you to the Rim Exchange. There are several essential rules and customs you need to be aware of before you proceed to make use of our platform. Very well. The two walked away from the crowded plaza while the AI began to show him ropes. He began to instruct him on how to change his settings on his comm, which he already knew. The instance you see here is one of many instances which may look different. Hogan robotically explained. Some instances are set on lunar surfaces, while others are set in the interior of an arc ship. No matter the specific setting, the structures here are divided into two categories. The majority of them are operated by the Rim Guardians. The Merit Hall is one of the most important structures which we will reach at the end of the tour. The two walked forward until they stopped in front of one of the structures with foreign architecture. The Rim Exchange offers certain parcels for sale to associates interested in establishing a permanent virtual presence in a particular instance. It is generally not recommended for new and low-level associates to purchase the right to build a virtual structure in the Rim Exchange due to the prohibitive cost of MTA merits. That was for sure. Even this small structure that was close to one of the plazas already cost more than 20 million MTA merits. A centuries-old geezer could gain an extra century of life with that amount of merits. I'm not interested. Let's move on, Hogan. Very well. The instance resembled a city for a very good reason. There were so many associates here that a lot of city districts were needed to accommodate them all in the same virtual setting. Most of the buildings were actually used for something. The city offered virtual workplaces for associates to get some work done. The city also offered virtual workshops where associates could collaborate or compete against each other, as they designed and fabricated virtual mechs with a very high degree of realism factor. However, Ves soon discovered that most of the buildings weren't very relevant to his interests. He just wanted to use the Rim Exchange to earn a lot of merits. He wasn't interested in hanging out here all day in order to socialize or expand his network. Still, he did maintain some interest towards the other associates. Everywhere he went, he could see RIM avatars walking the streets or chatting with each other. Most RIM avatars seemed to be traveling alone. A few had their virtual concierges by their side. Almost everyone walked on foot. There were no vehicles available, and the only way that someone like Ves could access a floating building was to enter one of the invisible elevators that lifted his body off the ground at a slow and agonizing pace. A few RIM avatars didn't seem constrained by gravity, though. A handful of very impressive-looking artificial bodies zipped past his head with no concern for the people below. How come those RIM avatars can fly? Associates who are level 6 and up receive the privilege to fly in any branch of the RIM exchange. Please be respectful to these individuals. The ability to fly is only granted to associates who have contributed significantly to the RIM Guardians. I understand. These higher-level people were probably master mech designers or something. What he found the most interesting about watching other associates was the way they presented themselves in the form of their RIM avatars. Though plenty of associates choose to hide their strengths and traits, there were still a lot of RIM avatars who openly displayed their design talents. His eyes were certainly opened at that moment. He encountered a diverse varieties of design philosophies, ranging from the conventional to the extreme, just by studying the way their owners designed their RIM avatars. One lady, for example, seemed to specialize in designing heavy artillery mechs. Her RIM avatar probably reached the maximum allowable dimensions and mass, as her gun-infested avatar had to squeeze through the extra-large doors in order to enter a building. Another associate seemed to specialize in bestial mechs, as he trotted down the street at a quick pace in centaur form. All in all, there was a lot of gawking going around. Everyone watched everyone. Whether they only directed a brief glance or stared at someone else's RIM avatar as if it was the most beautiful robot in the galaxy, no one seemed to be very shy about checking each other out. Sometimes, associates interested in someone else's specialty or design style began to approach them in order to chat. Just like the MTA's public library, this entire RIM exchange tried to foster a lot of exchanges, friendships, and cooperation. Evidently, the MTA heavily encouraged its associates to socialize with each other. Was the association afraid that every mech designer would turn into nerds if they weren't maintaining enough human contact? Even Ves started to receive some interest. A couple had already approached him, mostly due to Apollo Radiant's glow. I'm sorry, but as you can see and hear, I'm in the middle of my introductory tour. Rejection was fairly common at the RIM exchange, so no one took his rejection personally. It wasn't as if there was any way to insist on a conversation. The RIM Guardians were watching them so closely that any improper or untoward behavior would immediately result in a temporary ban. The tour took more than an hour. Hogan first guided him to the district where the business network resided. For the business-minded associate, this district offers many ways to grow your business. You can sign special contracts enforced by the MTA here. You can find business partners from different parts of the galactic rim to make business deals. You can also obtain a referral if you desire a specific good or service. I already know that. Ves waved his robotic hand. Lieutenant Firkt already gave me the description on the basic services available at the RIM exchange. What I want to know is how much merits it costs for services related to expanding my business to a different star sector. Without applying discounts, it costs 10,000 MTA merits to guarantee a business contract in your native star sector. It costs 50,000 MTA merits to guarantee a contract in a different star sector. It costs 100,000 MTA merits to gain access to the distribution network of the RG Logistics. It costs 10 million MTA merits to gain access to the distribution network of the entire galactic rim. Please keep in mind that every contract abides by a standard structure and must be subject to approval by the Rim Guardians. Those were some very significant prices. MTA merits were notoriously hard to obtain in great amounts. While access to a distribution network that spanned the entire galactic rim for just 10 million MTA merits sounded like a bargain, it was in effect a lot more complicated than that. Hogan informed VS that he would still have to pay a lot of transportation costs in order to ship his products to different star sectors and star clusters. The greater the distance, the higher the price. No matter what, the Rim Guardians still made sure they earned a profit from any of the business activities of their associates. Though the merit prices for most of these services sounded reasonable, VS was in no hurry to make use of them. VS already learned it was far too easy to spend his MTA merits than to earn them. Before he built up his savings, he should refrain from squandering this precious resource. One thing was for sure. These services were very popular among associates, as a lot of Rim avatars constantly entered the buildings that offered them. Obtaining the backing of the Rim Guardians was a powerful way to make sure that a foreign business partner from another star sector wouldn't renege on a deal. Chapter 1968 Business Alliances. Granada Prime was an instance of the Rim exchange centered around the 3 star sectors of Komodo, Vicious Mountain, and Majestic Teal. As Gamma Hogan continued to guide VS around the stunning cityscape that would fit right at home in a first-rate state, they traversed from one end of the open districts to the other end. They paused at various notable structures along the way, each of which offered various goods and services that couldn't be found elsewhere outside the MTA. The various venues offered dazzling offerings that focused a lot on enhancing the capabilities of mech pilots and mech designers. VS encounter a dizzying selection of high-class implants, superior gene mod templates, and even personal tutoring sessions from masters. His Rim avatar's 3 eyes stared obsessively at some of the most valuable offerings. Certain products such as advanced gene optimization treatments, auto-designer mainframes and materializers could completely transform his life and boost his productivity to insane levels. Yet as soon as a pop-up box appeared in his view, he couldn't help but wince and regretfully turn his robotic avatar's head away. Too expensive! All of these products vastly exceeded his budget. Some products were easier to obtain than others because they were priced in both credits and merits. The latter was very difficult to obtain, but the former was just a question of wealth. As long as someone's daddy was rich enough, it was still possible to purchase a materializer without slaving away on behalf of the Rim Guardians. It's pointless, though. A single materializer may be a fine machine to someone like Gloriana who specialized in custom mechs, but the cost did not outweigh the benefits. The amount of money required to purchase the lowest quality materializer was enough to purchase a couple of planets. Mech designers were better off investing in a high-quality mech manufacturing complex, or a well-equipped factory ship. Other products failed to convey enough value in his opinion. The Rim Exchange may have made more of the MTA's exclusive products available to its associates, but their prices were hardly lower. It's all about the discount, VS realized over the course of his tour. The discount an associate could obtain was vitally important. As a mech designer continued to increase his value and contribute to the Rim Guardians, their associate level rose, thereby lowering the prices of the products offered by the fraternity by increments of 5%. It was not that difficult to obtain a couple of levels. However, the further you rose, the harder it was to reach the next threshold. Yet leveling up was very much worth it in the long term. The Rim Guardians offered a near-global discount on all of its products and services at higher levels of associate status. Right now, VS was merely level 2, but he already obtained a 5% discount on every offering, including the Fleet Beyonder ticket that he had always been aiming for since the start of the new generation. The one caveat to the discount was that it didn't apply to goods and services offered by other associates and third parties. The Rim Guardians generally didn't meddle with private transactions unless the associates paid a lot of merits to guarantee the contract. This meant that if VS got scammed, he only had himself to blame. Higher levels of associate status also conveys other perks. Hogan robotically explained as they passed through a widely frequented avenue. A lot of Rim avatars paused and stared at Apollo Radiant's bronze-like form as they became affected by its subtle but alluring glow. At level 2, 4, and 6, you gain access to increasingly higher qualities of exotics that you can apply to your Rim avatar. At level 10, you may even invent materials that do not exist in reality. That wasn't as valuable as the discount those higher levels offered. Still, VS could see the value in upgrading the Rim avatar. More expensive and impressive ones always attracted a lot of attention. Just like how great clothing could improve someone's image, a more sophisticated Rim avatar could instantly command attention. VS had encountered plenty of scenes where a level 4 or a level 6 associate attracted dozens of lower-leveled mech designers. The Rim Exchange was not just a venue for trade. It was also a platform for cooperation. Every mech designer who was able to enter the Rim Exchange consisted of some of the best and most talented mech designers of their respective star sectors. No one who managed to earn the approval of the Rim Guardians were average. These talented and capable mech designers weren't interested in collaborating with the riffraff of their states. They were much more interested in combining their strengths with equals. To foster partnerships and collaborations, certain associates purchased real estate at Granada Prime and other instances in order to start a club. These clubs adopted various forms, but VS noted that most of them adopted a model similar to that of the Clifford Society. The more senior members of the clubs or associations offered various rewards to the lower ranks. All the junior members needed to do was to contribute to the club. VS wasn't very attracted to these associations. He was very much aware that the clubs were mostly set up to enrich the associates at the top. The lower ranks were mostly treated as slaves or free labor. Still, plenty of journeymen and other lower-leveled associates seemed to take part in these clubs, particularly if they offered market access or extensive collaborations in major design projects. Hogan pointed at one of the virtual headquarters at the side of the street. Many of our associates joined together to form business alliances. It is well worth it to apply to join these business alliances. If you are an entrepreneur, then the market access, opportunities for collaboration, and frequent exchanges are very beneficial to your progression. According to one of our studies, associates who have joined a business alliance or comparable cooperative organization have advanced from journeyman senior 34.5362342332% higher than associates who have declined to follow suit. That was quite a hefty difference, but VS knew that Hogan was only mentioning this fact because the Rim Guardians wanted him to partner up with other associates. The more the associates worked together, the more the Rim Guardians benefited. Aside from deriving more profit out of them, partnerships and alliances also fostered more closeness to the Rim Guardians. Though VS saw a lot of benefits in joining these organizations, for now he reserved his judgment. A part of him felt that he could already get everything he wanted from the Rim Exchange alone. Their tour eventually came to an end when Gamma Hogan guided his Rim avatar to the foot of a tall structure known as the Merit Hall. The Merit Hall is the primary source of MTA merits to associates. The Rim Guardians offer many different missions, each of which reward its takers with varying amounts of MTA merits and other rewards. How many merits do these missions reward on average? That varies wildly between mission issuers, mission types, mission lengths, mission difficulties, level restrictions, rank restrictions, risk factors, and other variables. On average, a level 2 journeyman such as you earns 29,454 MTA merits per successfully completed mission. That didn't sound very much. His avatar's robotic face didn't hide his dismay at this paltry amount of merits. It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. If his level remained the same, then he needed to earn 95 million MTA merits in order to earn his own passage to the Red Ocean. If he earned around 30,000 merits per mission, he would have to complete 31,667 missions in order to become a galactic pioneer. I'll probably be 1,000 years old by the time I earn enough merits. By then, Fleet Beyonder tickets were completely moot. In fact, the galaxy would probably look completely different from today. VS wasn't even sure whether the MTA and the Rim Guardians would still be around in the distant future. Can you describe the missions that my fellow associates at my level are taking? Most of the associates at your level perform missions that call for designing specific mechs that have to perform well under unique and difficult circumstances. Aside from that, your peers also accept missions that task them with tutoring younger mech designers or compete at various mech design competitions. I see. None of them sounded particularly risky or challenging. VS recalled that he received 50,000 merits from the Rim Guardians after he turned Silent William into an expert candidate. Considering the immense difficulty of pushing any mech pilot through the extraordinary threshold, his mission was at least twice as difficult as the typical missions performed by his peers. Of course, VS did not intend to perform another mission like this. He needed to earn a lot of merits. Missions that only offered tens of thousands of merits were completely useless to him. The distraction would even detract from his goals. This ends my tour. Do you still require my assistance? No thanks, Hogan. I think I'll be able to do fine here on my own. Very well, Apollo Radiant. You may summon me with your comm whenever you wish. Gamma Gamma Hogan soon disappeared through a dematerialization effect. It didn't really matter if VS dragged his robot butler around everywhere, but he felt a bit uncomfortable about being stared at by a Benny that wasn't under his control. He entered the Merit Hall. He passed by various displays of great masterwork mechs and greater mech designers. As VS glanced at the displays, the pop-up boxes helpfully enlightened him to what made them worthy to be put on display. After passing by this display, he entered one of several enormous halls that held hundreds of Rim avatars. The associates had all gathered here for several reasons. Most of the Rim avatars were closely watching the giant projected mission boards. They keenly observed the new additions to the board like a hawk. As long as an attractive exclusive mission emerged, scores of Rim avatars immediately tried to accept them. Only the ones with the fastest reaction time managed to obtain the exclusive mission. Not every mission was exclusive. There were plenty of open missions which rewarded the first associate who completed them first. The associates weren't very eager to perform these missions. They were usually difficult or time-consuming. What was worse was that there was always a chance that their hard work would be in vain as long as others submitted their results a little bit earlier. VS browsed the various missions on display. Design mission. Design a landbound ranged mech that can resist intense electromagnetic storms. Reward: 25,000 MTA merits. Exploration mission. Accompany a second-class expeditionary fleet tasked by the Rim Guardians to explore an anomalous megaplanet in the deep frontier. Design or modify mechs that function well in this difficult environment. Be aware that the gravity of the megaplanet is estimated to be 8.9 g. Any associate who wishes to perform this mission must prove their ability to design a mech adapted to the megaplanet's extreme environmental conditions. Reward: 475,000 MTA merits. Research mission. Take part in a research group tasked with studying and deciphering ancient alien war machines. Not all war machines are analogous to mechs. Your reward is in direct proportion to your contribution to the research group. Reward: 1,000 MTA merits, 100,000 MTA merits. Well, his Apollo Radiant avatar placed its metal hands on its metal hips. It's just as I've expected. Earning merits is anything but easy. Opportunities to earn 1 million merits or more were not only rare and difficult but also locked behind restrictions. Design mission: design a complete product group of space-borne mechs for an expeditionary fleet that is tasked with exploring the Nixian Gap. The exact details and requirements of this mission are classified and will only be revealed to qualified mission takers. Prerequisite: Level 6 Associate Mech Designer or Master Mech Designer. Reward: 4,500,000 MTA merits, 20,000 MTA credits. Damn! Chapter 1969 Merit Hall. Contrary to his hopes, none of the missions offered by the Merit Hall offered him a great bargain. He wouldn't be able to cheat his way into earning lots of merits by taking advantage of one of his unique strengths to complete the missions with much less effort than the mission issuers expected. The easier missions offered low rewards. The most lucrative missions imposed huge requirements. The only missions that seemed somewhat interesting to him were the risky missions. Yet Ves did not feel like risking his life for months or years just to earn 500,000 merits, or so. If the Rim Guardians wanted him to risk his life for riches, then they'd better offer him a bigger pot of gold. His Apollo Radiant avatar grimaced even further as he rapidly scanned through hundreds of missions. Since Ves had entered the Granada Prime instance, most of the missions took place in the vicinity of the Komodo, Vicious Mountain or Majestic Teal Star sectors. Some of the missions even took place in other locations such as the Deep Frontier or the Winged Serenade Star sector. Ves studied the missions that took place in the Komodo Star sector and began to get a better grasp on what the Rim Guardians wanted to accomplish. Hardly any of the missions involved the second-rate states, or the ongoing wars. There weren't any missions that tasked associates with assisting the Friday men in the Komodo War or offering a new mech to aid the defending side of the Sand War. Instead, the missions ranged from helping obscure individuals, instructing random talents, and most of all designing mechs for all kinds of weird and anomalous environments. Looks like the MTA is especially interested in the Deep Frontier and the Nixian Gap. Both of them were explainable to Ves. Officially, the MTA's mandate ended at the borders of human space. While the MTA was still permitted to dispatch its war fleets to the frontier, that would inevitably raise the hairs of the CFA. The frontier belonged to the CFA. The MTA officially had no business in the frontier, but the situation was anything but simple. Even though the MTA couldn't enter the frontier itself, there was no rule prohibiting third parties from exploring the regions of space unclaimed by human civilization. While associates like Ves were very much related to the Rim Guardians and the MTA, they weren't formally members. This freed them from the rules constraining measures. Still, as lucrative as these missions appeared, the risks were highly unpredictable. On a good day, no alien space horror ambushed their fleet. On a bad day, the planet they landed on turned out to hide a horrible alien superorganism that instantly engulfed every human at night. In addition, expeditions to the frontier also made the associates dependent on the protection of others unless they brought their own fleet. Ves happened to possess his own fleet, but he was a bit more hesitant than before about exposing his Larkinson clansmen to the dangers of the frontier. On one hand, he wanted to push his clansmen and harden them for the challenges to come. On the other hand, he wanted to protect his fellow Larkinsons and prevent any further harm from befalling them. He couldn't afford to let any other Larkinson die under his watch. This is too difficult. His robotic avatar sighed and turned away from the mission board. There wasn't anything that stood out to him at the moment. Perhaps once he reached the Sentinel Kingdom he might revisit the Merit Hall in order to accept a mission that took place in the Nixian Gap. For some reason, the MTA was very interested in this anomalous space. The MTA and the Rim Guardians dispatched a lot of scouting expeditions to the frontier in order to delve its secrets, or chart a new route to some of the more interesting asteroids in the Nixian Gap. Some missions even offered rewards ranging from 5 million MTA merits, or an increase in associate level. VS noted that a handful of young and daring associates were eyeing these incredibly rewarding missions. However, they never accepted them alone. Many of the more difficult and complicated missions allowed for associates to complete them as a group as opposed to individually. The Merit Hall therefore offered a lot of space for associates to team up and complete a mission together. The only downside to teaming up was that the associates had to split up the rewards among themselves. Looking for journeymen specialized in aerial mechs or flight systems to design a mech that can fly on a corrosive atmospheric planet. Seeking majestic teal mech designers only. Looking for mech athletes that have won at least one sector-wide competition to test our prototypes of our upcoming competition mechs. You must be proficient in piloting both knight mechs, spearman mechs, and swordsman mechs. We are accepting a journeyman to accompany us to the Ferris Star region in order to complete a mission based in the territory of the former Sandman race. The CFA have already wiped out the Sandman in the frontier, so there is absolutely no risk. Come join us now and earn some easy merits. By far, most of the Rim avatars shouting in the hall consisted of lower-leveled associates. Most of them appeared to be journeymen, though there were a handful that seemed to be apprentices. VS assumed that seniors and upwards had other means to pool their strengths together. The lively atmosphere at the Merit Hall was much more appealing to younger people. None of these calls sounded appealing to him. Right now was not a good time to accept a mission anyway. His avatar turned away from the crowd of Rim avatars looking for team members and walked towards the exit of the hall. Apollo! Apollo Radiant! Wait a moment! An associate jogged over and halted in front of VS. His form resembled a space-borne light skirmisher, but was replete with excessive decorations. The whole theme of the Rim avatar revolved around a silver angel. The flight system shaped in the form of wings looked particularly striking. It was too bad that the rest of the mech was covered with too many icon scrollwork that didn't mesh together very well. VS studied the pop-up box. It didn't reveal anything more than the associate's level, rank, and pseudonym. This fellow was just a level 1 journeyman. What do you want, Holy Clarkson? Your avatar is very impressive. I don't know how you are able to affect my emotions, but your artistry and ability to manipulate emotions is exactly what we need. VS crossed his arms. What mission are you trying to complete? It's a design mission set in majestic teal. The mission calls for entering a prestigious design competition. We have to design a mech that is scored in 2 aspects, performance and beauty. The winning entries must be both strong and beautiful. I'm not interested, he said. He had no plans of entering the majestic Teal Star sector anytime soon. He still had to reach to Hegemony Alliance space before he could think about traveling somewhere else, and that would certainly take a couple of months. You don't have to physically present at the competition site. At least one of us is already on site to represent our team. How many merits does the mission reward? 250,000 MTA merits. VS raised his eyebrows. That's a very lucrative mission for participating and winning a design competition. The competition involves a lot of interests, some of which are based in different star clusters. Keep in mind that the full amount will only be rewarded for winning the competition. If we take second place or lower, we will only earn 1/5 of the merits. I see. How many people are in your team? Ves asked the most important question. We already number 3 associates. With you will be 4. Originally, I planned to solicit another associate, but with your specialty, I don't think we need any further help. Ves instantly frowned. Splitting the reward 4 ways meant that he wouldn't be earning as many merits as he liked. Even though the competition wouldn't take a lot of time, Ves didn't feel very comfortable if he wasn't in charge. How will the reward be split up? 1 part each and 2 parts to our team leader. She's not on the Rim Exchange at the moment, but I can always call her up right away. That meant that in the event of winning the competition, Ves and Holy Clarkson would only earn 50,000 MTA merits. Meanwhile, the team leader earned a whopping 100,000 MTA merits. While he understood this split, he didn't agree with it. He wasn't really interested in this mission to begin with. If it was up to him, he would rather take part in it by himself and collaborate with Gloriana to design his competition mech. I'm sorry, but I'm too preoccupied to participate in any competitions. I bid you good luck in finding an associate who can contribute to your competition entry. Wait. Don't go. I think you'll do great in the competition. Let me call my team leader to negotiate with you. We can chip in some extra rewards if the merits aren't enough. Ves straightforwardly pushed the angelic avatar aside. Holy Clarkson attempted to approach him, but he already activated an ignore function that left his entreaties unanswered. Once he stepped outside the merit hall, Ves looked up in the simulated air and floating palaces and sighed. He witnessed enough for one day. Browsing the missions at the merit hall revealed that earning millions of MTA merits at a time was unrealistic. As a journeyman and a low-level associate, most of the missions available to him weren't very attractive. Certainly, it was very much viable to accumulate millions of MTA merits by performing low-risk mission after low-risk mission. From what he saw, many associates favored this steady approach. If Ves didn't have any great ambitions, then he would have followed this trajectory as well. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to take it slow. The red ocean dwarf galaxy continued to beckon to him, but its call only lasted for a couple of decades. As Ves was about to log out of the virtual immersion, Gamma Hogan suddenly appeared by his side. Apollo Radiant, you have received a priority meeting request. An associate called Green Golem wishes to meet with you in a private venue. Do you wish to accept this request? Who the hell was Green Golem? No. I'm just about to leave. Please consider attending this meeting. Green Golem requested a meeting with Ves Larkinson, not Apollo Radiant. Ves paused just before he pressed the logout command. He turned to his concierge. Lead the way. Hogan led him to a lively district that hosted a lot of restaurants and drinking establishments. The android guided Ves to a winehouse. One interesting detail about this virtual immersion experience was that its fidelity was a lot higher. Unlike the sense of falseness and incongruity that bothered him throughout his stay in the MTA's virtual library, his senses were much more comfortable at the Rim Exchange. This not only translated to a better sense of sight and smell, but also taste and touch. It was perfectly possible to order food and drink in this virtual illusion and still experience the wonderful blend of smells and flavors they had to offer. After ascending a few floors, Hogan finally stopped in front of a private room. Please enter. When Ves entered the drinking room, he briefly glanced at the tall windows that offered a magnificent view of Granada Prime before turning to the only occupant. Green Golem did not look as Ves expected. Rather than a green mech or some kind of stone monster covered in grass, Green Golem avatar instead consisted of lots of brilliant green crystals. While Ves was unable to determine if there was some metallic components inside the crystal avatar, he nonetheless found the avatar very impressive. VS. I wish we could meet on better terms. I always wanted to call you again, but with the current circumstances, I'm unable to reach out to you. Tristan. It's been a long time. Are you aware that it's not very wise to meet with me? I'm not exactly on good terms with the Friday Coalition anymore. I know. I hope it doesn't affect our friendship, though. Let's talk it out. VS decided to accept Tristan's proposal and sat down on the other side of the table. Tristan's avatar carefully gripped a glass of wine and poured a glass for his guest. Chapter 1970 Opposite Sides. Even though VS hadn't integrated any taste and digestion functions in his avatar, the virtual setting conveniently ignored that detail and allowed him to taste the wine as close to reality as the simulation allowed. An indeterminate silence followed as both avatars sipped the wine. Interesting avatar design. VS spoke up. What is the idea behind its appearance? My avatar represents my specialty. After listening to your advice in one of our previous talks, I did some soul-searching. After incorporating the lessons I learned at the trials held by the Rim Guardians, I eventually found a calling that I can call my own. I shifted my design philosophy in a direction that I'm truly interested in. While my current situation doesn't allow me to develop my new area of interest, I am still a lot more confident about my career than before. That sounds great. So what is your design philosophy all about? As you know, Master Katzenberg specializes in material substitution. As her direct disciple, I've inherited much of her discipline, but unlike her I work better with some materials than others. After we played around with lithic mechs during our trials, I discovered that I possess a good affinity for non-metallic materials. After a lot of study and experimentation, I've settled on specializing in gems. What? VS sat up a little straighter in his chair. I'm not talking about ordinary gemstones, of course. The green golem avatar calmly continued as if Tristan anticipated V's surprise. Humanity has come across countless exotic materials. The most interesting exotics to mech designers are metallic exotics and exotics that are useful in enhancing the properties of alloys. That still leaves out a lot of exotics that fall outside these categories. While not as ubiquitous as metallic exotics, gemstone exotics have their own strengths and isn't nearly as researched. You won't have as much competition than if you decided to specialize in metallic exotics. VS noted. That's pretty smart. I haven't worked with a lot of gems before. How do they actually work? VS was very interested in Tristan's answer. The green golem avatar smiled. The gems that I am interested in aren't very common in third-class mech designs. In second-class mechs and above, installing precious gems on specific components can result in noticeable performance gains. The advantages of this approach is obvious. Gemstone exotics don't take up a lot of capacity, but their effects are very noticeable. What? VS was a lot more shocked than his Apollo Radiant showed. What Tristan just described sounded very similar to how Lucky's gems worked. How do these gems amplify the performance of mechs? You can't slap a gem in a random section of the mech. Gems have special catalyzing or amplifying properties that need to be leveraged by modifying the components of a mech in order to make good use of them. While the power they bestow to a mech is noticeable, there are many limitations regarding their usage. Such as? Some gems last indefinitely, but most slowly wear out in time. They can last as short as a single battle or decades of constant use. One of the ambitions I've developed is to find a way to slow down the degradation rate of gemstone exotics. The other important limitation of gemstone exotics are their limited effects. Due to their size, most gemstones are only able to amplify specific performance parameters by a couple %. There are gemstones that can do more, but their rarity and value makes them difficult to obtain. VS tried to keep his shock in check by comparing Tristan's description of gemstone exotics to Lucky's gems. As far as he knew, the gems produced by Lucky never degraded over time, or with use. Some of his older mechs, such as the Shield of Samar, still performed at close to optimal levels. Other mechs which VS embedded with Lucky's gems also showed very little problems regarding their usage. He wondered whether Lucky's gems were related to Tristan's gemstone exotic specialization at all. Despite their commonalities, they might be two completely different categories of materials. Tristan glanced at VS with interest. You seem very intrigued by my new specialty. Others haven't shown as much attention as you. They usually dismiss gemstones as marginal exotics that are too overpriced and scarce to be of any use in mass market mechs. V's avatar awkwardly smiled. I think it is still a very helpful way of amplifying the performance of custom mechs. That's where they are used the most, right? They show up frequently in our expert mechs. In fact, one of the reasons why the Friday Coalition is interested in securing the lesser states is to secure a greater supply of gemstone exotics. Their distribution pattern doesn't completely conform to the distribution pattern of other exotics. The frontier is also an excellent source of rare gemstone exotics. Controlling a trade route from the border of human space to the Friday Coalition has always been a priority to us. Sometimes, that obsession can lead to awful outcomes. The conversation suddenly turned towards a touchy subject. V's avatar looked emphatically at Green Golem. The green, crystalline construct calmly resumed sipping the glass of wine. You told me that you are involved in some sort of secret research group. How much do you know about what has occurred to me in the last few months? I've heard quite a bit. While I don't have access to the galactic net during ordinary times, I've worked hard to receive some dispensations. I'm only allowed to connect to the MTA's virtual portals. Once I entered the RIM exchange, I was able to obtain some public news. You showed up frequently in many industry publications recently. I see. Those articles also mentioned my problems with your government, right? Right, Tristan answered. Well, at least Tristan didn't try to proclaim ignorance. Since he called VS for a meeting, he should have been prepared to confront this subject. Ugh, let me be straight. I don't like your state at the moment. In fact, I hate the Friday Coalition. Going after me is one thing. Going after my subordinates is somewhat understandable. It's my fault if they died in my service. What I can't accept, however, is your state's decision to persecute my family members in the Bright Republic. I agree that the CRC's actions went too far. If I was in charge, I would have never allowed such a travesty to take place. VS chuckled morosely. I'm glad you're a decent person, but it seems the CRC isn't run by the likes of you. Before all of this happened, I always had a good opinion of the Friday Coalition. Even if I drifted to the other side of the Komodo War, my respect for your state remained intact. Our leaders are different from the masses. That is true in every state. The key distinction between lesser states and greater states is that there are a lot more rungs on the ladder. The more rungs in the hierarchy, the greater the separation between the leaders and the common citizens. The leaders of the partners of the coalition are in charge of ruling over a huge amount of people, a sea of star systems, and an immense amount of resources. It's impossible for them to remain in their positions if they are willing to sacrifice the needs of the state for the needs of a minority. And that excuses going after my family? I don't agree with my leadership, VS. I just wanted to convey that their decision makes sense from a rational cost-benefit analysis. VS twitched when he heard the word rational. He began to hate this word more and more, especially when it was used to justify betrayal. He lowered his head and sighed. What's done is done. The CRC has crossed a line, Tristan. I didn't want to get involved in the Komodo War, but it appears I'll be dragged into its vortex anyway. I'm your enemy now. I won't show any mercy to your fellow Carnegie Group citizens. I don't expect you to hold back, Ves. We are both participants in a war that involves interests and hatreds that are greater than us. The soldiers in the trenches of the front lines fight and die on the whims of politicians and leaders who doubtlessly sleep like babies at night. Both of them understood the plight of a combatant caught up in a war that was completely outside of their control. They also understood that the participants in a war had to fulfill their duty even if they didn't like it. That was the nature of duty. The tension between them didn't disappear because of those realizations. No matter how cordial and friendly they were to each other, they were enemies now. Certainly, they still respected each other and didn't wish the other any harm, but their interests in the war did not sway because of their past friendship. Tristan rooted for the Friday coalition to smash the hexadric hegemony and bring the entire star sector in the sway of the saner of the two greater states. Meanwhile, Ves wanted the Hexers to crush the Friday men and tear apart the coalition by demolishing partner after partner until all 6 of them were broken. As long as they maintained their hostile stances, their friendship was very hard to sustain. Tristan, once the war is over, no matter which side wins, I hope we can be friends again. Ves softened a bit. Sure. Those are my thoughts exactly. Neither of us have a beef with each other, and I doubt we would personally do anything that affronts us personally. That is one of my goals for this meeting, in fact. I'm glad you are still open-minded enough to recognize that not every Friday man is the same. I still want to dance over the grave of your state, though. Yet you don't wish our citizens any harm, right? Ves nodded. Average citizens have nothing to do with my beef against your state. As you just stated, it's the bigwigs at the top who are responsible. My main goal is to make their lives difficulties in any way I can. If any citizens suffer due to my actions, it's not intentional. My agency in this war is not as great as yours, so I won't bother to make such claims. They briefly paused their conversation to finish their glasses of wine. If Ves was a wine aficionado, then he would have appreciated its vintage even more. While Ves wasn't familiar with the bottle, it looked very classy and expensive. Too bad Ves was more into nutrient packs than vintage wines. Who do you think will win the war? Honestly? I have no idea. The green golem avatar shook his crystalline head. I don't have nearly enough information to make a reasonable guess. There is too much going on. The battles at the front are only a part of the greater picture. Even though I always express my confidence in my own state to others, I don't have to pretend in front of you that I truly have no clue. Same. I'm not even a citizen of the coalition or the hegemony, so I have even less of an idea on how the two sides measure up in this conflict. The Hexers are certainly formidable. They are ferocious and united in their hatred of our state. Don't you think it would be a tragic picture if these crazy women are able to dominate an entire state? Every single resident in our star sector will fall under the sway of a man-hating regime who treats men like us as reckless children. I don't care, Ves flatly replied. I'll be gone soon anyway. That's convenient. No matter which side wins, you won't be there to suffer the repercussions. Look, I don't have any problem admitting that the Hexers are fairly awful compared to the Friday men. However, my personal feelings and circumstances are encouraging me to support the Hexers, so I do that without any other considerations. That's a selfish mindset. I never claimed to be anything else, Tristan. Chapter 1971 The Life-Prolonging Race. The two mech designers weren't in the mood to talk any further. Shortly after they exchanged their views on the war, Ves stood up and bid Tristan goodbye. I wish you good luck on developing your design philosophy. Gemstone exotics sound really powerful, and I haven't really heard a lot about their use in mech design. One of my goals with my specialty is to try and increase their practicality and decrease the costs involving their use. Their scarcity is one of the biggest impediments to widespread adoption. Not even Master Katzenberg developed more than a handful substitutes to the most common gemstone exotics. It's a completely different game to her, and she can't devote too much research in this specific direction. I'm confident that I can fulfill this role. Ves was sure that if Master Katzenberg really wanted to, she could make incredible gains in gemstone exotics. However, every master had to contend with opportunity costs. Wasting valuable time on gemstone exotics would delay or hamper her efforts in pursuing her other goals. This was also where direct disciples like Tristan came in. As long as they were raised correctly, direct disciples were able to provide more research gains to their masters. While it sounded exploitative, Ves considered it a fair contract. Direct disciples received some of the best resources and attention from one of the best mech designers in a star sector. Almost every direct disciple was guaranteed success. Part of this was because masters always selected their disciples carefully, but most of it was because of the insanely high quality of teaching they provided. Therefore, direct disciples were generally expected to maintain close, cooperative relationships with their masters throughout their lifetimes. Besides, due to their excellent foundation and fantastic circumstances, direct disciples all possessed a good chance of advancing to master themselves. What this essentially meant was that a young journeyman like Tristan might become a very formidable master in a century or two. Ves would be a fool to burn his bridges with someone who possessed a small but very realistic shot at becoming an authority in his own field one day. The fact that Tristan decided to specialize in gemstone exotics of all choices made Ves even more invested in maintaining his relations with him. Friday man or not, Tristan Wesseling might be key to unlocking the secrets and potential of Lucky Gems. Ves even contemplated shipping one of Lucky's gems to Tristan, but he quickly discarded that idea. There was too much chance that Tristan might discover some details that Ves would rather remain hidden. Besides, right now Tristan was still an enemy. It was not wise to get too entangled with him while they still maintained a hostile relationship on paper. Before he left the winehouse, Ves asked one more question. You seem to have arrived here before me. Do you have any tips on how to make a lot of MTA merits quickly? The green golem avatar looked at the Apollo Radiant avatar in amusement. You're a smart person, Ves. I think you should already know by now that the MTA never gives out its merits easily. The Rim Guardians are just as frugal. The difference between the two is that the Rim Guardians are a bit more keen on developing relationships with promising and powerful individuals. This is why they differentiate associates by level, and offer an increasingly more attractive discount rate for the more valuable talents. Do the Rim Guardians truly offer a 45% discount for level 10 associates? Level 10 associates are almost universally master mech designers, Ves. You can forget about reaching this height within a century. Even if you work day and night in fulfilling the missions from the Merit Hall, you'll still be around level 7 or so. To be honest, I don't exactly know how higher-leveled associates can progress any further, but it's certainly not just through fulfilling missions. Still, to many mech designers, the investment pays off. It might take a very long time for them to reach a high level, but at their ages, this discount can literally save their lives. Because it's easier to afford life-prolonging treatment, is that right? Tristan's avatar nodded. The first round of life-prolonging treatment is easy enough to obtain. Any decent journeyman in the Friday Coalition is able to earn it over time. The second round is not that easy. Plenty of decent mech designers in our state have fallen short. They were able to earn a decent amount of merits in their 2 centuries of life, but it costs too many MTA merits. A lot of mech designers are forced to splurge their merits on improving the lives of their descendants and leave behind an enduring legacy. They failed to stay in the race. It's quite tragic if you think about it. Every mech designer is able to live for 5 centuries or longer. However, Only a fraction of the mech industry manages to make it to the end. Ves nodded gravely. Mech designers can't stagnate in their progression. Not if they want to live longer. The first round of light-prolonging treatment is doable for journeymen, but out of reach for apprentices, Tristan noted. The second round of light-prolonging treatment is doable for talented seniors, but too prohibitive for journeymen. The third round of light-prolonging treatment is still within reach to masters, but seniors will drop before they reach the finish line. The fourth round of light-prolonging treatment, well, I heard that you can't even exchange it with MTA merits anymore. The light-prolonging race became increasingly more punishing. Not only mech designers, but also other people had to work their entire lifetimes in order to prolong their stay in the material realm. Ves heard a lot of stories about mech designers becoming so obsessed with obtaining the latest round of light-prolonging treatments that they were even willing to outlive their children and grandchildren. Of course, there were also a lot of other mech designers who decided to quit the brutal race and instead spend their merits on prolonging the lives of their favored children. Life was precious. Life was scarce. While healthy humans could look forward to enjoying 130 years free of charge, this was just a trial period. In order to gain more years, the customers of life had to pay up an increasingly more expensive subscription fee. Prolonging someone's life was very hard. If that was not so, then an oligopoly on life-prolonging treatments wouldn't have remained in place for so long. Right now, the only parties who were capable of offering these treatments were the first-rate superstates and the Big Two. The Five Scrolls Compact definitely mastered these treatments as well, since the secretive cult had probably invented them in the first place. Yet instead of competing against each other to capture the immensely lucrative market for light-prolonging treatments, they instead colluded with each other to keep prices high and keep the best treatments for themselves. V's avatar frowned deeper and deeper. What would it be like if the technology behind light-prolonging treatments no longer remained exclusive to these powerful actors? What if Dr. Rania became capable of synthesizing the crucial serum in her labs? Prices would probably drop and a lot more people would be able to remain in the material realm by droves. Depending on the scarcity of ingredients required to synthesize the serum, the entire fabric of human society might undergo an enormous shift. With many more grandparents and ancestors able to cling to life, the younger generation would feel increasingly more stifled by all of the geezers who refuse to let their descendants inherit their accumulated wealth and endowments. Maybe it was for the best that the oligopoly reserved its life-prolonging treatments to those who truly deserved an extension of their lives. You haven't answered my question. Ves returned his attention to Tristan. I know that merits aren't easy to get, but do you have any suggestions? Aside from completing certain missions offered by the Merit Hall, you could look to attract the attention of an internal mech designer of the MTA. Some of the associates of the Rim Guardians manage to attract their attention and earn their approval. As long as they earn the trust of their patron, they can contribute to design projects and earn merits in exchange. That sounded like a decent idea, but Ves was far too busy with his own priorities. Besides, Tristan's suggestion immediately evoked his memory of Master Moira Willix. He would rather let Gloriana lick his face than become Master Willix's servant. Tristan mentioned another option. The Rim Exchange offers many other possibilities where you can earn more merits if you know where to look. Most of them are only accessible to seniors, masters, and higher-leveled associates, though. Perhaps one of the few activities that you can participate in are design competitions. Design competitions? They hold those here? Of course. The green golem's crystalline lips curled into a grin. Whenever a lot of mech designers gather in a single place, a lot of egos always clash against each other. To give them a way to prove who is the better mech designer, the Rim Guardians and a number of very powerful societies often hold various design contests where they can showcase their design prowess. These contests come in various formats and forms. The most important criteria is who will pilot your work if a practical demonstration is called for. In some contests, you have to bring your own mech pilot, while in other contests the Rim Guardians will provide their own mech pilots. Other contests are concluded quickly by testing the mechs with AI pilots. That sounded very lively to Ves. He missed the times when he took part in design competitions and put his skills to the test against other mech designers. At his level of fame, there was no need for him to burnish his credentials by taking part in a public competition. However, if the competitions organized by the Rim Guardians also rewarded its participants with a considerable sum of merits, then he would eagerly take part. How much merits can you win if you take part? The prize pools are all over the place. Tristan shrugged. Most journeyman-level competitions don't reward very much, though. They're mostly treated as opportunities to advertise your strength and attract follow-up opportunities. If you want a chance at winning the jackpot, then you have to take part in the competitions that are open to seniors as well as journeymen. While the competition is a lot harsher, as long as you score high enough, you can still earn hundreds of thousands of merits in a week as long as you get 10th place or something. While that sounded like a great deal, Ves would still have to defeat scores of seniors who possessed a much deeper foundation in mech design than himself. Though Ves accumulated a decent amount of senior-level skills, he had no illusion that he could realistically outperform a genuine senior. However, if the competition format allowed for collaborations, and if the format also depended on human mech pilots to test the competition mechs in combat, then Ves might be able to gain an advantage. He nodded gratefully at Tristan. Thank you. Your tip is very helpful to me. Is there anything you'd like to ask in return? Yes. The Fridayman's avatar bent its crystalline head in thought. I've always been wondering about something. Do you still respect your former master? Ves frowned. That's an unexpected question. Just answer, please. I am truly curious what you think. Master Olsen has always treated me earnestly and with respect. Even though she didn't pay that much attention to me, I still owe a considerable debt to her. I'm genuinely grateful at the assistance and protection she provided to me in my formative years as an apprentice mech designer. Thank you, Ves. That's all I wanted to hear. I'm very satisfied with your answer. I think Master Olsen would be very pleased to hear that you still hold her in high regard. Remember, even if we are on opposite sides, we aren't enemies. I'll be sure to turn my pistol aside if I have you in my sights. Tristan chuckled. We're mech designers. We leave the shooting to the actual soldiers. I wish that were so. Chapter 1972 Spiritual Beacon. When Ves logged out of the Rim Exchange, a considerable amount of time had passed. The design teams had already left the lab at the end of the shift. Even Gloriana had left. Meow. Lucky immediately noticed that Ves had pulled himself out of the virtual immersion. Haha, I wasn't gone for long. Meow meow. Ves stroked Lucky's back. Yes, I'll be sure to feed you a batch of briar alloy. That reminds me of something. I should check up on our resident mummy. After Lucky got his fill of petting, he jumped from V's lap and floated in the air. Ves stood up and stretched his body before looking around. Not a lot of people were left in the design lab. Only Nita and a handful of nameless avatar bodyguards still remained on duty. Nita, you can continue to accompany me. As for the rest, you can wait for my return. I'll only be gone for a little while. While his avatar bodyguards didn't like his orders, it wasn't as if there were any acute threats on his own ship. After shaking off the bulk of his bodyguards, Ves took Lucky and Nita to a secretive passage nearby that led straight to a reinforced checkpoint. The guards that manned the defensive position didn't consist of avatars. While VS trusted his avatars, they were not infallible. For this reason, VS decided to assign Kinners to man this checkpoint. Various Kinners also manned some of the other critical sections of the Scarlet Rose. While VS still considered their unflinching loyalty to be rather fishy, he didn't have many other options. "Mr. Larkinson," they greeted him in a filtered voice behind their closed helmets. "Please stand still and allow us to skin you and your guests." "Please proceed." The Kinner guards received strict orders to inspect anyone who wished to enter compartment G13. No one was excepted from this rule, not even VS himself. The search was both thorough and invasive. The guards politely but very firmly demanded VS and Nita to strip and enter a sophisticated scanning booth. In fact, the scanning booth was more than capable enough of scanning through most of V's body through his clothes, but his Sintra Umbra underwear and pockets were obvious exceptions. If VS could fool the scanners with Sintra Umbra, then anyone else could do so as well. To be absolutely sure, VS instituted the rule that everyone had to strip in order to pass the security inspection. Just as VS anticipated, the initial scans missed the implant in his head. However, finer scans focused specifically on his head finally detected the space occupied by his Archimedes Rabal implant. The security guards didn't suspect him at all. They already carried a scan of the exact shape and position of his implant in his brain. Of course, Lucky presented a bit of a problem as well, but because his cat was so unique, the guards easily verified his identity. "Meow! Hey, don't complain! I have to strip naked in order to verify my identity, while you are already naked to begin with. It's good to be a cat." It took 50 minutes for the Kinner guards to complete the entire procedure. While this was very troublesome, the security measures were more than warranted considering the incredible amount of value locked within the compartment behind the armored blast doors. Once the blast doors opened, VS, Lucky and Nita entered a compartment that used to house the Scarlet Rose's escape pods. There weren't any escape pods in the compartment anymore. All of the launch tubes that used to hold the cylindrical pods had long been shut and filled with a lot of briar alloy. In fact, the entire compartment was lined with a very thick layer of briar alloy along with some other advanced alloys meant to block or interfere with as many scanning measures as possible. Optical scanning, temperature scanning, vibration scanning, gravitic scanning and countless more scanning measures would never be able to figure out what went on inside this compartment. Though VS wasn't sure if all of the measures were enough to defeat a deep scan from an MTA or CFA vessel, as long as the Scarlet Rose didn't attract suspicion, it shouldn't attract any deep scans. "I still have to find a better solution, though," he whispered to himself. There was very little free space in the compartment. Most of the volume was taken up by the specialized forging machine and various add-ons. Right now, the chamber of the forging machine was just reaching its hottest level. At this temperature, the mummified body of Cassandra Breyer should have already turned to ashes by now. Shortly afterwards, the escape pod itself should be melting down. VS spent some time to inspect the process while Lucky cheekily floated to a pallet of metal bars and began to chew into one of them as if he was a kid in a candy store. Though he hadn't been able to visit compartment G13 when the Scarlet Rose was still in refit, he designed its entire layout. So far, VS was very pleased with the continuous briar alloy harvesting operation. The forging machine and everything else operated autonomously without the need for human operators. As VS continued to inspect every single element of the production loop, an escape pod suddenly appeared in the only available launch tube. Anti-grav projectors immediately grabbed hold of it and lifted it inside the chute of the still-hot forging machine. The entire process didn't last more than a couple of seconds. The escape pod practically flung into the port of the forging machine like it was a missile. VS didn't want to take any chances. The longer the escape pod remained whole, the greater the chance that Cassandra managed to regain her wits and get up to mischief. He specifically engaged his spiritual senses and began to see whether there was any spiritual activity outside of Cassandra's escape pod. Nothing. So far, Cassandra remained obedient. VS chalked it up to the minimal amount of time the production loop kept her escape pod intact. As VS kept scanning with his spiritual senses, he finally noticed an anomaly. A bit of spiritual energy radiated from the forging machine. His face began to scowl. This didn't happen before. What are you doing? Was she transmitting a spiritual signal? Was she calling for help? Whatever she was doing, VS doubted it was good. He attempted to stop the energy, but even though it was faint, Cassandra was far too strong for him to contend. Even a minuscule amount of her spiritual energy was enough to defeat his efforts at containing them. VS didn't even stand a chance. God damn it! No matter what VS tried, he failed to stop this process. VS was completely helpless and could only settle on letting Cassandra do her thing. What kind of consequences would her actions lead to? He felt a bit powerless, as he wasn't able to do anything to halt her latest scheme. I haven't forgotten about your meddling while I was operating on Silent William, he said. That was another latent concern that worried VS from time to time. He had no idea how much Silent William inherited from Cassandra. Hopefully, the influence was only marginal and Silent William didn't become her champion or something. Let's go, Lucky. I've seen enough. Meow. I said let's go. You can eat these bars anytime you want aboard this ship. You don't have to chew through my entire stash. Meow. After manhandling Lucky out of compartment G13, VS returned to the stateroom he shared with Gloriana. His girlfriend was already waiting for him inside. She had already changed into a more casual dress. You missed dinner. Sorry. The rim exchange was really interesting. One of their AIs forced me to go on a tour. I also met some interesting people there. I'm actually regretful that you aren't able to join me. There is a lot of interesting activities that we could do, not just for fun, but also to earn more merits. It's okay, VS. Now, come sit over here. We need to talk. VS approached the love seat and sat down next to his girlfriend. Both of them smiled at each other as they began to cuddle up and share their body warmth. Have you found any good opportunities to earn merits? Not really. You can probably guess that mech designers like me have to work extremely hard or take a lot of risks to earn a sum that is greater than pocket money. Every associate is talented or capable. The Rim Guardians tailor their missions to the best of what the local star sectors are able to raise. It's very difficult to keep up with the competition. That sounds about right, Gloriana said while leaning her head against his shoulder. Let's not worry too much about merits right now. We don't have the time to fulfill a mission anyway. Designing the Striker Mech project and fulfilling Diva's commission takes priority. In fact, I want to talk about the latter right now. Enough time has passed for us to come up with some ideas. Now, what mech do you want to design? Can we not talk about the commission? Gloriana scrunched her face. Absolutely not. I've given you enough time to grow comfortable with the commission. Remember, Diva is just about to rescue your captured relatives. The least you can do is to repay the favor and contribute a mech to our war effort. I thought the rescue would have happened by now. Hasn't the CRC dispatched a ship to transfer them to Coalition space? The rescue will happen. Diva won't renege on this deal. Just be patient. Don't change the subject, VS. I want to hear a mech concept instead of an excuse. Geez. VS sighed. Okay. So I've been thinking about the mechs that male hexers are limited to piloting. After studying these so-called support mechs, I have a good idea on what I need to design. However, before I make any other choice, I needed to determine what objective I need to pursue. Diva wants a mech that takes advantage of your glow to gain an advantage on the battlefield. I know. I've been thinking about this a lot and I've concluded that it's best to go for a supportive glow rather than a suppressive glow. The latter is what I've already used in most of my mech designs, while the latter is something that will be unveiled with my striker mech design. What glow do you envision using? That's the big question. If the mech is meant to be piloted for women, then the answer is obvious. However, since my mech is only reserved for boys, I had to be very thoughtful about my choice. Is the glow you've decided upon directed towards boys or women? One thing I've noticed is that the morale of both male and female hexer mech pilots are high. All of the battle footage you've provided to me show that you hexers are very willing to go all in. Even so, there are slight differences between boys and women. Gloriana smiled in satisfaction. We hexers take our duties and responsibilities very seriously. We are fighting for more than just our lives. We are fighting for our ideals and our state. The fate of all womankind rests upon our shoulders. If the Friday men win the war, our cause will collapse. That didn't sound that bad to Ves, but he kept that to himself. The loyalty and conviction of your mech pilots are not quite right, though. From what I can gather, it's a bit different from the loyalty and courage exhibited by our Larkinson mech pilots. You hexer pilots are just doing whatever your state has spoon-fed to your minds without entirely thinking everything through. Are you calling us stupid or gullible? No. Ves quickly raised his hands in innocence. Not at all. It's just, there's something empty about how boys and women are thrown into battle without a healthy mindset. This shows when the mech pilots encounter difficult circumstances. They tend to break and go crazy. Casualties are incredibly high once this happens. That does happen from time to time, but it's not as bad as you claim. Look, once the Friday men face a difficult situation, they don't show any qualms about retreating in good order. In contrast, you hexers seem upset at the prospect of defeat and continue to double down on a losing battle. I think the Friday men are even starting to exploit this character flaw. That's outrageous. The Hex Army is the strongest military in this star sector. The scattered Friday men stand no chance in the long term. Ves wanted to palm his face. Gloriana suffered from the same problem afflicting the Hexer mech pilots. Chapter 1973 Overconfidence. What little material Gloriana and Calabas provided to him had given him a shallow but very informative glimpse of how the Komodo War was being fought. The two women didn't provide him with the doctored and heavily edited propaganda footage that the two states tended to leak onto the galactic net. For the first time, Ves obtained reliable snippets of raw footage where he could see what was actually going on at the front lines. Contrary to his expectations, the Komodo War was fought just as hard on land as in space. Securing space supremacy was the most essential step to conquering a star system. As long as enemy forces kept entering the star system to harass the occupying elements, it was still considered to be in contention. This was no different from how the Bright Visual Wars were fought. However, different from the wars familiar to him, land battles gained a lot more importance when fought at a higher level. This was because of the existence of specialized artillery mechs capable of shooting down elements in orbit. No matter if it was a mech or a ship, as long as the atmospheric conditions weren't too bad when they were floating in orbit, they could be targeted at any moment from any point on the planet. It was bad enough when artillery mechs fired at the orbital elements on the surface. It was worse when they fired from a fortified bunker or a hidden underground tunnel. Though the mechs in orbit were often capable of retaliating at the offending shooter within seconds, the damage was already done by the time they aimed their weapons in the right direction. What was truly menacing to orbital elements were the aquatic mechs hiding in large bodies of water. Even to the second-rate states, it was very difficult to damage a mech hiding under a lot of water. Aquatic artillery mechs were larger than their land-bound variants. Part of it was because the aquatic environment made them more manageable. Another part of it was because they needed to be big in order to handle all of the water pressure when they dove deep. Regardless, their immense volume provided them with a lot of capacity, which meant they mounted some of the heaviest and most formidable cannons that could be mounted on a mech. Though the effectiveness of these artillery mechs varied, their threat level against orbital assets often made it untenable for invaders to retain orbital supremacy. Without sufficient control over a planet, the population could just bunker down and survive indefinitely. The less important planets in the coalition and the hegemony often featured fortified underground tunnels and fortifications that could house the populations in a pinch. More sophisticated planets featured entire underground cities that were almost as good as the cities on the surface. With all of the technology and wealth at their disposal, the Friday men and Hexers invested heavily in building up the underground societies of their planets. The border systems were especially rife with underground fortifications. It was not very viable for space-borne forces to defeat all of these fortifications. In order to gain true control of a planet, the invaders had to transfer a lot of boots on the ground. The battles for control of a planet therefore proceeded especially bloody. Sure, this didn't sound that much different from the battles of the Brightesia Wars, but in the Komodo War the defenders possessed an overwhelming defensive advantage. The centuries-long accumulation combined with the neutralization of orbital supremacy meant that the attacking force had to dispatch an enormous amount of land-bound forces to the surface in order to wrest control from the fortified defenders. These battles potentially lasted for months or even years as the defenders continually made the attackers pay for every patch of ground. Mechs continually fell and mech pilots were always forced to fight with just a minimal amount of rest. The attrition that took place during these battles was exceptionally brutal. In these circumstances, the Friday men and Hexers still fought as if their lives depended on it. Ves truly admired their discipline and willingness to fight for their cause. Yet, as much as the Hexers on the ground tried to maintain their spirits, there were eventually times when the pressure got the better of them. While the Hex soldiers all received excellent training, they still possessed a lot of human frailties. When the Hexers reached their limits, they often lost their marbles. "This isn't normal," Ves insisted to Gloriana. "I may not be a mech pilot, but I've been through war. I even experienced situations where everything was falling apart. While I don't mean to equate my own limited experiences to the horrors your soldiers are going through, there is still a flaw in the way you train your soldiers." Gloriana separated from Ves and crossed her arms. She was not happy with his criticism. "The Hex Army is our finest military force. A long line of revered matriarchs and generals has shaped it into a war machine that is capable of fighting head-on against all of the partners of the Friday Coalition and come out ahead. I sincerely doubt that your limited experience is superior to all of the accumulated wisdom of our professional military leaders." Even the smartest people were stupid. Not everyone was all-knowing. The Hexers never fought an actual war after the founding of their state. They spent centuries in relative peace as they stared across the border at the Friday men, while they were constantly theorizing how the war between their states would proceed. As extensively as they planned out their war, the Hexers inevitably made a lot of assumptions when they outlined their war plans and formulated their doctrines. If there was one good thing Ves could say about the Bright Republic, it was that his state learned to cope with frequent wars the hard way. "Look, just hear me out, Gloriana. You Hexers fight well when the battles are in your favor. You Hexers fight valiantly when the battles are even. It's when your Hex soldiers are in a disadvantage that the problems arise. Whenever I watch the uncensored footage, I can't help but compare the conduct of Hexers to Friday men under pressure. The differences become very clear. The Friday men seemed to possess a much more sober outlook on the war. They accepted their losses with grace and always sought to retreat in good order. Retreat was not a shame to the Friday men. Perhaps this was because of the history of its founding. The Friday Coalition essentially formed after the original 9 partners had been beaten black and blue by the predecessors of the Hexers. Forming their second-rate state out of a coalition of partners was a desperation move. Fortunately for them, they succeeded in blocking the relentless Hexer aggression. With this history in mind, the Friday men were much more tolerant when it came to suffering a loss. The founders of their state had all adopted a loser's mentality. Though much of their lack of confidence had faded over the centuries, the Friday men still treated the Hexers as a very powerful existential threat. In contrast, the female supremacists continued to cling on the winner's mentality they acquired after they founded their state. The Hexers all thought that the only reason they failed to defeat the Friday Coalition was because the partners cheated and ganged up on them. If not for this course of events, the Hexers would have long dominated the Komodo Star sector. I think the fatal flaw you Hexers suffer from is overconfidence, Ves stated. Though Gloriana reacted badly to his remark, he was not deterred. Every time I hear you or other Hexers talk about the war, you people seem to think the Komodo War is as good as done. However, can you really describe the current state of the war as a walk in the park? His girlfriend directed a puzzled look at him. But the Friday men are weaker than us. Their society is flawed, their partners are fractured, their leaders are corrupt, and their soldiers don't have any ideals. Ves was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He thought his girlfriend was clever enough to realize that the Hexers were in for a brutal war where the winner was anything but certain. Instead, she talked as if the Hexers would surely be able to overrun the Friday Coalition. He decided to gloss past her insanely unrealistic assumptions. Let me tell you about the glow I have in mind for you Hexers. What you Hexers need is a pillar of support. It's not enough to fight for some abstract ideals. It's not enough to fight for their fellow Hexers. Your Hex soldiers need a more immediate but aspirational reason to fight for. When the laser beams are whizzing past your head and the artillery bombardment is about to land on your position, almost everything apart from what is ingrained in your body disappears. The Hex soldiers are only left with their training, their instincts, and their primal emotions. Gloriana grew impatient. Get to the point, Ves. What is the glow that you think will supposedly cure us of our supposed flaws? Ves activated his comm and projected an image. Hexism revolves around respecting the phases of life, death, godhood, damnation, dust, and women, right? She nodded. At least you remember your lessons. It's hard to forget the details now that I have my Archimedes Rebel implant. Ves joked. Anyway, I've been thinking a bit. Even though it's not a universally accepted faith in your state, it's still familiar to every Hexer. I think I can find a way to adapt the core belief of Hexism in a mech. It would be like a moving altar of Hexism that provides emotional succor and support in a time when the Hex soldiers most need them. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to prevent them from breaking under the pressure, but I think that offering a light in the midst of darkness can make a very significant impact during the battles that matter. Gloriana no longer looked angry or confused. As she took in his words, she began to think how such a mech might impact a battle. I think this is quite intriguing. While I can't say I support it, I'm willing to give you a chance, she said as if her approval was absolutely mandatory for Ves to proceed. I'm concerned about leaving you in charge of forming the proto-god. Do you realize what you are doing? If anything, I should be the one who forms the proto-god. You know that's not possible, Gloriana. Then find a way. That was easier said than done. Ves could do nothing else but nod, because he knew she would never budge on this matter. Privately, Ves didn't think he had any hope to succeed. Gloriana simply didn't possess the aptitude to manipulate spirituality at his level. What mech type have you chosen, Ves? Gloriana asked next. A mech like this sounds very useful, but the Hex army doesn't accept ornamental mechs. It has to possess more than just a helpful glow. This is my first true second-class mech. Considering the overall intent behind my design, I think a knight mech is the most fitting vessel of this glow. Although I often like to be adventurous, I think it's best for me to stick with what I'm best at in order to gain the approval of your fellow Hexers. I just know that you women will scrutinize every single aspect of my design in order to find some excuse to disqualify it or put it down. Gloriana grinned. You know us too well, Ves. We're very strict about our mechs for a reason, Ves. It's a bit unfortunate that mechs designed by males are so rare in the hegemony. Even if our work is reserved for Diva, you can't avoid a lot of scrutiny. That just means we'll have to do our best to design the most perfect mech possible, isn't that right? Hi. Chapter 1974 Hollow Conviction. What were the Hexers fighting for exactly? Hexers fight for victory. Hexers fight for glory. Hexers fight to win the war that was robbed from their predecessors. What about the Friday men? Friday men fight for survival. Friday men fight to preserve their way of life. Friday men have prepared for centuries to defend themselves and their loved ones against the tyranny of their greatest rival. The mentality difference was stark. It reminded Ves of the centuries-old dynamic between the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom. The latter always wanted to rob Bentheim from the former. The Vesians, used to being in the superior position, had developed a superiority complex of sorts. Each generation, the nobles at the top of their society constantly pumped the commoners up and hyped up all of the glory and rewards they could earn if they fought against the supposedly weak and cowardly Brighters. It worked to an extent. The opening moves of the Vesians always put the Bright Republic on the back foot. Their incredibly high morale and boundless optimism always overpowered the Brighters in the initial stages of a war. However, the Bright Republic wasn't weak. It knew to an extent that its rival was swelling with a lot of confidence. So much so that it always seemed to warp their follow-up strategies as the Vesian nobles grew greedy for more achievements. The more the Vesians penetrated the Bright Republic, the greater the resistance. The patriotic Brighters fighting in the front lines knew from the start that they had a very difficult fight on their hands. The Bright Republic was particularly good in educating its soldiers and citizens what was at stake should the Vesians have their way. Not only would losing Bentheim mean losing their state's prosperity, but the fall of their main economic lifeline would certainly lead to the fall of the rest of the Republic. What would happen after that? The Brighters would all turn into Vesian commoners, and spend the rest of their lives working themselves to death for their noble overlords. This should never happen. To preserve the torch that lit up the darkness, the Brighters all steeled themselves for a bitter struggle and employed any kind of delaying tactics as they could as they sought to preserve their fighting strength. Victory may be out of reach in some battles, but the war had to go on. There were times when they had to stand their ground, and there were times where accepting defeat was the only realistic choice. As the latter stages of every Bright Vesia war attested, this stubborn mindset eventually held out better over the long term. When the Vesian invaders inevitably ran out of steam and started to accumulate progressively more casualties, both their commoners and their noble leaders started to balk. In most cases, the Vesians eventually lost the heart to push forward and throw themselves at the incredibly resolute Brighter defenders. This was in effect a deliberate strategy on the part of the Bright Republic. Its goal in every war had never been to pursue a quick victory. The Brighters always aimed to hang on, survive as much as possible. In contrast, the Vesians drove themselves entirely on victory. That was fine in the earlier stages, But as the attrition and increasingly more arduous struggles began to grind their confidence down, the illusion of inevitable victory evaporated. What was left once the Vesians no longer gained any easy wins? They lost their primary driving factor for waging war. This was why their noble leaders quit at that point. The lower morale and diminishing returns meant that the few intact forces they possessed would begin to bleed more than they could ever possibly gain. Why continue a war that only led to greater losses? A key difference between the Bright Vesia Wars and the Komodo Wars was the stakes. Neither side set out to fight a war for profit or a couple of star systems. The Friday Men and Hexers went all in on this war. Unlike the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom, the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony never fought a major war after their founding. All this time allowed both second-rate states to accumulate an incredible amount of reserves. Neither states would run out of funds and resources anytime soon. Yet what was even more pivotal was the incredible amount of fortifications they constructed. Whether in space or beneath the ground, the defensive works may not be enough to repel an invasion force, but they were definitely able to stall and bleed any attacking force. Right now, Ves wasn't sure which side was doing most of the attacking, but he figured the Hexers might be a little bit more eager than the Friday Men. Their overconfidence likely translated to excessive aggression, causing them to underestimate the resolve of their opponents. Therefore, even if Ves lacked a complete picture on the state of the Komodo War, from the few clues he managed to deduce, his confidence in the Hexers started to sink. Their mindset is too frail. It's only good in fair weather conditions. The moment they encounter a storm, their baseless confidence will fade like the wind. It was a bit of a stretch for Ves to believe the Komodo War would swing against the Hexers due to this reasoning. However, Ves had a hunch that the oh-so-wise Hexer matriarchs weren't aware of this looming issue. Though conventionally the older Hexers ought to be the wisest of their people, Ves wasn't so sure about that. In the context of their society, the matriarchs were indeed wise. Yet outside of their highly distorted cultural bubble, Ves believed they weren't as smart and wise as they were cracked out to be. This was because Ves guessed that the matriarchs were in fact the most committed believers of Hexer superiority. It's the nature of their promotion. Biases against the Friday Men are constantly encouraged, while more honest assessments of the true strength of their adversaries will likely be dismissed as defeatism. What happened when one Hexer woman expressed confidence in the war against the Hexers and another Hexer woman tried to tell others that the Friday Men were actually very formidable? Their people would probably elevate the former to matriarch and relentlessly ostracize the latter. If I can think about it, the Friday Men can surely do so as well. Since Ves was a Brighter, and the Bright Republic had long been stuck in a similar position to the Friday Coalition, he had a much better idea of what the Friday Men were thinking about. What if their strategy was to lead the bull by the horns? What if they held some of their strength back in order to allow the Hexers to crash their horns against the myriad of defensive works the Friday Men set up? What if the Friday Men were waiting to pounce once their foes expended much more strength than they anticipated? Who am I to question the wisdom of the matriarchs in charge? It could all be an illusion. Perhaps the Hexers were aware of the difficulty of achieving a quick victory. Perhaps the matriarchs truly knew that the Friday Men weren't pushovers. Yet if this was part of a deep, multi-layered plan to deceive the Friday Men into thinking they deceived the Hexers, Ves wasn't so sure the matriarchs truly thought that far ahead. Ves didn't really care how the hegemony was being run. However, the last thing he wanted to see was the Friday Coalition winning the war. If Ves wanted to accomplish his revenge on the state, he had to find a way to assist the Hexers in increasing their chances of gaining an advantage in this war. Right now, the best way he could contribute to their war effort was by designing a mech that addressed this possible vulnerability. Besides, if the Hexers truly managed to gain the upper hand by themselves, then his mech would just be able to make them one even harder. After Ves announced that he wanted to design a landbound knight mech that would be based around the 6 phases of existence, Gloriana seemed quite intrigued at his suggestion. For a time, she paused and turned away in order to consider his ambitious suggestion. Even to her, designing a mech that revolved around the 6 phases sounded extreme even to her. For once, she was reluctant to agree with mech concept. It was simply too close to her heart. While Gloriana tried to resolve her inner struggle, Ves projected a document and tried to expand his original premise. It wasn't difficult to state that he intended to incorporate the 6 phases into the mech, but how exactly would he be able to do so in practice? What would its glow possibly feel like? It will have to be a multifaceted glow. Ves supposed he could also opt to create 6 different glows, but the cost of doing so was prohibitive. Ves simply couldn't afford to do something so wasteful. He still had nightmares about sacrifices 5 gems at once to create a single masterwork. As for the composition of the glows, Ves wasn't sure how to proceed. Unlike the Ilvanan faith, Hexism lacked a concrete human figure. Ves faced the difficult task of trying to interpret abstract phases into something more relatable. He reviewed his understanding of the 6 phases and wrote down the probable feel that each phase could provide. Life, cautious optimism. Death, minimized losses. Godhood, overwhelming confidence. Damnation, punish the wicked. Dust, worthy sacrifice. Woman, assurance of superiority. After drafting this list, Ves gained a much better idea on how to translate these concepts into a glow. The simplest solution was to design a design spirit that encompassed all of these facets. Ves began to envision a spiritual entity that encapsulated all 6 aspects of hexisms. The design spirit would possess the ability to activate one glow at a time that was most appropriate to the situation at hand. For example, in the event of an even battle, a dose of confidence from the phase of life might give the hexers a mental edge. However, the phase of life also emphasized the preservation of life, so they shouldn't act too recklessly. In the event of a losing battle, the phases of death and dust would definitely be able to show their value. If retreat was possible, then the phase of death would be able to do much to keep the hexers focused on what was necessary. If retreat was blocked or a sacrifice had to be necessary, then the phase of dust would help keep the doomed hexers calm in order to do whatever they could to make the Friday men bleed. If possible, these glows should also come with a suppressive element. Certain phases were more helpful in suppressing the Friday men than supporting the hexers. The phase of godhood mainly served to empower the hexers, while the phase of woman would be very helpful in making the Friday men feel as weak in front of the superior side. His ambition for his hexer mech grew as Ves fleshed out his vision more and more. While he started off with a modest support mech, Ves soon began to let his imagination go wild as he envisioned a full-blown aura mech. If he could realize this vision, then it was definitely possible for his hexer mech to swing the Komodo War in the same fashion as his desolate soldiers affected the Sand War. Yet, as Ves considered how he could possibly create a design spirit that encompassed all of these functions, his confidence faltered to a degree. It was not so easy to create such a powerful design spirit. Ves did not have much confidence that he would be able to create such a spiritual product. I need the right ingredients. He thought back how he created Ilvain's spiritual fragment. Back then, he obtained a spiritual remnant from the great prophet and managed to amplify it into something greater. The fragment fully embodied an aspect of Prophet Ilvain to a degree that Ves could never replicate with his imagination. With his limited and highly flawed understanding of hexism, Ves was not qualified to create a hexism design spirit. The only viable solution, therefore, was to derive the necessary faith and spiritual ingredients from an existing hexism relic. Ves turned to Gloriana with a pleading expression. "Can I borrow one of your altars?" Chapter 1975 No Taboo. The six-sided miniature altar floated in front of V's face in a wavy fashion. It slowly rotated around its axis, allowing Vs a good glimpse of every side. Though it looked extraordinarily exquisite, Vs puzzled at the symbolism of its deep and meaningful imagery. The phase of women was the most resplendent side of the altar. The victorious woman spreading out her arms in exultation was the ultimate confidence booster to every female hexer. The phase of life, on the other hand, was the most modest side. A young, infantile boy meekly looked out while looking as scared as a rabbit. If female hexers equated every male to this young and innocent depiction, then it was no wonder they treated boys so poorly. After 15 minutes of inspecting the miniature altar, he pushed it away. The altar not only failed to enlighten him of the meaning of the six phases, it also contained no spirituality worth noting. Though Gloriana possessed a decent amount of spiritual strength, her sincere faith was not enough to bestow the altar with a noticeable imprint. It lacked the volume of worshippers and years and accumulation of Ilvain's nutrient pack wrapper. He pushed it away, causing it to float back to Gloriana's side. "Is it enough?" Gloriana asked. "No." Ves shook his head. "I doubt that any altar in the fleet can meet my needs. I need at least something to work with in order to create a suitable spiritual product to represent your faith. Right now, I see two possible options to accomplish my goal." He stretched a finger. "First, I take a spiritual fragment from your mind. This is obviously unacceptable. I don't want you to harm you in any way. I'm still not sure what the repercussions actually are for doing this. In addition, I need you at your full strength to contribute to our two design spirits." She nodded. She already experienced what it was like to lose a part of her spirit. It was not very pleasant, to say the least. Unlike Ves, her mentality was much less resilient, and she recovered far slower from a loss than Ves, who could easily replenish his losses with the help of his grand dynamo. "What's the other option?" his girlfriend asked. He raised another finger. "The second option is to resort to the same solution I used to create Ilvain's spiritual fragment. I take the spiritual remnant of a major relic of hexism and convert it into a complete spiritual product. The result is far superior to what I can create from my imagination or draw from your mind because it is the collective representation of the beliefs of billions or trillions of hexers." As Ves finished speaking, he carefully studied his girlfriend's reaction. She didn't greet his suggestion as eagerly as he hoped. "Are you crazy?" "It makes complete sense, Gloriana. It worked with Ilvain. Look at how strong he is now. Wouldn't it be nice to do the same for your people?" "You don't know what you are talking about. Just the thought of desecrating one of our most valuable altars or artifacts is unthinkable. My fellow hexers have venerated the sixth phase of existence through relics for centuries. It is a great disservice to rob any of them of their divine strength just to further our goals." Ves crossed his arms. "Logically, I think it makes sense. Just think. What would you rather like to see? The hegemony losing the war while maintaining the integrity of all of its cultural relics, or the hexers winning the war at the cost of losing something that's invisible and unnoticeable to them? To me, the choice is clear. As long as I can obtain what I want, no one will notice the difference." "That's not the point, Ves!" Gloriana shouted in his face. "My faith is not a convenience store that you can enter and take something away as you wish. I didn't mean any disrespect. I just think that the hegemony might benefit if they sacrificed something marginal in order to gain something massive." "No!" Gloriana stormed away from the design lab in a fit of fury. VS looked perplexed. What's the big deal? Meow! Clixie hissed at VS before she sauntered after her owner. Meow! Lucky followed after the furry feline, completely leaving VS behind. VS glowered at his mechanical cat. Where do you think you're going? After the abrupt end of this meeting, VS felt a bit unsure. Was his suggestion wrong? He didn't think so. He didn't possess any inherent taboos about messing with a hexer religious relic in order to accomplish his objective. Yet Gloriana didn't see it that way. Her faith in hexism was truly sincere. This caused VS to inadvertently touch her nerves with his suggestion. Damn it! How could he fix this? Should he fall back to one of the other solutions? Perhaps the most viable alternative was to construct a spiritual product the conventional method. His usual method was to harvest a spiritual fragment from Nixie and process it in order to remove as many unpleasant attributes as possible. Once he purified the fragment, he began the spiritual restoration process by breaking it along with his spiritually empowered images before merging it all together to form a new spiritual entity. There were several flaws associated with this method. First, even if he did everything to purify the original spiritual fragment, aspects of Nixie still suffused it. VS lacked the ability to neutralize every influence that Nixie possessed over an aspect of himself. Second, the ultimate outcome depended heavily on VS. As a foreigner, VS did not possess a deep understanding of hexism and hexer society. Even if he read a lot of books about hexism, he doubted he would be able to tolerate all of the biases and ridiculous assumptions the hexers adopted to justify their gender policies. Learning about a culture or religion from a bunch of books was incomparable to living and breathing it for your entire childhood and adolescence. VS would never be able to catch up to Gloriana in her understanding of hexism. Whatever VS might think about the faith and philosophy would inevitably be out of sync with what real hexers believed. If he was desperate enough, he might decide to fall back on this solution anyway. While it wasn't ideal by any means, if VS abandoned his desire to create an accurate representation of hexism, then what was the harm of spreading his own interpretation? Maybe this isn't as bad as it sounds, VS abruptly realized. Why should he copy the poisonous faith verbatim? Was it truly necessary to strive for an accurate and faithful representation of hexism when he himself disagreed with its tenets? He felt a bit conflicted. As a commissioned mech designer, it wasn't proper for him to distort or misinterpret the wishes of his client. If his client was anything like Gloriana, then proceeding with this course of action would surely amount to a violation to one of his principles. Though VS did not necessarily have a problem with abandoning his principles, he didn't want to resort to it when other options were available. If Gloriana doesn't want to play ball, then I'll just turn to another hexer. Some time later, VS sat alone in an office. He activated the terminal and called the leader of the Black Cats. Calabast's face projected in front of his face. Hello, VS. It's rare for you to get in touch with me. Did you miss me or something? Stop with the jokes, Calabast. I need something from you. It's related to Diva's commission. The spy became a lot more attentive. Do tell. Because Calabast resided on another ship and the fleet was traveling through FTL, he was aware that the connection wasn't completely secure. VS had to assume that other spy agencies might be listening in on their conversation. He therefore started to remind her of an incident that happened in the past. Remember my transcendent messenger design? He asked. What if I wanted to design something similar that is based around hexism rather than the Alvanan faith? Calabast was a smart woman. It didn't take long for her thoughts to turn to some very unpleasant memories. Ves had been arrested by the Albanian Inquisition due to how extreme he behaved in order to accomplish his goal. Though it somehow worked out in the end, Calabas was anything but happy with the tumultuous and hair-raising incident. Now that Ves hinted that he wanted to do it again, Calabas immediately regarded him with suspicion. "Don't tell me you are thinking of something stupid again." "It's not stupid. It's just a little controversial, but I don't think there is any harm in letting me do what I want. I don't want to talk too much over our comm channel, but I think you know what I need in order to design the best support mech for the Hexers as possible. I need this critical element. I don't have to destroy it or mar it in any way that is noticeable to other people, so don't worry about losing something once you hand it over to me. Just give me half an hour and I'll return what you've lent to me right away." To her credit, Calabas didn't blow up in the same fashion as Gloriana. She still began to frown, though. "No wonder why you aren't on good terms with Gloriana right now. While I'm not a follower of Hexism, what you just suggested was very insensitive." "I kind of understand, but it is really no big deal. Surely you'd be able to see that, right?" "I do. On paper, the trade-off you implied makes sense. It's just that it will be difficult to convince Diva to accept it. Even if there is a large amount of Hexers who don't ascribe to Hexism, we still respect it and those who follow its tenets. What you are trying to suggest will anger the entire hegemon once they find out your plan. Couldn't you ask Diva to obtain what I need? They can probably do it quietly if they aren't able to get what I want through official channels." "If it was up to me, I would give your proposal a lot of consideration," Calabas answered after a pause. "I'm not sure how Diva will react. It's a diverse group that consists of women from many parts of the hegemony." "Will you do it, though? This is important." "I truly can't say for sure, Ves. This is an incredibly delicate issue. Even if I manage to secure what you need, shipping it to your fleet is another risky operation. I can manage without it for a few months. Until my mech design is ready, there is plenty of time to send out my request." After a bit of chatting where they glossed over some details, Calabas finally nodded. "I understand what you need. It's not easy to obtain a good one. The stronger, the better. The more people involved, the better. The more significant it is, the greater the power of my upcoming Hexer mech." "I see," she said. "I believe you. I'll be sure to strive for the best specimen that we can obtain for you, but I won't make any promises. I need to go over this idea and find the best way to bring up your proposal without provoking a massive argument. Just do what you can. Please tell me quickly whether something is being done to meet my requirements. If every Hexer disapproves, then I'll just come up with something on my own. I don't think you'll like it, though." "You don't need to warn me again. You are an authority when it comes to your own design philosophy." Soon, Calabas ended the call. She was eager to explore what she could do to fulfill V's request. Not just any mediocre relic would do. Designing the Hexer mech was his first attempt at designing a proper second-class mech. Ves wanted to do everything possible to deliver the best mech design possible in order to prove to everyone that he was fully capable of catching up and surpassing his second-class rivals,